wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
What's going on, traders? How we doing out there? It's good to be back with you guys right here. It's another bright day on Trade the Pool, another bright week. It's the earnings week start, right? So this is where we start to take a look at the banks and we start to really dive on the focus towards, yes, the earnings side of things are coming. So we were just recently starting to tweak above the symmetrical triangle that we've been watching here for a long time. Let's draw that out here again and draw it out here because I love to do technical analysis with you guys live, right? Well, you guys can see it right then and there. That's the trend line on the upside. We'll draw the trend line on the downside, right? And it touches right here on that last touch. So the question is, would we make our way back into this trend line? And we're doing that right now as we speak. So I think this is a good sign as we could be seeing what's called a throwback look. Do we get a look where it touches over here and then just starts to make the move above, right? So that would be making a look where we're getting a pullback action into this, but then seeing the lift back above this, right? So that's what I'm going to be watching for today on the actions, going straight off with the index. We'll get to some trade ideas coming up. The Qs are pulling back. And why are they pulling back? Well, they're not going to make it that easy, right? And it's also in a symmetrical triangle, but nowhere near like the SPY where it's up on the breakout look, right? It's not just yet, and it's definitely stuck between the middle. If anything, it's like a little pig right now, stuck in the middle, right? So we need to see what happens here. The chop continues in, of course, some of these names, and we'll talk about the action as we see, like, you know, SpaceX down, but really tech names also, right? SK Hynix not doing so great. So we'll talk a little bit more about that action coming up right here. But you can see right now we're already pulling back towards the low of Friday's action, which actually pulls us back a pretty decent amount, right? It already gives us the ability to look for maybe some bottoming action into play and then a move back into the upside of the resistance towards the end of the week. Of course, what could do that? Well, it's all about earnings, and we'll get some earnings coming up. But of course, the mega cap and bigger tech will be coming in the next 2 weeks, right? So that's really where I expect this big drive to come in the Qs. And where do you get this information? Right here. But I'll give you guys some more looks. Let's go take a look into the playbook action. Take a look at some trade ideas and what trades we got up our sleeves. And don't forget it, guys. Smash that like. Let's keep it going. It's Trade the Pool. All right, so first trade idea is one trade that I'm already in here, guys. So let's take a look at the action here. You guys can see TSM is a trade that I'm already getting into, and I've talked about this action on Thursday and Friday. On Thursday, of course, it was getting a little bit of a lift, looking to see if we can hold this bottoming area. There's a lot of bottoming right around this area. And you can see in this morning, we were already kind of down into that 430 area. So looking to see if we can get just a reversal right back to the upside. Could get stopped out on this smaller position. Have a really tight stop right now in the pre-market because the idea is it's either getting above the 437 right at the bell or it cuts me out. And then I can look for re-entry once we start to make that move towards the 438s. Why would I be looking at this play? Well, it's a pre-earnings reclaim watch. So Taiwan Semiconductor, of course, closed the week last week down there to the action, quietly consolidating. Just a key technical pivot, right? Looking to make that move. It's on the hardware side of things, on the AI infrastructure thesis, and that remains rock solid, right? We are seeing some of the Micron names come down, but we haven't seen the semis really kind of break down, right? So for on the near tape, we're looking to see if this can really start getting a drive into that earnings report. Q2 earnings report on Thursday, July 16th, acts as a definitive macro event that could be a nice little drive into this playbook setup. We'll see what happens for a clean reclaim of the 440s mark. If it gets through the 440s, we're in more of that all clear and we can start pushing and driving right back to the highs. That's where I think we start driving back there towards 465. And who knows, maybe with earnings, we're back above the 479 and making a breakout towards 500. Well, check me in at the end of the week. All right, let's go ahead and let's take a look at another trade idea. Let's keep the party alive. Let's take a look into the financial space, of course. This is the financial week, right? So you could see banks already getting the lift, and we're going to take a look at the action. Really, the banks kick off next week. Well, not next week, tomorrow. Not next week, tomorrow on Tuesday. So we'll talk a little bit more about the earnings coming up. I'll be bringing up some earnings stocks. We'll go through some of my outlook for the weekend of some stocks that I was looking at, but stay tuned for that. That's a little extra bonus for all you guys that smash that like. Let's get to the action. Of course, banks like JPM will be on the radar, but why not take a look at a name and a setup in Visa? I really like this setup. Is if you look back here, and we're going to go back a little bit further than 6 months. We got to go back like 2 years. And you can see a little bit more of that cup and handle pattern that I'm looking for, right? So let's go to the auto here so we can scroll back. And so you can see more of this cup pattern, right? And so I'm going to go to the circle or the eclipse, whichever pattern you kind of want to use to kind of draw this out here. But you can see the left side of the circle. Here's going to be kind of like the rounding action here. So we'll go to the eclipse here, and you can see that this is getting pretty good. This is a nice little downturning action, cup and handle pattern. Right now we're looking for the handle, and we just got this down action back to the 9 EMA, which could get us a nice looking lift off right back up. So Visa is on the radar today, especially ahead of the financials. So this is already starting to look like it wants to break above the 350s. So what I'd be looking for is any kind of red to green action out the gates back into the 347.50s, or let's say even into this area of Friday's action where the low was down there to 345. You can use that low to try to get a quick little wick dip and red to green action. Or if you like to buy the breakouts, then you're looking for a break back above Friday's high, which was right here, right before on the pre-market, which was a 351.17 high. We'll look for the breakout on this name. Of course, this is Visa in, of course, the credit services. And I like credit services overall, guys. I'll give you guys a couple of other plays here. MasterCard's another play to look at above the same action, right? It'll move hand in hand. AXP, you could look at American Express. Look how that is already getting a nice little pre-market action. And then if you want some beta, because I know that you guys like to get the big trades, well, why not look at SoFi right now? And I was already thinking about this trade, that the big signal is the breakout through 20. You're already getting the pre-market action off that 1850s. And look at the action go. This is the name that we've been watching for the break back above this 20 that could trigger a nice breakout. So I think today it's definitely on the radar. It's already done a pretty good move. So what I'd be looking for is hopefully some red action out the gates. If it does pop out the gates, I'll look for the quick red move action to come back in. Right, but this is already starting to show that morning uplift. Another one that you can look at for some beta is on Upstart. So Upstart Holdings could be recovering the 33s and making a drive back to Friday's high, which was all the way towards 34.65s. So that leaves great potential for the day trade action. All right, let's keep it going. The trades don't stop here. As you guys can hear, I'm well prepared for the day. Here's another cyclical piston breakout look. So one of the things that I've been looking at is why not think about watching for more of that piston action? But this way, what do we look for now? Well, why not the cyclicals start to get hot? As we'll start to look to see if some of these and their earnings can get the lift off. Of course, a recent one that we covered, and we're going to be covering earnings all week long, so don't miss all the earnings talk. And we do have a brand new and dare I say brand new, guys. Wait till we show you guys this. When Michael Noss comes on, I'm going to let him come on, and then we're going to premiere this. But stick around. You don't want to miss it. It's in the chat. It's in the description for you guys that want the sneak peek. But we have this whole new earnings challenge for you guys that you guys don't want to miss. But hey, stick around for that. Let's keep it up with the plays first. But of course, we did cover Levi's. That was a dip and then a rip back up. So that also put it on the radar for me. So I'm looking for plays like even Abercrombie and Fitch. You can see how it's been getting hot lately. And I think you're going to start to see multiple of these apparel names start to get the lift. The cyclicals start to move higher. These apparel names, right? And this can leave a whole bunch of plays that I can give you guys. I mean, the list goes on and on. I could give you guys like Airbnb in the leisure area on the cyclicals. But if you're sticking in footwear, maybe you want to take a look at some footwear names. DEC is a name that I really like right now because it could start making a big rip. As I've been seeing, this one has earnings coming up and could make a nice little breakout. It has earnings like in the next couple of weeks. On the 27th is when their earnings come in. So this one could make a nice breakout above this trend line look, which I think is a nice little look right here for a nice recovery above the 105. Of course, Nike has been making a nice rebound off of their earnings, and I think this could rebound back. It's not the name that I want to go after because I didn't really like their earnings, but the truth is you can see the strength on Friday. So this is the type of piston action that I'm going to look to continue. This is how you continue in a bull market. You keep playing the pistons and you wait for the engine to really roar. And we're going to call that engine, we're going to call it that mega cap. Because mega cap tech is what really needs to roar so that we get this party going again and we start to lift off on the Qs and the SPY. Let's take a look at the action here. Let's go back to the Qs. Let's go back to the SPY. We're going to go to the Sunrise Report where we covered the market. Let's take just a quick peek here to see the recent action here. You're starting to see a little bit of a rebound there in the Qs. As we start to see that rebound, I'm going to look to see if I get to go green here in TSM, and we're right there ready to go green. So here you guys see trades, live trading action. You guys see the positioning. You guys getting new trade ideas. You're getting the setup, the plays into the action. I hope you guys enjoying it. Let's get to the Sunrise Report right here, only on Trade the Pool. Let's go. All right, traders, let's keep the party alive. Let's go to the Sunrise Report. This is where we give you guys why stocks are moving in the market. Let's start off with, of course, the SPY. Let's see if the SPY can start a little lift party here. It is holding in. Let's talk about what happened over the weekend and the highlights. Of course, the weekend delivered fresh U.S. strikes on roughly 140 Iranian sites. Iranian counterfire at the Gulf U.S. base, SK Hynix and NASDAQ Euphoria that closed on Friday for the 4 of the 5 weekly win. So, of course, the NASDAQ has been kind of coming back in the weeklies. It did flip, of course, violently in Asia. The Korean parent shed 15.4%. So it had its worst day on record. But Monday isn't the Monday story. The tape isn't positioning into a stacked Tuesday, of course. There's 5 mega big prints that come out on Tuesday. We also get June CPI and Warsh's first congressional testimony all before lunch. Did you hear that? Yes, all that before lunch. So the tape is definitely crazy with banks, earnings, CPI, Warsh. It's going to be a heck of a Tuesday. You don't want to miss it, guys. I know I'm going to be excited about Tuesday, and I think we could see some positioning ahead of that, right? So that's why I'm watching for the financials. That's why I'm watching for these names going into the action. Of course, we'll take a look to see what happens in SK Hynix, right? Can that continue on the downside? Right now, it's trying to get the lift off the 152s. This could get a push today, I think. I think too many people are too negative about the first day. But, of course, we'll take a look at the action. We'll be watching the action to see if this stock can recover today. I'll even set an alert above the recent highs to let you know as soon as we start to see that. But, of course, we're also watching the USO because we're looking to see what happens in oil. As oil and the overnight drivers, the war, of course, restarted before the weekend war was over. U.S. Central Command struck roughly 140 sites. So we need to take a look to see what happens here, right? Will we start to see oil continue to climb with all the war conversation? Will we see some type of pullback? Brent and WTI each added more than 3% overnight. Meaningful, but not panicky right now. But both were benchmarks now back on the kind of the push, of course. Now we can start to see the 2-year Treasury yield climb 3 basis points, 4.23, its highest reading since February 2025. And we're starting to take a look at the bond market. That could be a sign there. Already getting signs from SK Hynix as we start to see this go higher? Can we start to see a breakout here in SK Hynix this morning? That could really drive the Qs right back up here. Of course, as we start to get some momentum, this is looking good. I'm starting to get TSM into the green, so that's making me feel good. I know I loaded in a little bit more. I have 10 shares now, and I don't mind getting some SK Hynix. Of course, guys, I'm trying to cash in on my account here, 20K eval here, guys, and showing you guys it live. I waited towards it. I have only about what? I need about 80 bucks. Let's just roughly estimate it, about $80 on the day to win that account and win it live in front of you guys right here. All right, let's continue the action. Let's talk a little bit more about the memory route, but we're seeing that action already start to come back in the Qs, already to start come back in the market. You guys came in here. The market was coming down. Money Mitch came in here, told you guys, don't be scared. Well, look how it's happening. We're coming in, guys, and we're looking great. Let's continue to take a look at the memory route. Let's go to Micron to see how that stock is starting to perform, see if we can see some rebounding action here. Of course, the Kospi across in the Korean market was having its worst day, but that doesn't mean that our market will have the same thing, right? We'll take a look at that action. Let's go to some micro news to take a look at some other stocks that are making moves. Of course, there's different stocks on the move today. Let's go to Delta as one of the stocks that has that earnings outlook that we got to keep an eye out. Of course, one of the things to keep an eye out is also how oil could affect these stocks. As oil starts to go higher, I think these actually are setting up for short opportunities today. So if you're a short type of player and you're looking for some plays on the downside, I think these airlines are setting up for some downside action here. The other side, of course, of the ledger is that Delta is slipping, of course, after beating both the lines here, and even the earnings on both beats can't hold it. I think this is a clear day that it shows that earnings is not everything. And that's going to be a tell sign as we get towards the open. We'll see if this can flush down right through that. So this would be the action play. This is kind of your support area where it keeps finding some support. If you can break through that 85 and really continue through, you could be maybe heading back down into the next layer. Let's go see where the next layer could be on the charts. I usually go to the 4-hour chart to kind of show me that. So you're breaking down through that support right down here. So you'd want to see kind of the next layer. That's into your 8250 zone, where you have a resistance over here and a support over here, right? So I usually look for both of that action, right? So if the chart can show me a resistance zone like this, and then also show me a support zone, that's going to be an area where it's going to have bigger support on the downside break. So we'll see if it breaks that 85 on the downside and we see Delta break lower. But definitely sets up right there off that 87 earnings, bringing it right back up. It was a good print, and then now starting to fade. Of course, oil could be that driving factor in the downside of the airline trade. All right, let's keep going. Let's take a look around at the market. Let's take a look around what else we can look into. Energy on the bid, of course. We've taken a look at that. Let's go to some defensive name. Let's go to Lockheed Martin and take a look at that as that's going higher in the pre-market. This is actually good action to see for a name like SpaceX that we'll talk about just coming up right now. But yes, Lockheed Martin is definitely starting to bounce back. RTX, right? You're seeing the defensive names starting to drive back. And I was looking to see if these names would make a little bit of a comeback as of late. And I've started to see these names pretty hold in, right? So I think this is something to definitely take a look at. I think these names could be making another drive. We'll see what happens here on Lockheed Martin. Back above the 540, 550 area would be kind of more of your alert area for Lockheed Martin. We'll take a look at that. But let's go to SPCX also, as SpaceX is down to 145, 143, and danger. Will Robinson, what is going on? And we will be asking the man himself, Michael Noss, is he holding on? Is he holding on? As SpaceX goes lower and lower. It's a tough one, man, because this one started off with such a bang, but really kind of going lower this morning. And more action this weekend. More battling going on with Sam Altman and Musk, Elon Musk, I think, on Twitter. And we'll cover a little bit of that action. We could even bring in some of that during the show. Of course, it's more like, conversation, not not anything that's really of value. But we'll see if this starts to break down through the 142.50, or can it hang on with defensive names doing well? I think one of the things that I'll be looking for, does it hold on to the IPO low, which is at 135, right? So that's going to be the area of interest, right, for a lot of traders, because it could undercut that or go to it, use it as support, or maybe not even touch it at all. We'll see what happens. In this case, you guys know how I feel. I'm hoping for a potential opportunity of loading into this name underneath 100, right? So if it does get down there, I'm going to have to tell the wife, well, we might need to go kind of big on this one. But I think it's important to try to get this at least a 50% discount valuation. If I can get it at a discount valuation, I'll like it. I love Elon. I trust in him in the long run. I just think in the short run, this might have just been a little bit of a higher price to try to get us to buy, right? So we'll see what happens here and what we can get into. We'll see what happens with the stock market. I'm still continuing to watch TSM. It's starting to lift. I'm really looking for the lift off back above 435s to get into the 440s. Let's go to the Qs here. Overall market starting to hold in here. SPY holding in, Qs holding in. That's good action as we start to see at least some defense going into the market open. Right. Of course, the market open is going to be the true binary story. It's something to take a look at. Of course, Monday is sandwiched between a weekend war escalation and Tuesday's stack print. There's still 5 mega bank prints that will be coming out. June CPI at 8:30. We get Warsh's first monetary policy testimony before the House Financial Services. And of course, everyone's going to be watching that to see if we get more conversation and understanding of what Warsh is actually going to do. And that's going to be affecting things. So you could see a little bit of a shakeup. You could see maybe banks ripping higher and going and pushing to the upside. And then with Kevin Warsh's testimony, maybe that takes a down hit. Who knows, really? We'll have to watch to see the action. Where can you find out? Right here tomorrow, of course. These banks will be reporting in the morning, but I'll be covering all of them. I'll come in here at 8:30. We'll talk all about the banks first. We'll talk about the earnings. We'll cover them all. And if you guys have a stock that you guys want to take a look at, make sure you throw it up in the comments. All right, guys, let's keep the party going. We'll take a look to see what happens with CPI this week. I mean, there's a lot to take a look at, and we'll see if maybe we get a little bit of some chop in the market. Another area that I'm looking to see if it can continue on the upside bounce was basic materials. So that's just another setup to look into the market. All right, guys, it's 8:57. We'll be joined by, of course, Michael Noss in just a couple of minutes here. Let's take a look at the action. Let's go to some more trading action, and maybe we can take a look at some setups that were going on. But definitely, it's going to be a lot to look into here. Another thing to look at is can different sectors kind of hold in? Will healthcare hold in this week, right? Or will we see different ones kind of play tune? That's why I'm looking at the cyclical space. That's why I'm looking into defensives. What's going to happen, right? And what will happen with the technology story? Will Micron hold on? Will SK Hynix hold on? Let's go to SK Hynix and take a look at that action. We're just taking a look as it started to rebound here. It did get back up there all the way to the 153. Now starting to get a little bit of some red pullback. Now I think what you start taking a look at is on the bigger time frames. This is one thing I would definitely recommend for SK Hynix. Be careful with the 1 minutes. The 1 minutes are going to be very tricky on this name. You want to be looking that you're seeing this kind of action. This is, to me, buying pressure, right? This kind of wiki action here. And I'll zoom in a little bit closer to kind of show you it. It's just the price is so tight. Let me kind of fix these margins here for us, right? So right here, you can see this area. This shows me that this is buying pressure, right? So as long as we don't break this, I'm going to continue this as my area, that this is the area where, yeah, the buyers have bought in below that, right? So that's your danger station. If we start to break that, for me, I'm going to be in more of that red concern. But for right now, that tells me more and more that we're starting to play into this support. We're trying to reclaim this support area and start to hold that. So let's take a look in a little bit of a smaller time frame as we work backwards, not forward, right? So now we'll start taking a look into the shorter time frame, and that lines up with just the recent pullback on that 152.50. So this gives us really good levels to look at towards the open. Will we start to see some red to green action that could potentially come back into this zone, right? Back down into this, and then bouncing off of that. As long as we stay within this range, I think I'm still looking at this as a bullish trend for the day. They could be getting a rebound there, or it just parties on and holds on off this support, and we get this quick action to the upside. We'll see what happens here. These are two scenarios. It doesn't have to play out this way, but the ways that I love to think about things, right? Give myself scenarios so that when I see the action, I know the plays. I already have setups and different plays that I can go into it and need to just react. We'll talk more about the action. Can this break above 153? Can this get the breakout? I know I was calling the low for my man Steve out there. I think Steve still has a piece of this. I hope he still has a piece into the action today. We'll see what happens there. SK Hynix on the rebound back towards 153. All right, let's keep the party alive. Let's bring on the man himself, Michael Noss. What's going on, man? How we doing?
We're doing another beautiful day as we get closer and closer here to all-time highs. I see we're dipping just ever so slightly right here. What's going on? You good weekend out there? It's always summer out there. I guess it's no big deal for you, right? You just live in summer all the time.
It's actually too hot, man. It's too hot. This is the too hot time in Florida. So this is the time that you go and you hide. You act like a vampire. But no, I still went out. I still went to the beach. You just go early, because you go at midday, you're gonna literally you're gonna fry it. You can fry an egg, literally. Just bring a pan out there and start cooking. But yeah, man, it's a fun time. It's definitely been good times. It's summer, and I think this is normal for the markets to play sideways in summer months, right? Like everyone always talks about that go away in May thing, and maybe it wasn't go away in May, but maybe it was just go take a long vacation.
Well, not only
if you look at the chart, right? Like how we haven't really gone anywhere since May. We've gone 2.65%, Michael. So
yeah, well, that's the whole sell in May. A lot of people think sell in May go away means the market goes down, but if you look at the data, it's just that. It's just these are your best performing months. And this is why I like the other saying that Jeff Hirsch says better, which is, right, buy in October and get yourself sober, which means you've got October, November,
shout out to
January, Jeff. February. I think those are your 4 best months of the year. And there's a lot of stats out there that if you were in those markets, the 4 best month, yes. Oh, you're dated there in 2024.
It's your almanac. Oh, well, this is the one I have on the desk. I have another one back there.
But yeah, I
have too many of these.
I know. I don't want to throw them out when I'm done with them, but
that's what happens.
They have absolutely no use anymore at that point.
But it's still like a book to me, right? Like that's how much I love Jeff because Jeff has sent me these, and I feel bad throwing it away, man. I still kind of just peek at it.
If you look at my bookshelf, there's just I've got like 5 or 6 of them up there, and I'll just kind of keep them going as well. So, but yeah, and it's not only for just it's not only for that the market goes down. It's just the market doesn't really do anything for this period of time, and a lot of it is like I've been kind of pounding the table on is that we have elections, and into elections you start to get kind of choppy action. Now, technically, we do look pretty good here, right? We do look like we could be close to a little bit of a breakout there, but we're sideways, right? We're sideways action going on here, so that's fine. I'm okay with that.
Can we get the throwback look? That's what I'm looking for. Just a little weakness and then a slingshot, right? I mean.
Well, I drew out these lines on last week, and I just said, as long as we're between those, I think we're choppy. We did end up breaking it, but just like everything, you got to get some confirmation, because as we stand right now, we're right back into this zone. So do we fall back down and maybe test these 2 lows we had? What happens there? But also, we got to take a look a little bit here at the positioning. So if we go into futures, you can see, where's the SP 500? Again, we're focusing here on the red line, that they've shorted a little bit more. It's not a huge amount, but they're starting to add a little bit of shorts, which will add a little bit of fuel to the fire if we end up breaking. Let's zoom right in so we can see it. And again, we're focusing on the red line. This is the large speculators, so people who are, multi-million to billionaires that are taking bets here on the markets. And these guys are always wrong. I've shown ample data, I think, for you guys to kind of prove that. And you can see we're pulling back just a bit. And this candle right here, this includes the pre-market candle, which I really like. And you can see we're just inside yesterday's range, but we're slightly below that kind of breakout point that I drew. So we got to, get a reversal here and close above it. But again, very, very slightly more shorting than not. So again, I like it better. It doesn't have to. And in fact, it's one of those, I don't really look too much on the other side. NAI investors sentiment. I just got to get that up too. But I don't really look too much on AI. There we go. I don't really look too much on it when they are bullish, because everyone can be bullish for a long time. I like it more when they're bearish, and you can see pretty neutral. So neutral on positioning. We're kind of neutral on sentiment. There is no everybody's long the market and everything's looking crazy, right? That just does not exist in the data and has not this entire time. So kind of avoid that narrative entirely, but just more neutral stance across both of these things, right? And same with the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ, we're as neutral as it comes. You can see huge, long positions way back here, and then flipped short just a little bit, and again, as neutral as they come there. With the Russell, the small caps, adding more to the short side on the small caps, but these aren't big positionings. And just like sentiment, this is an indicator that is only valuable at its extremes. When everybody is doing nothing, when everybody is just not apathetic, but just they don't have big positionings one way or another. It's like a stock that has like a 5% short float. It's like, okay, there's no signal there. There's nothing to look at. There's nothing to study there. The short float is not too low that it's suspicious. It's not too high that it's suspicious. It's just middling inside of a range. Now, a couple other things I want to look at. I want to look at crude oil and just show that they're starting to sell a little bit more crude oil here, which means the commercial hedgers, the smart guys, the guys who actually know what they're talking about, they're starting to buy a little bit of crude oil, which is interesting. Right? Again, the wrong people are dumping their positions here around $70, and the smart people are starting to buy their position around $70. And so far, we're up a couple percentage today in crude oil. So far the smart money's getting a definite win there. And then I wanted to go and just take a look here at currencies. I want to look at the dollar and Bitcoin. And the dollar, you can see a lot of people bought the dollar, and they bought this breakout pretty heavily. And since then they've been holding strong, which means, again, the smart money has been selling this breakout. And if you want a chart that is going to be bullish for the overall market, it would be a failure here on the dollar to end up breaking and holding above this $100 level. You can see, give or take $100, how important this zone is on the US dollar for some time. Again, people, if you don't know the DXY, this doesn't have anything to do with purchasing power or anything like that. This is just, you have the US dollar and a basket of other currencies, majority the euro, like 90% or 70%, I think, the euro, and then 30% everyone else, Canadian dollar, pound, yen, all that kind of stuff. So this $100 area, this parity with all of these currencies is very important. And you can see that, right, they're long into it, and then they get out, and then they're long into it, and then they get out. So historically, the large institutions have played this particular trade incredibly wrong as well, where the hedgers have nailed it, and the hedgers right now are betting that we're going to move back down into that dollar. That would be very bullish for stocks, because a lower dollar means, it's easier to sell things abroad. Last but not least, just looking here on cryptocurrency, on Bitcoin, everybody was starting to buy on this way down, which is good. We had some washout where they've been covering their position just a little bit as we've been holding here. Really, nothing's been happening in the crypto space really for a month and a half now, right? This low is June, and just there's been no action in the crypto space one way or another. So not really much to do from the positioning data or sentiment, and that's fine, because it's just I see people starting to read, and they start doing technical analysis and weird stuff on this positioning data, and I just really discourage that, because sentiment is only interesting, obviously, at extremes. If someone comes in and goes, yeah, everything's fine, there's nothing to gain from that person's sentiment. If someone comes in and says, yeah, I think the world's coming to an end and everything's over, well, then you can start to gauge from the sentiment, because they're, the end of the worlders, the doomers, are so far always wrong, because we're all still here. So in this case, it's the same thing with the positioning. There's nothing really to be gleaned from there. So that makes me more interested in just pure technicals, in which, yes, we had the breakout. The reason I just show that breakout is a breakout of this prior high right here, and then also a pure kind of trend line. Again, everyone draws these differently. If you include, right, the swing out method, which is what I was taught, right, that's the breakout. So you had the breakout yesterday. And then, if we can come in and hold somewhere strong here and move higher, that's an interesting shot. But I just look at it again as we are getting into the summer doldrums. We are getting into the midterm election. We're getting into a lot of things that, the market cares about significantly, but more just wants to be over, the war included. We just want all of this to be done with, and we can kind of move on. And until those things fully resolve, I don't think we get a sustained move in either direction on the S&P 500, which is bad if you are a long-term investor. But for us, active traders, should be a fine thing, right? What we're looking for is individual trends to play. If we are range bound, that means there's going to be dips to buy, there's going to be rips to sell, that type of thing. And I just think we are in that mentality until we can really show. So let's see what happens today. Just some levels to look right off the open here. We had this kind of crazy dip on Friday that just kind of bought right up, this kind of sell and then rip. I think that's one to really focus on, because we tested this zone again in the pre-market this morning. We came back right down to, call it 750, just to make it easy. 750, we held on this post-market or pre-market. We held quite well, but this was some crazy action that we ripped through, and then we held again here as well. So we have a bunch of support going on at this particular zone. So we'll see what happens if we come back in and we dig into that one. That will be interesting. But anything that happens above the 750 on a short term, I think, is bullish. And then if you go to where that exists in the long term, that would be a little bit of a pullback of the 752, which are these prior highs. And if we dig in there, again, start to push higher, 759-ish is our all-time high. What exactly is our all-time high? 760.39 is the exact price for all-time high. Don't think we get there today, but who knows? No real economic reports, right, Mitch? I went and I looked at it. It Forex Factory basically said,
it's all about tomorrow,
nothing.
Baby. It's all about tomorrow, Michael. CPI tomorrow. So, of course, CPI will definitely shake things up. Tomorrow, we also get Kevin Warsh testimony. Ooh. So, take a look at that action.
What does he testify for? Because they're just saying speaks, but this is testifies. Makes me think it's a bigger deal.
It's just it's a financial services. Like, they just kind of they rail him on what he wants to do moving forward.
Oh yeah, one of those. So, God, yeah.
So
it's one of those. Sit and watch a full one of those where it's like, your team is like, you're the greatest guy ever, and then the next guy who talks, the other team who's like, you punch babies, and it's just that over and over again for hours.
But if you want, you can just say the Dow is at 50,000, Michael. 50,000.
That means at 52. God, what a meme that was. That was such a great one.
She's epic, though. She's epic. She got another job, but let's talk about something better than a job for Pam. Let's talk about our new earnings giveaway, guys. You guys need to be joining. Get over to the hub. It's not just an earnings giveaway, guys. Get over there, guys. Join right now, guys. The Earnings Beat Challenge. It's awesome, guys. You really want to go ahead and take a look at it. Predict the biggest earnings moves of the season. Pick your stocks, right? Make your earnings calls. Climb the leaderboard. Yes, we have a nice leaderboard for this and different ways to be winning your accounts. So, hey, if you like to take some shots, you're like me and you love taking some predictions or whatever it may be, hey, well, this is the best way to do it. Don't go making predictions on your trading account. Go make predictions right here and see what happens, right? Get $20 in your hub credit before the earning season even starts, as long as you sign up before July 14th. So sign up right now and you can get earning credits. Yes, you talk just free money. Yes, we're just handing out $20 right here for you. All you got to do is stay on the beat. Hit it, guys, right now. Description link right now. Go down in the description. Hit that link. Don't waste your time. Go get your $20 right now, guys, and get to the action. Can you beat the market? Make your predictions. Is it a beat or a miss? Right? Sector outperformance, closing price on report day. There's multiple ways to win. That's the best part about it. Take a look at the action. We'll take a look at this video a little bit later today, and we'll talk a little bit more about the earnings beat challenge. But stay on the beat, join the challenge right now, and schedule tied to your calendar. Yes, you can tie it to your calendar so you know exactly which ones you're getting after and making your money. At least I hope to see you making your money. Get after it, traders. Sign up right now. All right, guys, that's going to be the earningstradethepool.com. So really simple site if you want to just click that into your URL. All right, guys, let's go get after the market. We'll see what happens out there. All right, what else we got, man?
I'm going through like my hangover stuff, and I'm not seeing a lot of it there. I'm going through...
No hangovers, man, after the weekend?
Really. I know. It's just nothing... And again, this is very important. I remember tracking my P&L for a year and just getting like smoked just from over trading dull periods of time in the summer. That's, you still should be here. You should still be working on your craft. You should still be, but it's good times to, do limited risk trading, right? To come trade over here, lose $100 on an eval or something like that,
Not a bad way to do it. Like I mentioned, guys, we'll see if I'm able to hit my goal, of course, this week of getting to the 20K account. Got to battle, guys. We'll see if we can get it today. Getting after it right now in TSM. Can we get the lift off here? I like this name, into the earnings. We'll see what happens. Qs are already losing a little altitude, so could get stopped out of this name. I have a really tight stop for the pre-market entry. If not, I'll get back into the intraday market. Of course, this is the swing account that you guys could be getting after right now. So if you haven't gotten your swing accounts, get after your swing accounts. We talk all about our day trading accounts all the time, but hey, get after it, guys. You can be doing it yourself, right? This is the Flex account. Been having this for a long time, but hey, it's been working, right? And get up there, right? You don't need a high success rate to make money, right? You're seeing as lately has been really, really tight on the trades, like a lot of break even. Look at how the success rate has dropped. Last time I showed you guys this, it was at 34. It's dropped to 25%, but we're still at the same levels, right? And so that's the key there, right, guys? It's all about understanding the risk to reward game. It just shows me more and more, right? Success rate isn't a telling sign of what it is, right? It's all about just at the end of the day, profits and loss, right? Like, what is your system making the money, right? At the end of the day, like I tell people, either we're making money or we're losing money. So let's see if we can make some money. Let's see if we can cross that profit target and get to the goal. We'll see what happens, guys. Get after your swing accounts. If you don't have your swing account already, sign up, guys. Take a plunge. Go to the swing. If you've been struggling on the day trading side, why not take the swing account for a ride and see what you can do there, right, Michael? I don't know about you, but I think it's something definitely to test out. Especially if you're struggling in the day trading side, right?
It's a book I always recommend traders read is Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman. And, it just talks about how different people kind of process data differently. And slow thinkers are people who, are kind of like your chess players versus fast thinkers that are like your Call of Duty players, right? And it's not saying one is better than the other, but definitely one would be suited for a different kind of trading. Somebody who can sit back and come up with a plan and do that kind of stuff, they're probably going to be better swing traders. And someone who's really, really good at like emotional control and things like that might be a better day trader. And to your point of, win rate not mattering, it's the most important thing in trading is that win rate does not matter. And this is why you see amateur traders, they really pound their chest on this thing is going to go up or this thing is going to go down, or I really, I know this better than anyone about this one thing. And then professional traders like, I don't know. Like, because all they're doing is they're taking small controlled bets and they know that they're specifically wrong more than they're right. And that eventually, if you become really good at trading, becomes so humbling that you just kind of realize you don't know shit and you'll probably never know anything, but that's okay. You don't need to. You still make money anyway. You just like, so, you go, what do you think of this? I'm like, I don't know. I got no idea. All I'm going to do is I have a strategy that tells me that I am wrong more than I'm right. And as soon as you internalize that, that's when your trading changes, because you're like, man, I'm so wrong, like all the time. So why would this time be any different? And you never end up like having huge outside losses, because you're just so used to taking losses. You're just, that's why I think it's kind of good to have a sub 50-50 win rate, especially in the beginning for a lot of people, because you get so good at the most important part of trading, which is taking losses. If 70% of your trades are losses, then when the next loss comes around, it's no big deal. It doesn't hurt you emotionally
stop thinking
anymore,
about
right?
it. You just stop thinking about it, right? Because if it's gonna happen, then why even think about it, right? So then that's the key, right? I think a lot of people are always just stressing about when they take a trade, oh man, am I gonna win or lose? That whole winning and losing strategy thing that's the reason why Michael goes in the bot game in the first place, because there is no thought process there. It's just it's just reaction, right?
You could be the most sure. You could have a 99% win rate on your strategy. That would be the most insane strategy in the world. You still lose 1% of the time. There is no 100% trading strategy. So you're going to take hits. It's going to happen, and you just have to be. Again, as soon as that, we can rant at you all day, but as soon as that becomes like internalized, it changes everything about your trading. Is once you go, and you start to expect it. You're like, I'm going to take this trade. I'm probably going to get stopped out, but whatever. Yep. And then you no longer have the emotional downs of when you're wrong, but you still get the emotional ups when you're right, because you're not right very often, right? You're half of the time, if that, more like probably 30-40% of the time. So it's a really good idea that you have, you get really excited that when you're right, and you kind of celebrate that because they're rare events. And then also you spend a lot more time focusing on those winners, because the game is no longer about cutting your losers, because you're so good at that because you've been doing it for so long. The game is now to get more out of your winners, right? Is how the winners come so infrequently. So how do I make sure that they're huge? And that comes from, not taking half off too early and not moving your stop break even too quickly and things like that. And then even down the road to maybe how to size into a winner, things like this. And you just start focusing on the rare event as opposed to focusing on the common event, because when I hit the button, I'm going to lose. It's just going to happen, right? So you stop caring at that point.
All right, traders in the chat, let us know what stocks are on your radar. We'll catch some stocks here before the bell here. So if you guys got a stock on the radar, throw it up there. I'm looking through here, trying to find some. I saw Circle mentioned. That's kind of like a Bitcoin mention.
SoFi. I was on Trader TV.
You saw SoFi. Oh,
that's interesting. Nice.
I think
it hasn't done anything in hasn't done anything in ages. This February. So it's been just a leave it alone since then. But yeah, we're getting close.
Yeah.
What, 20?
it's the perfect time for it here. It's the earnings week.
20.
Of course, it comes in on the 29th for earnings. So I'm looking for a breakout. It needs to clear 20 for the clear breakout, but it's on the radar here. It's looking good.
And that's what I'm watching too, is give me a now that I know that there's earnings, it will probably do the jerk thing in which it will do nothing until earnings and then just gap through and it'll be hard. But that's the nature of it. But yeah, this one's really, really good where, again, very clear area, nice looking kind of rounded bottom type play. Right here is February and it's at the exact same price. So it's an absolutely nothing for months. It's been a complete leave alone. And then all of a sudden it breaks. And then you look at all-time highs is $30. You're like, okay, well, that's nice, right? If I can get it somewhere around 20 and I can get it all-time highs is 30, that's a 50% gain. I know there's, for this one, because it's a crowd favorite, there's probably some leverage thing you could play if you wanted to assign less capital to it, which is always what I encourage when you're trading these things. Don't do it to go bigger. Do it to assign less capital to the trade and have the same return. But yeah, it's a nice look. You just need a break and a close above that, and then you've got a pretty clear game plan. And that's what I look for with everything, is just for your clear game plan of just give me in at 20. Right, if we break what probably this low right here of 17 is probably your stop, and maybe you take 2 or 3 shots at it, who knows, but I don't have to think about it anymore, right? Above 20, I like it. If it breaks below 17, I'm going to move out, and just that kind of over and over again, because you just know that risk reward of 50% gain, pretty wild to be risking like 10% on a trade. So you could take a bunch of 10% hits on the trade and get that 50% gain. Do that all day.
Why not? We'll see what happens out there, guys. We're starting to see some rebound there in tech names. We'll see if that can rebound there. SK Hynix doing its little wash here right before the open. Going to look for a red to green buy on that. We'll see if that's a good look. I'll use the day trade account for that. We'll take a look to see if the swings start to work. Financials, of course, 5 banks reporting tomorrow. Take a look to see what happens on those actions.
Tomorrow morning or tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow morning.
So I've got
5
some
banks.
option selling to do. I'll someday. I'm almost done with this earnings thing. That I'll do. I just have a scheduled task that wakes up and says, here are the, it does it like an hour before the close. It goes, here's the stocks that are reporting. Here's the levels to look at to sell options. And I just flip through the charts and I sell a couple at prices that I'd be okay owning them at. And to do all this on the weekend, I bought a new computer, and holy crap, Mitch. 7,500 Canadian dollars.
Wow.
Just I am sad.
What
that
did you
made me sad.
What does it have?
High end.
I'm like a geek. I'm like what does it have? What does it have?
High end, I don't know, like a 99 something AMD Threadripper. No GPU, which I know will be like what, but I'm not doing anything graphical. It's a back testing engine. 128 gigs of RAM and a 6 terabyte SSD, and those are the two. Like,
that's the one.
Yeah, it's the two of those. But yeah, 128 gigs of RAM is nuts, because both my back testers, they deal with AMD better than Intel, just because they're multi-core threaded, so they're multi-threaded. So because it's just math, right? The most you can split the calculations on, and I just sat down with Claude to build this thing, and oh man, it hurt. 7,500. I remember my first car was like 4K.
Let me know, man. We could have built it. We could have built it.
The place I got it from, they were like, we'll send you the parts, and I would have saved, I think, $300, and I was like, at that point, just build it for me. I'm spending that much money. I might as well spend more just to have it in. But it is,
you can
it's
usually
nuts.
save about that $300 to
It's like,
$500 depending on
yeah,
how
I
you
don't want to risk
source
it.
parts. But it's fun. It's fun to do.
I've done it. Yeah, I've done it a couple
It's fun.
times. But
It's fun.
it's just gonna sit headless still in another room. Like I'm
Oh
still
yeah,
using my MacBook for everything, but it's gonna
you
be.
need
And
it. You need it in this world. You need more computing. You need
Well,
your capex is growing, Michael.
I'm starting to hit. So I'm doing an experiment with my trading, and I was
Ding 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 ding.
Oh, we're going. The
Get
current
ready.
computer's got
Get ready, guys.
only 32 gigs of RAM, and it was cracking against that limit a lot. Backtesting uses a lot of RAM, because it's trying to store
20 seconds.
tons of that data. But yeah, that was painful. So to convert it to some people is probably around $5,000 US, give or take. That's probably the 7,500 US, probably around $5,000, or 7,500 Canadian. It's around $5,000 US.
Ding, 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 ding. Put those gloves up. Let's get ready to rock and roll, guys. It's a wild market out there. Be careful out there. Market's starting off there. Qs starting with the red action to the downside. First down hit, it goes to Qs. We'll see if it breaks through some further lows there. I got out of my trade there. Got cut out there of that trade. A little bit of some washing on the trade there, but that's why you get out. Get ready to get out. We'll see what happens if we see some rebounding. I do see financials right out the gates there. Rebounding. Energy is up big. It's pushing strong. So that could be a good trade for the DAL short. Of course, that's shorting airlines with the energy ripping higher. Right out the gates, 1.32%. Communication services going higher. Healthcare in the red. Basic materials, technology in the red to start the day here. We'll see what happens if we get some rebounds. TSM already rebounding a little bit there. Q's trying to get a little rebound. They went red. Let's see if they go green here now.
Oh yeah, SPY popping up, getting close to pre-market highs. So we're seeing a little bit of a split here with the SPY and the Qs. Qs aren't get going at all. SPY is trying to rip pre-market highs. RSP is green on the day, and I think making
SK Hynix.
Not quite an all-time high, but
strong.
It's trying here.
SK Hynix pushing strong right out the gates. It did just a gap move, right? So I drew a couple moves here before the market opened here, and look at this one. It held right off the support that we drew. So like you can see it on my screen here as that support really held there on SK Hynix. SK Hynix now back above 155. So this was the support we drew. Look how it just pulled it to the right. Look how it held really pretty. Said it's either going to hold on that support or maybe come to the next layer. Held off well on that one. Now let's see if it goes and touches the down support here on any washout. I like this trade if it can hit 151 and come right back up through 155 on any wicks. It wouldn't be closing action down there, and it would just be next move would be above 157s. Let's see if it holds it here. Here's TSM starting to come back there too, so I might go right back into TSM as this starts to get stronger. Qs are starting to hold in here. So let's see if we can start to make a move there.
Yeah, SPY getting close. It's through pre-market highs. Let's see if it can get through post-market highs. And then it would just be going green. You got to remember the Qs are down quite a bit, right? Qs are down 1%, but the SPY was only down 0.2%. So some good relative strength in that part of things. With RSP, your average large cap stock, is up on the day. It is just the tech that's getting, and again, just it seems like it's tech's day, and then after tech, it seems like it's something else, and just over and over and over again with these different. Is it going to be tech, or is it going to be software? Is it going to be what's the du jour? And with semiconductors down 2%, this is the one to watch now so far. Right, trying to dig in here. And then that's all we need for I think the market to go green is for these laggards to start to really catch up. XLF starting to break here, getting close to that all-time high again. Right, it was up here at 56. So financials having a real good day here. Healthcare, not so much, but trying to dig in. Asking how's my SPCX trade? Well, the sold puts are hanging in because time's going by. Even though the price isn't going well. And then my game with the shares I got, same game plan from the beginning. right? Get out around 130 if we break that, or sell half for a double. But yeah, the puts are doing okay because I sold them when it was at like 149 or so, and there's only a couple days left for it to break under 140. So I'm obviously down on the position, but it's not substantial.
Good starting action here in TSM as it starts to push higher. As I got back in there on the break of the 435s, it's back up to the 438s. Let's see if it can break the 440s and just continue to drive. See the Qs coming back would be a really good sign. But right now, that's why I'm break even, because the Qs are red still here. If the Qs were on the green, 718s, I would be feeling a lot better about holding some risk. But we'll see if we can get a little bit of a push right back up.
Yeah, it's an
Qs just broke the
interesting.
lows. It's going to be hard to see this go green and continue green with the Qs breaking the lows like that. So could get stopped out here again.
And
Maybe
that's
go
what's
break even
making
out.
for an interesting split, right? Is the Qs are breaking the lows, but the SPYs are just hanging out near highs, right? So the SPY were hanging
It's
out
the
at the highs,
split,
so
right? Yeah,
right, just
I
tech,
think it's
you know.
important, right? It's important to just take a look at it. It's energy leading right now. It's a big lift off in energy, 1.85%. So if you're looking at that trade, that's your XOM pushing higher, 142s. Now up a full percent from the gates. Chevron almost a full percent out the gates. So huge breakout in energy names. That's going to probably break the XLI trade, but it is up right now. I'm looking to see if we start to see airlines drop off of that action. Delta on the radar right now for a short.
So the Qs just broke not only the low of the day, but that was yesterday's low. It broke down, so we'll see if you can dig that in. Again, the SPY is just an inside day, so nothing's happened. Nowhere near the lows, not quite near the highs yet, but just hanging out in the middle. RSP made new high of day. It's at a new all-time closing high, but close to a new all-time high in your average stock. And then we're just not seeing that again, the Qs. So let's see if it undercuts yesterday's low and then maybe starts to rally a bit. I don't know, but that would be what we need, I think, for the SPY to really take off, is for tech to stop weighing us down, right? Semiconductors, same thing, or just right at yesterday's low. We'll see if that can reverse, because that's, I think, what needs to reverse. Is once we get that going, then maybe we can get the rest of the world starting to perk up just a bit. But until then, these aren't, big numbers. The Q's down 1.5%. That's a pretty big number, but the SPY down 0.15%. It's nothing really. Sort this
Silical's
by.
doing well. I was talking about that. That's a potential name for breakouts, an area for breakout. It's up 0.67 from the gates. You're seeing department stores higher, footwear, accessories higher. So good action there in Deckers and trades that I was looking at in ANF. Leisure doing well, actually holding in there. So you got some pretty good action there. Apparel stores up, Ross stores, Lulu, bounce back trade there. Even Victoria's Secret, which has a new ticker, VSXY.
Why? Why change? Weird.
I thought it was more sexy.
Yeah, you throw an X in there and all of a sudden add some to your stock price.
Hey, if it works, it works. I mean, I ain't gonna be mad at them.
All right, so I did end up getting a short in that JZXN. This is the only kind of hangover play that came through. Right, huge surge yesterday, and then it's kind of fallen apart today. So the bot took a short on that with a stop just over the high there.
Long some ANF there. I'm also seeing Victoria's Secret as an opportunity there, but I just went after the ANF trade.
I want to talk about Marvell. Yeah, Marvell's like one of the weakest though of the whole semi thing. So I worry about that. Fill in the gap for those. Again, I have found no evidence that gap fills are significant at all. But for those who trade them, it has filled a gap. I don't know, I just look at them and say, yeah, they're down a bit, but other than buying them just because they're down and you like them, I don't really see much other reason to do that. Right? I bought some SMH. I just bought not today, like last Tuesday, SMH. I bought the overall sector on this day right here. And, that's, I think if I were to go after them, I would probably go after like the strongest ones. So find me ones that are closer to their high on a percentage basis. Maybe ATR I think would be better. But other than just buying them because you like the stock, like NVIDIA perking back up is interesting to me. Right? This is the leader. This is who you'd want to see perk back up if you want things to happen.
Yeah, if I take a look at tech, let's take a look to see what is actually doing well in tech. There's electronic gaming, consumer electronics, and of course, applications. But this is a tell sign, Michael. Every time the market struggles, the Qs struggle. It's when applications are at the upside on tech. It just shows me more and more. It's when the hardware trade does well, the market does well, and then that's the trade that they want. This is the trade that they go to when they can't make money on the AI trade. So software trade you're seeing up right now, you can ride that trend. Uber, CRM, trades that are up right there into it. So just to mention some names there.
Well, and remember we did this pie chart to kind of prove why that makes sense, right? Your biggest names are, right, all your kind of big hardware type dudes, the AI type names.
Another hit down.
The Qs are going to move more with NVIDIA than they're going to move with, all right, XYZ software only, non-AI related type of name. And just how they're weighted is right now, those are the biggest market cap names. Now, if this continues long enough where we get semis go down and we get software go up, well, then that weighting starts to shift, and right, it starts to shift more into the software space. And then that's when software can actually have an effect on the markets, but it's just not going to right now because it's just not big enough market cap. It's the problem, one could say, or the benefit of, one could say, market weighted indexes. Is that they have proven that they are a really good way to invest over time. So,
all right, there's the Qs breaking the lows, and that was my concern with TSM. Glad I was kind of break even there, save myself some cash as it breaks the lows right there. We'll look to see if we get some recovery later in the day, but that's where we're seeing it right now. Software up. What's leading the market still? Energy, as energy is almost up 2% on the day, and it's a big breakout in energy. Big breakouts there, guys. So just seeing a big push in energy.
Another trade here from the bot QTTB. Short on this name, right? Big gap up. Just looking to short fade, just a simple gap fade type play, right? It looks for inside bars, right? So the first 5 minutes pretty wild, the second 5 minutes inside, and then looks for a breakdown of that potential bar just to flush lower. So that's what that one's looking for. VEEE. There you go. That's what one's this one? Halted.
Coca-Cola doing good here.
Yeah.
Things like that.
That's the crazy one.
Pepsi. Ooh, look at the ride on Pepsi. Ooh. Pepsi with a big push. Coke is doing well too, right? I do have A&F there, guys. It's starting to get green here. I might add to this trade here. Of course, this was a trade I was already watching. I'm just looking for any pullback to kind of add on the action. Just have no pullback just yet. Coca-Cola, though, hanging in there. Procter & Gamble, a name that's doing well right now. You're seeing the defensive trade really hot. So just to mention trades that are doing well there in the space. So I'm looking into that. I see Pepsi up a full percent. That's why I mentioned Pepsi as a name to look at. We'll see if Celsius can go green there. But Pepsi, definitely Coke. You can ride the coattails of Coke. As Coke stays strong, Pepsi has the kind of the beta because it's on the bottom side. So nice little kind of relationship play. So since it's on the support, it's getting more of the action bounce back. Good action there in Pepsi. As it goes higher there, 139.50s starting to push there. I'll look for any pullback to 139s to maybe get a little bit of some Pepsi pullback.
The SPY pullback, it broke this prior pre-market high. Now it's dug back into it. It's still holding above today's high. It's still holding really well above the pre-market high. And then, you take a look at the Qs, it's been bleeding down to pre-market low. So if you're looking long, the place that's showing the most amount, if you're looking long and you're looking for relative strength, then you just need to kind of the whole get the whole tech thing out of your mind and just start looking at other names. So like XLV, we talked about that was negative on the day, just flip positive. So red to green move on XLV, maybe grab, I don't know, your Eli Lillies or something like that. See if there's a move that you can take from that. Finance, right? XLF has still been holding. So that would mean, let's take a look at like things like SoFi had a nice gap this morning. It gave a lot back, but we're still flat on the day. So if you're looking for a dip buy, this one's holding on a little better than everything else, but not too much. So yeah, just for me, it's kind of like you can see I've got these two shorts on. I've taken nothing from the swing side yet. I'm just going to wait to see what happens here with the market. Both these swings have been working out nicely, and we'll just see what happens from there. But RSP, your average stock, is holding on just fine. So these are the moments where it makes sense to go and just look at breadth. Right? We have very slightly more stocks advancing than declining. So more stocks are up today than down. So breadth is actually looking, I wouldn't say healthy, but okay. It's just about where are you focusing your time and attention? Are you focusing it on the worst stuff, or are you focusing it there on the best? And for me, I want to look for stuff that's holding on good.
I'll give you one of the best setups given to you guys this morning. One of the best stocks right now in the market. Visa, MasterCard, credit services leading the financials. Told you guys, look for credit services to be hot today. Look at the move there in Visa. Was talking about this in the pre-market. It was part of the playbook. Look at the action off that 351 to 355 takeoff there in Visa. Was looking for maybe some red to green action. Didn't get it, so I didn't play it. But look at the lift off there. Visa, MasterCard, AXP. Talked about how that could help even names in the speculative area like SoFi. SoFi is giving us that wash look. This is great action, really. It gives us the opportunity to actually buy it on when it starts to come back into the green action. I'll actually look for it to wash down badly. Like go to like 1820s, 18s, then start working its way back. Watch for that comeback trail. Loves to do washouts and then come back. This is why I always say sell the rip on SoFi. But Upstart is another one that I'll be looking to see if maybe it gets going back above the 33s. That's one that could be going into credit services. Credit services doing well. Visa, a nice leader. And this is the cup and handle pattern that I really love. I talked about it a little while back. I don't think Michael caught it, but this is a huge, nice little cup and handle pattern on Visa. We'll see if it keeps going. Another area to look at in this space is the financial data space. I know I gave you that trade a little while back, Michael, like taking a look at that hated space like FDS. FDS, I think, is one of those trades where you could have done your similar style trade. I gave you these trades because I can't take these trades. These are like trades that I throw up on, but I have that feeling. And so I'm like, here, let me give the setup to my man Michael and see if he can take it down, right? Like this FDS is just a reversal back up. The hated area, and all of a sudden, people could see it. Oh, maybe fact set research isn't the worst, right? And we'll see what happens. A lot of these names coming back, like the S&P Global, Moody's Corporation, ICE. Of course, this isn't a sexy trade, but definitely a nice swing.
Well, those are the best ones, right? It's never the
sexy one, dude. It's like your KREs or like some weird thing that can really make you some really good trending money, right? You just need to find a hated space. But I struggle with those trades, right? I'm better on like sideways consolidation breakouts on those, right? So like, let's say like when UNH started to come back, like I even jumped on that party with you, Michael, for like Alvine's Health and kind of you rode with Oscar. But that's how I play them. I can't play them when they're like on the puked out, but I can catch these a lot of the time once they're puked out and gone to consolidation mode and coming back out of that. That's what these are doing now. They're coming out of that.
Well, there's the good example. So someone actually emailed me, said, "Why did I sell my Oscar?" And it's not that I think the thing's going to crash or anything. It's just if you look at the chart here, it just hasn't done anything for 2 months. So I I like to remind myself, and I like to remind other people too, that it's not just losing money that you have to worry about. Again, when you have systems that you've proven are profitable, it is opportunity costs you have to worry about as well, right? So if I had the amount of money I had in Oscar, it got absurd, percentage of net worth kind of thing. And if I had just been holding, I wouldn't have been losing anything. It's still close to all-time highs, but it's just not doing anything. So it's more conducive to me to move to something else that is potentially going to do something than it is just to sit kind of all day here in Oscar that's not doing anything. So that's, again, it's not, you don't just sell something because you think it's going to go down. And it's the same point. The reason I think it was important to bring up, same point I made in the semiconductors all the way back here as they were ripping. I was saying, someone was saying, oh, why focus on healthcare and finance and all this stuff? You see these crazy moves that these are doing. It's like, yes, but we know eventually the rate of ascent will at least slow. I'm not saying that Micron's going to crash back down. But we know that eventually it's probably going to potentially look like an NVIDIA, where it was priced at X, something changed in the world, it had to reprice itself to Y, and then that's the new price. So it's probably going to hang out plus or minus 20% inside that level and no longer potentially trend. So you get to a point where when the trend stops, I just leave. And, if Oscar's going to break out again, I can always rebuy it. There's no rule saying I can't get back in. It's just that you have to look at it, not just for this is the thing, but it's also this is how much it's costing me just to sit in there, as opposed to taking that capital and just doing literally anything else with it. So just always think about that, right? Just don't think in absolute, am I going to make or lose, but am I going to make or lose, and what is the opportunity cost in making or losing, right? Always just think of that old opportunity cost, because eventually you end up just sitting in a stock for 2 weeks or 2 months that does nothing. And you look back and you say, well, if I had that buying power, I could have done so much more. So I should probably just do that.
All right, looking into the market, here's a setup here. I'm looking at DraftKings for a potential move to the upside. Of course, it's in the cyclical space there. It's holding in. It's the second leading space in this right now. You're seeing Flutter Entertainment up 4%. You're seeing RSI up. You're seeing an industry-wide move, as I like to call it, right? So I'm looking to see if this can lift right back up off the 27. It just got close to that 27, so maybe that's the bottom that we get today. But I'm looking for a pullback entry here on DraftKings. We'll see what happens out there. Q's going lower, 713's breaking there, so we're heading right back into the bottom end of that triangle pattern. I thought about it. I was like, are they going to make it easy on the Q's? And look at this case, I didn't think they would, right? And look at that pullback now. We're coming right back into that spot. I drew this box in the pre-market. Would we go into that box? We went right into it. Right, so we're on that pullback, on that bottom end, creating some type of uncertainty. Now we're going to look for that real next whipsaw. The next whipsaw, that I'll be looking for is like potentially coming into this play and then really coming right back up into this, right? So let's see what happens if we can get some type of reversal at some point in the intraday action. I'll be looking at 15-minute charts for that type of look. Right now, you're seeing a little hold on the 713s. But we haven't seen strong action just yet.
Yeah, the SPY did a little bit of a bleed there, right? We're back through that pre-market high, but still nowhere near pre-market lows, even with the Qs now through pre and post-market lows. And then IWM, same thing. Both IWM and SPY, I'd kind of classify as range bound, where the Qs are definitely down and downtrending on the day. So time to just hunt, right? Time to hunt for where we can take a look.
Where you want to take your shots?
Yeah, because the SPY, look, nice little bottoming tail here on the SPY. It looks like it's perking up. Not seeing that again on the Qs. So we're getting that rotation. That rotation continues.
Got a little bit there at the DraftKings here. I'm going to look to add it if it starts to rip higher, but already took a little bit there. So got 2 trades on now, looking to ride DraftKings and ANF higher here. as I'm looking into the cyclical space, and I just really like the setup here on the daily too. I could show you guys really quickly the daily chart. Look at this bunch up right here. You see the bunch up? This looks good for levels to look for breakouts, right? So when you get this type of bunch up, you're either going to get a hard rejection or an attempted break. That's at some point you can break that level, and it kind of come in line here with the cyclicals. Cyclicals are looking to break out. Let's see if we can get this type of breakout look above for DraftKings.
Yeah, and just reading Walter Bloomberg now, and there's nothing, just more. Trump says we're taking over the strait, and then they say no, you're not. So it's just I am so incredibly bored talking about
XLE,
this.
man.
Just so bored talking about this back and forth between the two of you. Like, just get it sorted one way or another.
Figure it out. But
like, yeah, come on, just get something, figure something out. Just the back and forth kind of over and over again just ends up being, at some point we know kind of the way this ends, right? We know that it either ends in a continuation of a war, which I don't think anyone wants to see, or you guys just both kind of end up being buds. But just whatever you're going to end it as, just end it as, right? Just figure it out. Getting a reminder there in the chat that we do have a nice earnings challenge that you can take a look at. You can bet on a whole bunch of banks, I guess. I didn't know that they were happening tomorrow morning, but it looks like that's the case. So, take your bets. Let me know. I know I'm going to be doing so. I don't know if are we having an earnings stream today? Do we know?
No, not today. I don't think there's really much today. I think it starts really kicking
tomorrow
off
morning. So yeah. So come hang out here again tomorrow morning, and we'll end up going and then chatting about everything that happened. I'll have my bets on, so we'll see how they end up working out. And I know banks, to the Zoomers out there, they're like, what do I care about banks? It's all about like AI, robotics, space, quantum stuff. It's like, no, it's like those AI, space, quantum, robotic stuff, they get their money from the bank. So if you don't, basically the best way to look at the health of an economy is not some survey or some government data that's given to you or any of that stuff. It is very simply the banks. If the banks are making money, people are by definition spending money. They're paying back loans. This is how banks make money. They cannot, those two things cannot happen. A bank cannot be making record profit and the economy be really bad. So even though the movement in the banks might not be something that's like really exciting to you, it doesn't really matter, because you have to just look at them to see, okay, what is happening out there in the world. If, again, the banks are showing a strong number, then great, perfect. You're good to go. And if we start to hear, they're spending a little less money than we thought, the consumer is not doing as well as we thought, that's when you can kind of perk up your ears and say, okay, well, I really need to focus on, is this a short-term blip, or is there something that's actually going to happen pretty quickly after that? So that's why banks are important, is because they lend the money to all the crazy cool stuff that you guys want to play with. That's where they get all of their cash from. Now Putin's in the mess. Putin promises a more powerful and growing response to Ukraine's strike. So, man, remember that war was going to be over in, like, what'd he say, in a day after he became president?
If Trump wanted to end it, it would be over, right?
Well, hurry up, bud.
We know how it is, man. Speculative name in the gambling space has been making the wicks all morning long. We'll see which way the wicks go. SGHC, definitely a light name, but be careful out there, man. This thing looks wicked. I'll show you guys the chart right now. I just looking at a chart above me. It's just like wiki. We'll see if we get some move there. But looking around out there, guys, RSI is another speculative name in the space. Will the
SPY
SPY get back up?
perking
There
up.
it is, the
Yeah,
SPY. I saw it. It's the
she's doing
Qs.
a
Qs are bottoming. The Qs are bottoming a little bit there, and that's going to help things out if we can get an all-out rally now, Michael. We only have two sectors in the green, in the red from the open, which is the industrials, and it's only 0.07. So that's about to be green. We'll only have technology red. So if tech goes green, could we get an
oh
everything green?
yeah, if tech goes green,
Ooh.
we're ripping at that point. If tech can turn itself around, IWM's about to hit green already, and this SPY rally is really starting to perk up here. So let me take a look here on the street, see if what's going on. But yeah, if the laggard, right, the guy dragging us down, if he can turn his life around, start pushing us higher, then we'll get a little bit of a push, right? So that would be interesting.
Looking to see if I can get TSM to get started here. I want to keep it tight. Keep taking these little haircuts if I need to. I've only actually lost on it once today. I took a break even on one, so. And it was a really small haircut pre-market, so just trying to keep in with the trade, with the comeback. Now it's starting to make that comeback. Now I'm looking good. DraftKings is one that it's in the red. I need to just risk off this bottom low now. Give it a little bit of some room, but know where I need to be out. Same thing here for A&F. Don't need to be adding on this. Need to get this back into the green. Would rather stick with the action that's coming back right now. So I need to start seeing the action start to showing me that these like losers are turning green, and this one is starting to drive, right? That means an everything kind of rally, right? So there you go. Now nice
SPY
action there on
high
TSM.
just broke.
That's going to help things. Now I want to see if these names hold with the down action in tech, right? Do they get the bid also? We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, we just cracked that high of the days of SPY.
There's
Not quite
TSM.
through pre-market high, but
I like
we
that
just
TSM first action.
bumped it just a bit. Feels like we're looking to move higher. We just need some amount of news to that kind of. This is the pattern that I am really focused on next for my day trading, assuming this hangover or works the way it tested. But this initial, say, half hour or so down, and then you break the high of the day, or vice versa. And that's something I really want to start testing. If that first move is in one way and then you rip through in the other way, is there edge there? It feels to me like there will be. Just because the amount of times that we're going to dip all morning and then rip back through and then continue to go, I just don't, and then rip back down. I don't know. But QTTB, yeah, that's the one I'm short. It's this guy here. Hasn't really moved too much. Again, just purely systematic. This pattern, I think 53% of the time resolves lower before things break out to highs. That's all I look at, right? So stop up here. I'll close at the end of the day. JZXN, that one's continuing to bleed, but I don't know how much more I expect from this thing. It's already down like 30-40% on the day. So we'll see, right? Got the stop in place. Either stop gets hit or it sells all day. One of the two.
Dude's kind of getting a little weaker here. Let's see if they hang in and really start driving.
Yeah, I was going to say the SPY hit that high and then reversed from it. So now we got to hold up as well, right? Yeah, just looking to see nothing from our boy Walter. Nothing from nothing from our boy Walter. Nothing from economic reports today. We've got a bunch of bank earnings and we've got some important economic numbers tomorrow. Right? Wouldn't be surprised if we just kind of get this inside day. This is why I think, again, a very easy thing to do as a trader to know whether or not it's time to really go or not is it an inside day or an outside day? So look at yesterday's candle on the SPY. If you had sat out the whole time the SPY was inside yesterday's range and had bought, we can do this on like a 30-minute chart too, and it just waiting for us to get through, you can see right here, through yesterday's high, we held there for a while and then went. That is a potential trade to make, just whether or not that opening range is happening inside or outside the market. So that's going to be the other thing to test when I start building these out. The plan is to build out just a couple futures strategies. And here, the beauty of if I trade them out, if I build them out on the future side of things, that would trade the pool. You can trade triple leveraged other people's money. So it's the same kind of thing, right? And yeah, I think the game plan for that one of the filters would be if it's in yesterday's range, then just ignore it, right?
On mute there. All right.
I think, oh, there he goes. Bye. Oh, and you're back. Oh. So now we're getting the thing where I'm not hearing you. I don't know if it's me or
Can you hear
I don't
me?
know if it's you.
You can hear me.
There
right?
you go. You're back now.
No,
You were gone for a second.
I was on the hard mute.
Oh, okay. No, but you actually your whole thing dropped and then came back.
Well,
it's been a while. Been a while. But
been a while.
Good to see you back.
There you go.
Welcome back.
Hey, I'm here, guys. Qs are starting to lose altitude. Why? Because the SPY lost a lot of altitude. Come on, SPY. Hold on, SPY.
Fine.
Hold on, SPY. Hold on.
PHAT. Fat. They better do Ozempic related stuff. That would be a brilliant name if this was a weight loss. What do you guys do? It's a clinical stage biopharmaceutical company which engages in development and commercialization of novel treatments for gastrointestinal diseases. Close. You think with a ticker like FAT, you'd be all about
the fat.
You'd be all about getting where's
all about the hostess. Now that's the stuff. All right, guys, we'll see what happens here. Can the Qs reverse? Can we get the push higher here? It's been a tight day so far. Gotta hang in there.
Yeah, it's been the SPY, we're still dealing kind of with the opening range. We are sitting right on the open. We broke that pre-market high. Things looked good for a second and then right back down. So we're sitting right there on the open. And it's like, okay, well, it's hard to get too excited. I know there's things like VEE. Is that the VEE?
About to get out on ANF. It's about to undercut. Get me out.
I got my two shorts here. I'm up on both of them. I haven't taken a swing yet, although I got one alert. Yeah, even VE kind of fell. So.
All right. See if this starts to work its way back.
Everything else is just kind of hanging out, chilling out. And it's important that you kind of force yourself to watch this action, at least for a bit. You feel free to take off early on days like today, but you want to be able to develop the patience on days like today where there's not a crazy amount of action to come in and do the work and sit down and take the trade or not take the trade, more importantly, and be okay with that, because as soon as you kind of get to that stance, you'll notice a lot of your FOMO is gone, where you sit down, you go, there's nothing kind of happening.
Yeah.
Right. And it's okay that there's nothing happening.
Nope.
And not feel that kind of itch. We all get it, right? That itch to, I should really trade super heavily today. I need to take shots. You don't
need it. I gotta have it, Michael.
The market will be here, right?
I gotta have it though, man. We really need some AA clubs for traders.
Yeah, well, I always remember what the Dave Chappelle meme of the crackhead, right? It's I feel like there's a lot of people out there that just that's the
Trade like
trade.
crackheads, you know?
Yeah, they're just
Don't,
like,
don't trade like a crackhead, I guess.
I need to come in. I need to take a trade every day. It's like, no, you
Yeah,
don't.
you
And
don't.
if
Don't
there's
feed the beast. That's
yeah,
another thing. You know what I mean? You feed the beast. That's what happens. You fed the beast once, you probably made money, and then you
yeah,
started a bad trend for yourself.
yeah. Right here is the opening print, and we are within like
We are
10
just playing
cents of the
games
opening
right now.
prints. Right,
We're playing
down a
games.
bit,
I
up a
can
bit.
see it. I can see it in the tapes. I know everybody's seeing it out there. Look how they're playing games with my stock, right? Like right on there. They're wicking it. They're wicking it. They're wicking it. They're wicking it. I'm like, come on, stop playing games with me. Make your decision, Q's. Make your decision.
Well, and the other way to deal with this is to go longer term in
Mm-hmm.
nature, right? Is to sit back
Yeah.
and right, you could, if you want to make a bet that the market is up today, or if you want to make a bet that the market's down today, you make that bet differently than you do on like really exciting days. On really exciting days, you can make that bet with a really tight stop and maybe you can be out
There we
quickly.
go.
On really slow days, you can make that same bet, but you just make your stop way wider and you sit back and you need to give it time to develop because we're just seeing this choppy type of action, right?
Mm-hmm. So at this point, I'm waiting for like the big signal you see right there. Here's where some volume should come in, and we're seeing almost no volume, right? So this is a scary signal for me. That tells me that it's almost indecision still, right? There's still indecision. So wait. It's playing, it's flirting, but doesn't mean that it's on the breakout, right? You add too early, it's how you always get wrecked. Why? Because what happens is when I add too early there, it just instantly creates pressure on that first little down wick that you saw, that first little shakedown. You start to feel real hard pressure when you're oversized on those types of moments. When you're not oversized and you get those little shakedowns, you're just like, okay, it's just the spread widening out essentially. That's what's going on there. So in this case, I can give it the chance to go because I didn't add, right? I'm still looking for the add, but I'm looking for the add at 430s and above. That's breakout signal to me. I think this is the thing that I think a lot of newer traders should think about is breakouts should come with real strong signals, right? They shouldn't necessarily come with just 10 or 20 cents above a level, right? That doesn't necessarily mean a breakout. If it's just going up just a tiny bit above, it's when it starts to really load, right? Like now we're getting towards that 430 real breakout signal for me, right? But it still hasn't even hit 430s yet. And the volume
Yeah.
still hasn't come in, right?
Well, and this is why especially when you're breakout trading, you'll hear the saying of like the best trades work right away. And that's 100% true for that kind of, you should buy the break, the thing should just go and you just don't really look back. And it's why people can be so successful because their win rate is so incredibly small where it's just, sometimes the best day trader I know and I've ever known, and he's been doing this for like 25 years, he trades 100% like that. He is just, I am buying the thing as it's breaking the price. If it comes back like 5 cents against me, I'm out. And he just does that all the time. And he's got like a 20% win rate, but he's taking huge position size. And every like once a day, he buys one, it breaks, and it just rips for him immediately. And he's just selling out into that. And it's just kind of pure scalping in that way. And you can take the same thing and apply it to swing trading and long-term trading, which is just not, you don't give breakouts the same kind of room you give a lot of things. So,
Yeah. And then you'll get a lot of fake outs, like even right now, right? Like I could show you on my screen, right? That was just a look for the breakout for the 430, but I didn't go for the ad there because it was looking like 430s. I needed to see 430s. I didn't see 430s, and that would have been a trap, right? Because it just went above it and then right back below the trend line. It can reload here, but that doesn't mean that I'm always just adding right there, right? It's too close to my entry, right? If I add too close to my entry on a time of indecision, then that's not really edge, right? But if I get this break above 430s, now I have more decision in the move, right? Like more trend resolving in my direction. At that point, an ad makes more sense, right? And of course, this is subjectiveness, right? It's all about how you're kind of building your trading, right? But I think these are great moments to talk about trading, especially for those beginner traders that are maybe not even trading right now as we speak, or just catching the action. But I think that's an important outlook to look at, right? Because now you got this reload. Now, if it goes through that, that's a reload area through that level. It looks a lot stronger when we break 430s than this first break. Q's holding in. They're trying their best. They're trying their best. I think it's all about kind of these memory names washouts, right? Micron has come back to 928. SK Hynix, right? How's that looking? Just taking a peek around my right-hand charts. 157 right now, holding on the day. So if that makes like a huge upside move, let's say 160, quick, $3 buy, that could be a signal. That could be a proxy, Michael. We'll see if that gets going. Have you taken some SK Hynix, my friend?
I didn't. I didn't get the sweet spot price, so I'm like, not really as interested.
Oh, well, it looks
I'm
we
greedy.
get
I
that
want the sweet spot
$3
price,
breakout.
but
Money Mitch gave you the levels this morning for the gap and go. It was a really good look this morning. You could have been already winning in this SKN. Look at that. Look how that support held this morning. Given to you in the pre-market right here, guys. This is where you don't get things everywhere else, right? Everywhere else was probably talking about SK probably a negative way. I was talking about levels to look at to find support for the reversal action, and this is held all day. This is what Michael and I talk about relative strength. This has strength compared to the Qs. So if the Qs get going here, this could really start to kick off. We'll see what happens there. SK Hynix. Hope someone nailed that trade, man. That was pretty. All right, guys, holding in here now. Can I see TSM go for the break? Come on, Q's. Make the move. Let's go. This will be my last trade. If I don't get it here, I'll probably just call it for the day. I haven't lost too much on the day, but that's the key, is stay within range, stay within the trade. One trade, and then we got the account. So let's go. Let's keep battling. Let's see if maybe TSM is it right here. Qs need to reclaim 717. I think that's a big level as we go back to the opening levels.
yeah, QTTB is still flat. My JZXN is still flat. So kind of just like the market is pretty still flat on the day. So just still watching that original opening range, see if we get a break one way or another. But waiting for the options, Mitch. Oh yeah, SK Hynix does another one. So I guess they're just gonna start launching options on these things just way earlier. Because I think it's Tuesday that there's a leveraged SK Hynix ETF coming out, and then Wednesday there's options on it. So you can get whoa, something happening there.
We're getting some down action here in the market.
Let me go to the streets.
I'm about to get out of my
Someone said
TSM.
something.
I'll put a wick here just to be careful, though, just in case it's a wick back here. So just be careful out here, guys. Definitely seeing some down action come in. It was a wick spike there. So we'll see what happens here, man. Some news related, big volume coming in on that. I have no idea what the news is just yet, guys. I know Michael will look in the streets here for us. They're getting stopped out in between the wick. That was some nasty stop out there. There's no even fill down there. Why am I getting filled down there? I'm about to complain about that. I don't know how the hell I got filled at 426.09 there, but.
Oh yeah. Someone hit a button. That's for sure. I'm not seeing
something
anything yet.
Something broke.
Only thing I'm seeing is just in Apple hit new all-time high. Oh, Trump regulators seek to discourage loans to undocumented immigrants. Okay, that doesn't seem like that would have caused that.
Oh, that's not it.
Someone was celebrating
Something
Apple's
else.
new all-time high. Something tells me that Apple new all-time high got, no, still an all-time high, I guess. Congratulations, Apple. But that wouldn't cause that.
The crazy part is it's recovering quickly. Who knows what it was?
Okay.
It was a lot of volume. The SPY was about like 1 million shares. in 2 minutes.
Could it have
Million
just
shares
been
is pretty decent volume, right? Like, could have been somebody, right? Some big person just getting liquidated. We'll see what happens
here's
there, man.
something from Trump. Trump on Iran. U.S. will be known as the guardians of Hormuz, but will be reimbursed at a rate of 20% of all cargo shipped. What? So we're gonna live there now? Or you guys are gonna live there now? Is that the game plan? Yeah, Trump tweeted. So that's good. I guess.
All right, I'm gonna try to buy the dip here in a second here. I think it could work, but it's just a tough trade here. I will say that, guys. I got cut out there even. So let's see if it comes and rebounds. I know my level to buy. I'm looking for the same level. It'll be the add level this time, and then it'll be the entry this time. So let's see if we start to come back. Qs are coming back here. So it could have just been a scare out, right? We've had a bunch of wicks, but no continuation after the flow came in. So let's see what happens here. I think I'm going to be a little patient, but after like 5 minutes, you usually get a resolution if it's a quick action move. So 1, 2, 3, this is the 4th minute from that action. So I think we got about 10 seconds left on this candle. So I'm going to look for the next minute to be the resolution on the Qs. Why do I do this? It's just a 5-minute candle. So like kind of that mentality.
He's saying the strait is open and will remain open with or without Iran. So
I could have oil. Take a look at oil, see how that's reacting there.
Ripping.
Something had to happen. Something. I know that there was a lot of overnight action about if we had attacked this oil field and we had said that we didn't. Maybe finally news came out that we did or something. I have no idea. But keep looking out there, guys. We'll see if we see some news. I am not seeing my levels broken to the upside, so that's why I'm not just jumping in quickly. And the Qs are still rejecting here. They're not just ripping right back, so we could see some further downside come in. We're seeing some rejection come in right now as we talk about this.
Oh, so yes.
A bear flag action.
U.S. to reimpose blockade in Strait of Hormuz. So he's going to blockade it again and charge. That must be what he meant by the guardian of.
Yep, that's not going to be good news, at least for the oil stocks. Could be bringing down SPY. Could be a nice little push higher here on XLE again here as you see that drive. But hey, we'll see what happens here now. I mean, this is a shakeup now. Let's see if the market really cares. We'll find out.
Well, that's the thing,
down
right,
to 138.50s.
At what point does the market just continuously shrug this stuff off, right? And just go, oh, it's just more of this, you know? And so
SK
far,
Hynix is still pushing. I remember I mentioned that it could do like a $3 push off. That's continuing strong. They're still buying SK Hynix at least.
Things are holding so far. So yeah, the SPY starting to push up here just a bit. You know, I'm looking really at this low, which was the low earlier in the day, to see if we get above that and maybe close this 15-minute candle above that. And then it's like, okay, the market just didn't care. One guy hit a big sell button. Funny enough, probably those would always be the fun trades if you really cared to go back and did that trade happen right before or right after Trump tweeted? You know, you'd have to go and find the trade.
Let's just say that was too fast. Let's just say somebody knew something, Michael.
Yeah.
That's what that type of trade is. Somebody knew something that you and I did not clearly at that moment. And when you see 1 million shares go out like that fast, usually means someone said, I want out fast, not I want out slow.
Well, and yeah, so is it, and sometimes you can place a trade off that, because if that went out before Trump's tweet, which again, we don't know, we haven't looked at it, but then, right, that guy might know
shares
something.
Going through the Qs right now as we speak, just on that one candle, another million shares going through.
Right. If it went out after and now the market's starting to bounce, if I doubt a million shares is a short-term trader, but that guy is almost immediately wrong, and that could be another way to potentially trade it, right? Looking at these big block trades, because the SPY is like that prior low. We're just
showing strength
at that prior low. So that guy that could have been an algo, right? Reads the tweet, thinks this is horrible, dumps a bunch of shares in the market. And you see it all the time. I think earnings are the best time, is when you see it mostly, where like an earnings report will come out and the stock will like tank and then rip right back up after. And it's like, okay, one algo was looking at one line of the report and just got it dead wrong. And then the one that's smart came in after and bought it up. And you know that trade is now almost immediately underwater and has to be reversed pretty quickly, right? And yeah, that's an interesting potential way to look at those things, where you're like, okay, well, let's let's figure this.
Is it coming back
out.
Yeah, because
we're coming back
news
hard. I'll be right back.
We're shaking it right now. I'm gonna take a shot here in TSM if I can get an entry. See if I get this entry here. All right, took it. See if we can get this to start climbing back here. Qs are starting to climb. Let's go, Qs. Let's go, Susie. Susie Q. There we go. Push the 717s now. That's going to help my trade there. Let's see if it can go to the green and start to get a drive there. Going to look to see if the Micron trade and that type of trade can start to push drive. There's Micron going higher. SNDK starting to go higher. So looking good around the market with tech names starting to climb back here. Let's see if we can start to see a clearer drive and not just another shake up in the market here. As Qs do go up there to 717, actually overcut that action here that was on that down scare. So now let's see if we do get just straight up action. Barely no pullbacks is what I want to see for the continued upside. Let's see if that's what we get, right? So barely any pullback, just quick move up, right? So sideways and then up, sideways and then up. Let's see if that's what we get here. Qs right now, you can see them going sideways. Now let's see if they go for the next move above the 717s and another break back towards the highs. All right, looking to see that they could break that move. Let's see if the Qs want to just start all of a sudden start getting going here. SK Hynix, there's the break towards 159 that I talked about. Watch for the $3 breakout move in SK Hynix from the 157 up there towards the 160s. And look at that, 157 into the 160s she goes. That's a nice breakout right there. SK Hynix showing you the strength there. That's going to help Micron. That's going to help other names start to continue to push there. This is why I'm feeling more confident in stepping up here in TSM. Let's see if we can start seeing these names start to come back. SNDK could be another one to kind of look at above the 17.6. Let's see what happens now as we start to see this name start to climb there. SK Hynix going up there towards the 160s, breaks towards the 160s. Can we see a continued drive on this name? Let's see if we start to see some momentum. That was a name that we just mentioned for a $3 move. The Qs are coming back with potential to go above the 717 level. I talked about how important that level was. That's kind of like your opening level reclaim action going back through. Let's see if we get that opening reclaim. Look at these wicks. Look at these wicks on the 15 minutes. You know what I think about wicks, guys. Wicks are tricks and tricks are for kids, guys. So we'll see what happens as we get a lot of buying pressure below the 715 today. Could those been tricks? We'll find out.
Well, yeah, and this is a great example of, it's not the news, it is the market's reaction to the news. So, right, if there is a, if you looked at that and
XLE
said,
actually
okay,
looking like it's about to break down, right?
Right. So if the market just shrugs off, that to me is more important than anything. You get like something that's objectively a great earnings report, and then the market tanks. It's because the market expected more and it was disappointed than that. And in this scenario, it kind of shows, okay, well, the market was just it doesn't care about this stuff like anymore. It's just not, it's not interested either way when it comes to this particular stuff. So the fact that we, shrugged off that down move and started to push higher, I think it's just overall you look at that and you go, great, perfect. That is, to me, the strongest thing we have seen today. The most evidence that we might potentially move higher has just been done by that particular move right there. And you can start to see it, right? The SPY is getting back. It's back to the open, so it's up from the open now. You take a look here. IWM, same thing, right? Back up almost through the open. The Qs are trying to get to that open. They're still relatively weak, but they're digging in there nicely now above the pre-market lows where they were below it before. And then some of these sectors starting to look to like they're going to perk up, and all of that with oil up. So you just don't care about oil anymore, right? It's just not interesting.
Yeah, and I took the shot there, getting some alerts there. And now what's that alert there? That's a Pepsi alert. Pepsi on the pullback here. Back down towards 139. Doesn't look too bad on the 15-minute outlook on that 138.60 pullback look. We're starting to see tech start to push to the upside as tech now in the last 15 minutes up 0.32. 0.02 from the open down. I've been looking to see if the Qs can recover their opening action. There's 717.50s, Michael. We're looking clear for takeoff here. Let's see if we get that takeoff and we can start to see some clear push in these names. And looking good here as we see more takeoff in these action. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. Now climbing up there. Q's getting up there towards the 718 look. And I talked about how we could have made our way down a little bit on the Q's. And now we can make our way back into playing into Fridays and Thursdays range. We could put it back to like 724s. Maybe we even get back to Friday's high, 726. But we're looking good here as we start to get some more action to the upside. Let's see if these other names kind of come into play. Micron lifting, SNDK lifting, right? That's what you want to see. And I want to see SK Hynix make a new high here. Not even slow down. Just break that 161. Show me that you're making buyers come in. That the Qs are the place to be today, right? That's a proxy signal, right? The Qs are still driving there. Almost 718 now, Michael. And what did I talk about just even 5 minutes ago? I said, look for the action to change, right? That was all like bid, 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 bid. Now it's offer, 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 right? Like we're getting very little bid action on the pullbacks, right? So look at that and look at that continued drive. That's great action here as we start to see a nice little push opportunity. Let's see if we can hold the rally.
I still think it's we need to get that high the daybreak before I get too excited.
Yeah, the Qs at 718.43s were right there, 718.10.
Yeah, it's again, what I like about it is that was, oh no, new war, scary news. And we had the initial reaction that most people would think. And then from there, we ended up just reversing it pretty quickly. And yeah, like Tax talking about, the VIX probably had a little spike and a little dip after that.
Yeah.
So VXX, spike, and then came right back down. And that's our fear indicator. How many people piled into puts on the SPY? A lot of people.
We'll see what happens.
And then they're already down a bit after that put spile. So
yeah, that triggers a lot of the algos, right? Algos trying to buy VIX contracts. They see spikes, they just buy it, right? So we'll see what happens here. VIX can reclaim the VWAP if it goes back to the 2115. I'm looking at the VXX, right? That spiked to 2180s from 2135s. But watching my trade here to see if it can hold in. The Qs could come back into play, right, and pull back a little bit. We're still hanging in there. 15 minutes chart is what I'm watching. There's a trend line you could draw on the bodies that would hold around, let's say, a pullback to 716.50s here. But if it gets back below, let's say 715s, that's when I'll get concerned on the Qs. That's just a 15-minute trend line. So let's see if we can still hold here. The next move higher through the 432s would be that level that I can start to just put a break even, continue to watch TSM work all day to see if we get that continued drive. It's going to be a fun one. We'll get to the action in just a second. We're going to get to some education in just a second here. Let's see what happens in the markets as the Qs start their comeback.
IVG is kind of interesting here. Software dipped under yesterday's low and then kind of reversed that. One of the strongest out there. So one of the only that are green on the day. And just, it's been basing up here. Full disclosure, right? I own a lot of this, but it's holding on well. Again, green before everything else. Dipped just like everything else, but recovered a little quicker. So some relative strength to keep an eye on here in the software names. MAGS, same thing, right? Dipped, not recovering with everything else. So just more evidence that it's just not the place. It's your big, large cap tech guys. If you just look at their overall chart, way weaker, right? RSP was very close to a new all-time high. Definitely made, if we closed up here, it'd be a new all-time closing high. Didn't get through that prior high, but your average stock doing just fine. And again, MAGS down. Q's trying to recover, but down, still under yesterday's low, just barely. And then the SPY, right? It's
SK
folding
Hynix
up much stronger.
pushing strong, new highs. Looking good there, guys. We're looking like we're having that nice rebound. So not bad action there, guys. In a second, we'll be getting into some education. We're going to take a look into kind of the data center REITs. I've been hearing this mention being thrown around out there, and we'll take a second in a little bit to get to some education on that. Let's see if we can get the continued upside action now. I'm looking for that continued break. Can we go? SK Hynix definitely going, and that's what you want to see, right? Some big like kind of market proxies. The SPY could even trickle down a little bit here, and the Qs could lead. You want the Qs to break the high and lead the party, right? Because the SPY is at the high of the range, and I think the Qs are the ones that need to kind of hold the party up here, not the other areas, right? I think the other areas could go red quickly, like utilities going red really fast, right? I'm seeing right now industrials going red really fast. Remember I talked about how the industrial trade could get hit hard with this oil trade going higher, and you could start to see that fall off start to play in. If you see the XLI go red, that's a good tell sign that that's playing in. So I'm looking for relationships in the action that I'm looking at right now. So now I think the pistons start to work differently. Do we just start to see tech and energy actually hold, and then start to see like the leading action actually get away from the defensive areas, right? So we had real estate doing well. That's starting to pull back. Communications was doing well and then starting to pull back. Defensive has done a huge pullback on the day. Will that go green here or will it go red? That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, SPY starting to tickle right back down.
Yeah, tech pulling right back down. Right, so we've seen more of the pistons play. We're still seeing chop a little bit here. Let's see if we clear up.
Yeah, it looked like we were trying to do that breakout after that wick down, but not
okay,
yet.
We're still good. We're still fine.
We're
still fine. We got to hang in the pattern. This is the exact thing that I just talked about. 17. Watch for the 716.50s pullback. Right, we're playing into that trend line. We're trying to test down. Right, this is okay. The key is going to be here. Do we find the buyers to step back up? Right, there's always a quick pullback. Now you're getting those 90 MA tests. Now you need to see how it reacts, right? The Qs, look how the Qs go to that 90 MA test. Now you're getting that washout attempt. Now you look to see if there's buyers on the short term. So it should be stepping up within, let's say, the next minute or two if we're getting that short term, real quick move back to the upside.
Yeah, so I think this is a good one just to keep an eye on, and a good lesson, right? We are bank earnings tomorrow. We have large economic numbers tomorrow, and the market opened up inside yesterday's range today. So we got nowhere near. Just move these out. This is yesterday's high, yesterday's low. You can see how we're nowhere near either of those two things. And with all of the events that happen tomorrow, it makes me makes perfect sense that we are just inside here today, and that tomorrow one of those events will likely give us a kick. and then we'll end up seeing that more sustained trend. So this is a perfect day for mean reversion. Buy that dip, sell that rip, continue,
Back in
and
DraftKings.
Trade. Right, this is a good trading day. It's not really good.
Whew. That's what I'm
swing,
talking
buy and
about.
hold.
That's what I wanted to see. Buyers step back up, baby. Right on the levels. Right on the levels. Look at that one. Look at that 716 15-minute dip there. Went to 716 to 40s with an undercut, and the body staying right around that 716 50s. Look at the reaction on TSM. This is the exact thing that I needed to see. Remember how I kept telling you there was no buyers stepping up? Look at the volume change right now. That's what I wanted to see. That's clear signal. Now we have that push. Now I need to be careful with this name. I'm okay. I'm tight with DraftKings, but look at the takeoff there in TSM. That's what I wanted to see. Now we wanted to start to see multiple tech names start to drive. So look for NVIDIA to start to drive, right? Look for ASML that has earnings coming up. Let's see if this can continue driving on the day. Can these types of names hold on, right? So now SK Hynix. Let's see if that's holding in here. It just made a new high, right? So let's see if it pushes right back through. The Q's held up there. Now we want to see it break the 718s and keep going, right? Now don't break that low. Don't break that 716 because then you can start coming into more of that trouble zone. So good action there. Almost up a full percent now on TSM. That's good action. Now let's see this continue to drive. This could get the account if we continue to drive. Let's go.
Nice. Hope you do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there, right? I'm holding myself in, battling. And sorry that I'm not getting to the education right now, guys. I'm just trying to focus in here. We'll get to the education in just a second here. But I am only within, 160? A little less than 160. And we're up about $60. But if we get towards the highs, that's 180 on the breakout, right? So let's see if we get it. We get that breakout above the TSM pre-market kind of action. And I'm golden. Trade's on. Let's go.
The Bitcoin is getting close to the high of the day, so some relative strength in Bitcoin, which is a rare thing to say, right? But that's a nice
Q's getting a little bit weary on that
sign.
tip, but still holding in on that kind of like a trend line that you can just draw in the 15 minutes.
Yeah, good risk on, risk off indicator, right? In the whole Bitcoin space. If we can get a push off that, I mean, some people are feeling good, right? They're feeling a little bit excited. And yeah, with that, XLV came back down, but still positive on the day. So healthcare is still doing good. So keep an eye on that. I haven't checked biotech, but biotech has been just nuts recently. IBB, are we down today? Yeah, down today in the biotech space, but that's been crazy.
Adding the DraftKings. DraftKings starting to push higher. Look for a break on the high. I just added and tightened down on the risk. So this is a high day break, DraftKings. So I'm not just putting all my eggs in one basket, right? I'm still taking trades and still setting up the trade, but still risk and reward in mind, right? Continuing the battle here. Let's see if TSM goes for the next break. It's all about the Qs here. Qs are pulling back here, kind of causing this action on the pullback, but needs to kind of hold in and get right back up. So let's see if we get some buyers to step right back in here. We did see some volume come in here.
So
now I'm looking for the 9 EMAs to hold.
Q's trying to dig in here.
It's a choppy type of day, at least on the action. XLI going lower, like I mentioned, that you could see that start to break. You could see those names start to cut down, like Cat and Deer. Just to mention, we'll see if those names break. How's the XLE looking? That's going to be the important signal there.
Oil as a whole, USO, has been coming down just a bit. So just showing that people are starting to cool off a little bit from the news anyway.
All right, let me just...
And nothing new from him. So he came out and did that big rant and then just took a nap, I guess. So that's good. Maybe that's all we need is some silence for a while, and then the market can continue. So yeah, so this is USO, right? This was the candle in which that news came out, more of a tiff on oil. It didn't, you can see within the same candle, the SPY reversed, right? So this is the same candle. We had a big push down, then we reversed right back to where that candle opened. But the USO held high. It pushed up, it gave back a little bit, but not nearly as much, and then held high. And now that there's been some time passed since the news event, the drift is lower, which I think is what you want to see, because it just shows, okay, everyone's over it, done with. We didn't get a huge oil spike the way before. We got to remember, this is what USO was the first time when we had that big push up. We had that huge rip higher, and now we're at 150, and now we're at 113. So taking a look here, right? A couple of these other sectors are starting to give way, though. So it really is the flip between, it was tech that was bringing us down, and now it's tech that's kind of bouncing to hold us up just a little bit, right? XLF pushing a little bit lower, and then the SPY drifting a little bit lower, and then we look at the Qs, and yes, it's pulling back, but earlier in the day, SPY was at lows or at highs, and Qs was at lows, and now we're kind of reversing that, where the SPY is pulling back down to lows and the Qs are at high. So very much just action that you would expect to see in choppy sideways markets where they're all trying to figure it out. And
Yep.
This
is why you got to sell the rips a lot of times in these markets, right? You got to take the rips, and you can be in and out a lot faster during these current environments, right? As a day trader, you take your money and run in these environments. Q's kind of starting to shake up a little bit here. We'll see if we start to get the green action right back in. It's right on the VWAP right now, so it's like making its decision. All right, guys, let's go to some education. We're going to go to the education here. We're going to take a look into REITs and data centers here. So we have a little bit of an education video here for you guys. Let's take a look into it, and then we'll chat about it. Let's dive right in.
2026 alone, tech companies are pouring between $700 and $900 billion into physical hyperscale infrastructure. To put that in perspective, that single-year spend is approaching the total value of all commercial construction in the United States. Most retail investors look at that tidal wave of capital and make a logical assumption. The best way to get a piece of it is to buy public data center real estate investment trusts, or REITs. You buy the landlord, you collect a rent from the AI boom. But look at the actual ownership data. This chart compares total global AI compute capacity. The vast majority of these facilities are actually self-built by the hyperscalers themselves, followed by private equity firms. Listed public REITs hold a remarkably small minority of the capacity. Buying Equinix or Digital Realty gives you a tradable proxy for the sector. You are buying a 15 to 20% slice of the third-party market. The most valuable assets in this space, entire 50 campus portfolios, are being bought up and taken private by sovereign wealth funds and massive infrastructure partnerships. So when you buy a public REIT, you aren't capturing the entire AI build-out. You are paying a premium multiple for a minority sliver of a market, competing against tech giants who have the balance sheets to simply build the real estate themselves. In major markets like Northern Virginia, data center vacancy rates hit an all-time low of 0.3%. 96% of the capacity scheduled to be delivered this year is already pre-leased. The space is completely sold out. In a normal real estate cycle, developers would respond by pouring more concrete. But concrete and steel are not the things holding back the AI build-out. The real bottleneck is the substation. This large power transformer is the equipment required to connect a massive data center to the grid. You can build a shell in a year, but transformer lead times stretch to 4 years. Medium voltage switchgear is sold out. In any supply-constrained market, the profit doesn't go to the companies selling commodities. The profit goes to the exact entity that holds the constraint. Electrons and electrical gear dictate the pace of the build-out. Pricing power has migrated down the supply chain. landing with grid operators and equipment manufacturers instead of property landlords. To figure out where you actually want to deploy capital, we need to map the infrastructure stack into 4 distinct investment sleeves. For each one, we have to weigh the moat against the primary risk and define the real-world trade-off. Sleeve 1 is the quality landlords. These are the traditional public REITs. Top-tier retail operators in this group enjoy fantastic 51% margins because their physical interconnection hubs are incredibly sticky. But to maintain their market share and build new capacity, management teams are deliberately cutting their long-term per-share growth outlooks. They are trading your per-share compounding rate for sheer corporate scale. On the wholesale side, the landlords have an entirely different problem: tenant leverage. Despite a 0.3% vacancy rate in key markets, landlords are securing single-digit rent increases on renewals, around 4.3%. That happens because their hyperscale tenants have AA credit ratings, giving those tech giants massive negotiating power over the property owners. The trade-off for Sleeve 1 is paying a 25 times cash flow multiple for a business with decelerating per-share growth and surprisingly weak pricing power against its biggest customers. Sleeve 2 is the picks and shovels. These are the companies building the physical cooling systems and electrical equipment. This is where the fundamentals are the cleanest. You don't have to guess about future AI demand when a thermal management company reports a contractual order backlog that has grown 81% year over year. The orders are already on the books. This image shows the complex copper piping and cooling coils of a modern industrial ventilation system. New AI chips run so hot, they require 100% liquid-cooled racks. This obsolescence forces older data centers into expensive retrofits, generating automatic demand for the equipment makers. Sleeve 2 offers the safest direct exposure to physical AI infrastructure today, but you are holding a ticking clock. The trade works perfectly right up until the exact moment the order velocity peaks. Sleeve 3 is the power grid. If electricity is the ultimate bottleneck, this is where you own the choke point. You can buy into the grid in 2 ways: through safe, regulated utilities or through independent merchant power producers. Regulated utilities offer a highly visible trade-off. The data centers guarantee steady, massive load growth, which justifies expanding the rate base. It is incredibly safe, but state utility commissions cap your profit margins. You give up the explosive upside in exchange for regulatory protection. Merchant power producers sell electricity at market rates. This image shows a heavy-duty gas turbine. Owners of these turbines hold the power scarcity tech giants need, but they are exposed to sentiment. One major operator grew earnings 20%, yet its stock dropped 29%. For Sleeve 3, being right about the physical shortage of power isn't enough. If the trade becomes too crowded, the stock can crash even while the underlying business executes perfectly. Finally, we have Sleeve 4, the high-beta speculative plays. These are the converters and the neoclouds. These are mostly former crypto mining companies sitting on land that already has utility grid connections. Their business model is to sign an AI lease, borrow money to build out the infrastructure, and try to finish construction before they run out of cash. The risk here is the energization trap. If the utility delays their final grid connection by 6 or 12 months, the facility generates 0 revenue. To survive the delay, the company has to issue more shares, severely diluting retail investors in the process. Treat Sleeve 4 as a highly leveraged options trade on the exact date a utility flips a switch. Success here depends entirely on the speed of the grid connection. To build a portfolio out of this, map these 4 sleeves based on your risk tolerance and earnings visibility. Regulated utilities and REITs sit in the high visibility, low risk quadrant. Equipment makers carry high cyclical risk. Converters operate with low visibility and extreme risk. The most rational construction here is a barbell approach. You anchor one side with the slow, steady baseload growth of regulated utilities. You anchor the other side with the targeted, cyclical upside of the equipment and cooling manufacturers. Managing that barbell requires discipline. You cannot look at a single metric. You have to monitor utility rate cases for your baseload positions and track quarterly order backlogs for your equipment positions. You cannot capture the physical reality of the AI build-out by blindly buying a broad technology ETF. You have to actively monitor entirely different asset classes that react to entirely different catalysts. If you are going to manage these trades, the first rule is to stop watching NVIDIA stock price. Silicon is no longer the constraint, which means it is no longer an accurate proxy for the physical supply chain. Instead, watch the credit default swap spreads for hyperscalers like Meta and Oracle. The multi-billion-dollar private loans funding these data centers are entirely secured by the credit ratings of the tech giants leasing the space. If those tech companies show financial stress, the private debt markets will reprice the risk long before the public equity markets realize what's happening. For the equipment stocks, watch the backlog velocity. You are looking for the rate of growth. The moment the backlog growth drops from 50% to 30%, you sell. By the time the backlog actually shrinks, the stock will already be crushed. Finally, pay close attention to heavy equipment lead times. If you hear a report that large power transformers are suddenly available in 12 months instead of 4 years, that is not a positive development. Scarcity is the entire basis of this trade. The massive premiums in the market right now exist solely because of physical bottlenecks. The day those bottlenecks clear, the premium vanishes.
All right, guys, we'll see what happens. And of course, just keep your eyes on the opportunities in the real estate areas with this. Of course, they're not as exposed as the hyperscalers, and that was like kind of the main point there. But there's ways to make money in that, and I've been seeing certain names kind of make a push. We can talk about certain names in just a second here, just taking a look at the action here, see if I'm going to get out of TSM or not. It's just kind of such a mixed noise right now. It's either going to be on another breakdown look or start ripping and rocking here.
Yeah, and that's
Qs don't want to hold, so we might be getting out here.
everything is just in a chop fest.
Limbo.
Right?
Limbo.
And
You didn't bring the stick, man, today?
so make sure you're definitely coming in tomorrow, because I think tomorrow is when everything gets really shaken up here, right?
Oh,
we got
yeah.
the bank earnings, we got the economic reports, all that kind of stuff. I think that's when we go, right? There'll be one of those things that will either give everyone an all clear, give everyone a little bit of a spook. You said it's what, GDP tomorrow? Do you say?
No, CPI.
CPI. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
inflation there, look. But the
And then,
banks
yeah,
come in. You
Marcos
also get
and
Kevin. You
whatever.
get, it's a combo type of day. It's a full docket type of day.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, and he's testifying again. Oh, and then PPI the next day, and he's testifying again the next day.
Oh yeah, and the party doesn't stop. 2 days of grilling him,
Man, why would
telling
you
him
want that? I don't
how did you get this job?
Why would you want that job? That's what I don't get. I'm like, I'm good, thanks. You know?
Yeah, can I
don't-
just skip that meeting?
Yeah, I'm all right. I don't need to.
Can we do
Oh,
that
it'd be
on
so
Zoom?
annoying.
At least
Like,
if I
I'm
could be
here-
at home in my boxers while the senators are yelling at me, it sounds a little bit better, but
Just put an AI version of yourself up there.
put a picture of yourself. All of a sudden the picture falls down, you're playing video games.
Yeah. That's why I green screen myself. You got no idea where I am.
Don't let Grand
I
Theft
could
Auto
be on
come
a
out.
roller coaster right now, and away you go.
Don't let Grand Theft Auto
Yeah.
with all these AI avatars. There's gonna be a whole bunch of people that are supposedly working. The Qs are coming
Qs.
back, man. I'm hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. I'm
Round
trying.
37
I'm trying, my
on
friend.
the Qs.
Round 37, it might be. It might be round 37. Q's lifting. Let's go, Susie Q. Let's go, Susie. We got to start making our liftoff. If we're going to go, it needs to be now because it's 10:57 and Papa got somewhere to be. All right, guys, don't miss, of course, our earnings challenge. Guys, we've talked about it. We've taken a look at it. We'll take a look at it one last time here before we get out of here. Of course, the earnings beat challenge, of course. Predict the biggest earnings moves of the season. Opening up on July 14th tomorrow, but you want to sign up beforehand to get your $20, free $20. $20 in hub credits. That's what I'm standing for. So it's the earnings season starting. Sign up before July 14th to receive that $20. Get to it right now. In the description, you'll see the link, guys. 50K first K winner, first place winner. You got second place winner, also a third place. So multiple ways for you to win. Can you beat the market, guys? Beat or miss? Find out, guys. Get after it.
Yeah, my kind of exit thoughts here are just patience. We are inside yesterday's range on the SPY, and we are within a couple ticks of the opening price. So we have gone nowhere on yesterday's action, and we've gone nowhere on today's action. So just be patient again. And I speak from experience in which these were the days that I would get smoked by just trying to make something happen. Right. So if you need to get up, walk away. We got shows that'll come in later. If you need to, just minimize the trading platform, set an alert on yesterday's high, an alert yesterday's low, and minimize the trading platform and just play a game or something. Like just something to get your brain off it. Yeah, just set your alerts. Set your alerts, go do something else. That's the beauty. The system will alert you if something's happening, and you can kind of take a trade after that. But just not the day to be swinging real hard. Tomorrow, again, we'll be back. There'll be bank earnings. There'll be all kinds of cool stuff. So come hang out with us then, and we'll get some. I'm sure there'll be hopefully one of these events that's significant enough to kind of wake the market up just a little bit, right?
Stepping back into DraftKings here with a little move back into the market here. We'll see what happens. I can set this right off the low and continue to take my little $9 haircuts if I need it. If not, it flies. And Qs are making the move now. TSM going higher back towards 432s, 434s. And if it gets up to 438s, I sell this anyways. And I say, forget the DraftKings position. We got the money. Let's go. Let's go. We'll be trying to celebrate. Unfortunately might celebrate without you guys. And that's what I didn't want to happen. I wanted it to happen live. You guys saw me trying my best. I hung in there, but the Qs are hanging in there. And that's all that really matters, right? At the end of the day, giving you guys good outlook on the market today as the Qs start to kind of come back there. We'll see if we can continue the battle. That's it for us, guys. We'll continue going. We'll continue battling. Peace. Now over to the scanner side, and there'll be more content, of course, right here on Trade the Pool.
What's up, guys? I'm trying to get this figured out here and getting my face on. Steve's going to help me out with this in just a minute. Steve, I got the big head going on, man. What in the world? I didn't mean to add my face to the whole entire screen. How did we do this? Oh man, I need a small Josh. I need small Josh here.
How's this looking? Oh, now I got small head. Where am I?
Yeah, there we go. Move your camera down. Move the camera down. Move the camera down. Love it. Now we're good to go. Good to go. Good to go. Well, hopefully everyone's caught some of this 500 and plus % mega burner runner here. The barn burner that is VEEEEE. Steve, man, wow. We were talking about this when we had our TTP meeting earlier. It was just hitting up into the 20s. Now we're into the 30s. Hopefully we can see our way into the 50s is what I'm looking for next, Stevie Reevy.
This is a wild chart. I'm going to be honest with you. On the meeting, I thought you were trading Visa, and I was like, how the mighty have fallen. That's the most boring thing that I've ever heard Josh trade in his whole darn life. Visa, it moves like a $2 a day on a $300 stock. This is more your speed. This has got to go fast speed. What a move. Yeah, looking very constructive here. You think 50?
Through this 35 hand, we got 3250. I think we burst through 35. There's not a lot of past chart history, really resistance overall on this play until we start moving our way up into, gee golly, it's, I got all these different time frames going on anymore. I got them all going on here, Steve. Man, we got to go back in time here. Yeah. We got to go further back in time here. That's 12. I think that's a different chart. I got too many charts. There's a 2-year chart. I don't need 2-year. What happened to my yearly chart? Anyway, Steve, there's not any really resistance until about the 45 mark. And so I think we do see 50. If this play can hold up in the 20s, we're only here at lunch, honey. I think this goes on a honey bunny runny and goes on a big barn burner. So this is on my high watch here. I'm looking to go long one last time on this. If we can get the last good move and squeeze up, I think we have one more shot for new high of day. But yeah, Visa. Yeah, you're funny, Steve. Yeah, I was saying.
I wasn't trying to be funny.
Yeah, you're funny there, buddy. Yeah. Hey, how about the SPY? That's had some pretty decent sized moves today too for you, huh?
Oh, I hate this price action. I haven't taken a single trade today, Josh. For me, this is just choppy noise.
Had a good short though.
I don't love it.
Had one good pullback under 51 finally. There, we're just here about about 12:15 market time. Finally had a decent continuation move that lasted a decent amount of time. But yeah, it's again like we talked about recently. This is why I've stayed away from large caps. I see too much of this chop city limits. I don't like it. I don't want to be in chop city limits. I don't want chop liver, bro. You know what I want? Look at this. Look at V. Look at this chart. Tell me that's not fun to trade. Tell me that's not something you want to come over maybe possibly and get a little piece of the pie. Go into like a 3-month time frame and really get to see this beautiful continuation. All these beautiful setups too, Steve. What retracement levels, whether you get bounce plays, you're looking for breakouts, you're getting continuation, you're getting some W's in here, back to the neckline. Now neckline's holding, looking for next leg up. Shorts are even working out in certain areas. You got to be a little bit more careful to the short side on this one. But this one's carrying the boat in the small cap, mid cap, or say small cap to micro cap sector. What do you got for us, Steve? What are you looking? Were you looking at anything today?
I'm watching this boat carrying afoot here because, like you're saying, this thing is very strong. I was actually thinking you were a little bit conservative at 50. I'm looking at 60 here if it can clear the 40, 45.
Okay.
Big old volume shelf there. I really like it. What's on my radar is mostly just prepping for the big earnings this week. We got JPM tomorrow. I'm wondering if that gives us a little bit of a pullback. We have this oil scare going on at the moment. We're all in war mode. We're all in a tizzy. Meanwhile, what I think is really driving the market here is the Kospi deleveraging. So we have the South Korean market taking a bit of a header here. Bit of a header here. You can check it out on KORU as well. That's the triple leveraged version. And I mentioned this one because I think this is the one that's actually killing people over there.
What?
KORU. That's going to be 3x South Korean. Yeah, you can also look at EWY, I believe it is. EWY is the MSCI South Korean index. But either way, this thing got hammered, and it's primarily a method or a function of just how much liquidity was in their leverage was in their market getting flushed out there. So The crazy thing about the chart is on a daily, it doesn't even look that crazy, but it's a 9% move on an index down at this point, trying to find its feet here at the kind of bigger neckline. If it loses this big level, and I can pull up my chart as well if you'd like, it's really got a long ways down. Let's see, where do we got it?
I remember when Tack was talking about this in chat, and I'm sure obviously taking his profit at this point, but yeah, this play has had its fun, it's had its run, and she is getting slobber crocking right now.
That's a new one. I like it, but you know what? I can't deny that is what's happening here. So just keeping it super simple here, we had this low volume node that we were watching, seeing what it would do in this price action. It was really clean and tidy on the way up. Nice flag, nice push. Now starting to look a little bit sloppy here. And you know what? I'm not sure the trade's over, because often these setups on the biggest movers, they just need to crack. They just need to crack and get everybody scared, everybody over leveraged, gets margin called. You know, there are smarter traders waiting to buy this dip. It's just a matter of whether it can hold this key kind of neckline. So as we can see, it is cracking underneath. This is where they closed in the South Korean market. If we look at the American market, we are trying our best. What I want to watch for here is essentially this prior low. I want to see if we close above or below it, because this is kind of pretty important level in my book here. We are trying our best to say, hey, we came down from this big volume shelf, and this is a dip buy opportunity, and we magnet back on up into this money zone, chop around, and then continue the parabola. But if this cracks, Josh, I think we head back down another 20% or so pretty darn quick, at least 10%, with the potential to retrace even more into that 20 handle there.
Well, you won't catch me trading a stock that spells out ooey.
What about trades in Mexico, some EWW? This one looks a lot better to me, but even then, starting to look a little bit heavy. They do have some funny tickers, though.
That's more of an that's so ooey is just the one W. With the two, you got to stretch it out a little bit.
We got a request for MU from Sean in the house. Good to see you, Maine. Kind of the same chart, just a little bit more strong, because this one isn't trading quite as lockstep with the South Korean market, but I mean, it's memory, so it basically looks the same. What you see here is, well, we wanted a little bit more of a pop here. I did take this long, didn't take it off here. Now it's right back to break even. It's from the 900. So I'm still holding as long as this candle holds. I'm still seeing the market trying to hold the line here. And for me myself personally, Josh, I don't think the memory trade's over. I think that it's just going to be really choppy. That doesn't mean I want to it's not the same as Josh, like your high conviction from the 6 something. It was maybe 570, 620, something around there. You got in and you rode that bad boy. It's not that kind of setup for me. I don't know what it's going to do, but I don't think that it's completely dead. And at the very least, you can catch some really nice 10, 20% moves just in the chop even. So just playing off the big pivots for me personally and waiting to see where that one lands.
Yeah, I kind of like to say let the lab rats come in. I love DJ AM. Did you say sloppy toppy graph? Yeah, you just never know what I'm going to come up with out of this mouth over here. That's the fun part about joining when I stream live is, boy, oh boy, Josh will have some terms for you. Yeah, I think MU's fine. I think it's healthy. I mean, it's just had one of those, let's not be over exaggerated, but look at all the moves. I mean, there's so many sectors and so many moves, even to just the goofy one we saw for about a week with Carr, run from 150, 200 all the way up to 850 and then back down within about like a week's period. Yeah. We're very volatile, right? And so there's that. And I think we got this overextended move like a lot of plays had last late summer into fall, into this spring, and especially late spring and into early summer. We just got more parabolic than most tickers usually should. Look what ARM did. Look what AMD has done. They're healthy. They still need it. Look what Apple's doing, and now finally continuing to all-time highs. That was kind of a chart of the week for me, and same with AMD. I think they have good moves for that upside. Yeah, I think look at Apple. Give it to me, baby. I said 325. Yeah, I said 325 minimum. It could see 330s this week. It about hit 325 today. But we've made some big moves, and look what Apple did. Look at the healthy pullback it made, and then boom, we're right back on up. So Micron, due for it. Where to get in at? I think that's one of those things. I always say, let the lab rats come in. Hey, show me the money, right? I'll show you the chart. Well, usually show me the chart, and I'll show you the money. And so they're going to show me the chart. Is it going to be the 850, 860 node that we come down to overall? If we crack 900 again, do we come back down just maybe all the way even in through which I would love, maybe even a move all the way back to around, like, say, 820. the former fail area, 815, 820 area that we first failed at and couldn't get over, that we broke out through and have never seen again. I think we're due for that, honestly, but I don't think anything bad about it overall long term.
No, I'm with you. And the whole thing is that, so I think the narrative is ran too hot. Or I'm sorry, I think the chart is run too hot in the context of a narrative which has not really cracked yet. In my opinion, these trades don't die until one of them gets on their earnings call and says, hey, we're going to build some more factories. We're going to flood the market with RAM, and then it's a race to the bottom, right? And you know the story, right? You buy a super cyclical in memory at 5 PE or something. You're asking to get clapped. You're asking for that washout. I'm not seeing that yet, with the backlog still pushing out well into 2027, if not 2028. I do not think that this is a death sentence, even if this head and shoulders does play out. And maybe down here, that'd be really rough. But like you said, this is a big level at 840, 850. That's the 50% fib of this kind of, it went parabolic out of this megaphone down here. And then I would consider this move kind of was made when it did its measured move up to the 2. So basically, we took this pattern, we took this range, we would expect to get a 2x measured move on a really strong stock. We got that, it found some sellers. Then this is like a really quick rebase before absolutely saying no. I know that we hit a big technical level. I know there's a reason for sellers because we're up so high, we hit the 2x, but there's still a mechanical bid on this, and it just surged us up. So this is the range that I'm really watching here. That 653, which was basically your entry. I mean, you basically sniped this little dipski here. And then I think 670, maybe you said, something like that. But regardless, even if it was 700s, it's a really nice buy in here. And I think this is the area where if we are going to really wash out and see this head and shoulders kind of play out, that may be where it's going. And I can show you real quick.
Hey, just forming mountain ranges. We formed a nice good peak right now. We're going to come down, form another base. If you want to draw a little base form down there right, just finish off that red line and start going back up again and form like another kind of mountain range, right?
Yeah, of course.
And then we form another one. There we go. And then the full picture hasn't really been formed yet. And you go, oh, wow, we're just forming mountain ranges here. And then eventually we'll find a top and build more. But this is kind of has what I call the mountain range look, where you thought it was topping out, like you were, that first red node where you were saying where the breakout came in. Then boom, we really push up. And now we're forming another mountain and coming back down, just to me, in my opinion, form another till we go to new all-time high.
What I will say, though, is there is validity to the idea of, hey, I don't want to be in this trade anymore. If you made your money on the memory trade, on the chips trade, and you feel like it's running too hot, I will say it's not as much of a slam dunk as it was earlier in the year, right? When we were hammering the ARM, we were hammering the Intel in the chat, all of these names we were so darn bullish on. Now, I mean, yeah, I'm still bullish, but of course I am. I've rode most of these a decent of the way, at least. So I'm primed. My brain is primed for there. If you made your money and you don't want to risk it, this is totally fine to just have zero position. I'm down to like maybe 1/10 of the amount of chips I had at the peak. So I would love to get that little cherry on top of the sundae. And if it starts working again, well, then I pyramid in that 1/10 of the position. I'd size it up to 1/3, 1/5 of or 1/2 of what I was at when my port was like 40, 50, 60% semiconductors all of a sudden. Because, Josh, when you take an ARM at 160 and it turns into a 400, it's like, man, all right, that 5% just grew real fast,
Real fast, real fast.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of another A play, how about Amazon? Sean, another play is bringing about like Amazon, long curling off that 200-day. I like it long. Yeah. I've been long. It just even the higher low pattern. Just look at the chart. I've got it back on the weekly, going back 3 years now. I mean, that's just a beautiful chart, honestly. That higher low pattern along the way. I mean, the low from July of 2024, August actually it was in 2024. Then we make another decent, nice low off April of last year. Then this year is pretty much February through March. And here we go again. Looks like we're maybe finding another low here in the 230, 220 area and pushing back on up here. So beautiful, beautiful. I like the chart. I'm in it from like 93, so of course I love it. I'll love it forever.
Yeah, I bet. I'd love that too. Amazing entry there. And this is why it just goes to show you can just plop some money in companies that you really believe in, and then you can go have your fun in the small caps, and that'll keep you busy. You won't touch the long-term holdings. Josh is a good boy. He doesn't raid the piggy bank, and now he has Amazon up 400%, 300%. It's a beautiful thing, right? So you trade to get income, and then you dump the income and things you don't have to worry about. You don't have to trade that. So people ask, like, what's your Roth doing? I'm like, I don't know. I don't look every day. That's boring. I'm not going to sell it, so why do I if it hits my automatic take profit targets, sure. Then I get the notification, then I address it. Till then, it's like, So I just wanted to point out on Amazon here, I'm really happy with our read earlier in the year. Josh, I think you were in the same boat here, saying, hey, they hate it at 200, they're gonna love it at 250,
Yeah.
And that's always the thing. You started seeing about how Amazon's going to 300 plus when it was already breaking the high of the range. It was already way the heck up here. It was already a chase, and then of course they have to wash those folks out too. But at the end of the day, what did we really do? We found a nice bottom. We came up. We tested the middle, the 50% there, the equilibrium at 235. Now we're off to the races again in my book. I'm seeing a nice weekly base. I'm seeing a nice daily base where we got a big old volume stick marking the bottom right in our 230 range. And now we're kind of just flagging and tagging all of these little levels here. And I think this is like a little base that's building. And once we pop this and back test it, you can take a piece of this one too, I think. So I hold this one long term. I'm not touching it. Didn't sell any up here either because I was waiting for the 285 to 300. But like I said, doesn't keep me up at night. It made me wait another month, but that just means that I'll probably hold a little bit longer and wait for the next target up. But yeah, it's a great company. And I think all of the mega caps are looking really good, Josh. So Amazon, definitely a hitter there. We're seeing a bit of a breakout here on mags despite the weakness in the overall market. So I don't know if you want to call it that, kind of like a spread out, what do you call it? A widening pattern there, which usually aren't my favorite. But hey, a break is a break. If it backtests this high volume pivot, where actually we have a previous level there too, there you go. And hey, if it backtests this and holds, I think these names are off to the races. Led hopefully by Apple, although this top looks a little bit spooky. So any other mega caps that you're really interested in here? I'm really liking NVIDIA here too.
Yeah, that finally, I think, again, like we talk about, I all the time in small cap, like mob shifting. I think that's just what's happening here in the large caps, where you're getting away from maybe a little ARM and AMD action. AMD I still feel positive about, but ARM, Google's had some, Microsoft had some sell off. Now we're getting Meta to move back up. We're getting AMD to look to squeeze to new all time highs. NVDA finally getting off, as I would say, getting off its butt. And trying to come back on up. So I like Meta. I like Meta. I should say Meta, NVDA, and AMD. So those would be the three that are kind of really doing something here, and kind of seeing a mob shift moving over to those three.
I'm totally with you. I think Meta is a great narrative. It really carved out this chart just absolutely beautifully. To me, this is an A+ setup. It was my top watch of the week, so I'm glad you mentioned it. I want to see it pop this top here, but realistically speaking, I think it's already done the majority of the work if we draw from the candle bodies as opposed to those candle wicks. Let me get that done here.
And we already talked to Apple, but Apple I'm big on too. Just that chart looks good for more all-time high. So that's another one.
Yeah. Long term, I just want a little bit of a dip on Apple after it kind of spiked and grabbed that north side liquidity. Yeah. But loving this look. This looks like a really big, really nice peekaboo back test holding on the weekly here. I think that Meta is cooking for a 700 at the very minimum, and I think probably wants to go much higher. This is my top pick. You mentioned NVIDIA, and you also mentioned AMD. Not technically a mega cap, but I mean, it might as well be, right? What I love about this one is so stable, Josh. This thing is not looking weak. It's looking like a leader in a space that's just waiting and trading sideways while the rest of the market or rest of the semiconductors get a little bit more beat on here. Just to show you, we can put that up here. And you can see semiconductors taking a header. AMD's holding strong. Like, look, this last spike, when it was the lower high for SMH and the higher high for AMD, there's a little divergence there. Since then, it's trading down just like a percent or two. Whereas SMH significantly lower. So when chips stabilize, AMD, top watch for me. Intel, a little bit weaker. This one's tracking more with it, as you can see, but still thinking it's an interesting one, and there's lots of flow. For me, I'm watching the 115 to 110 pivot there. And what was the other one? And NVIDIA, I just think, has a lot of room because it hasn't really been trading in lockstep with the rest of the semiconductors. Yeah. As you can see, they went up. NVIDIA went down. Now those jaws are starting to close, and I think that's very important to keep an eye on there too.
Oh, those jaws! Dun 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 dun. Here we go. The teeth are coming together on you. Watch out now.
The very last thing I wanted to show you guys is just the absolute chadness of Microsoft. You don't hear me say that very often because it's been a while.
The bradness and the chadness of Microsoft.
It's been a tough hold, Microsoft bulls, but I think our day in the sun is almost here. I'm watching very closely for a break and close over 395, and more importantly, the weekly close over the 200. So let me pull that on the screen. We did not get it last week, but we're already over it. If we close over 388, 390, let's call it, I think this thing rips. And that's off the back of all of software absolutely putting on a show of force today, despite the weakness in the overall market. So IGV is slightly green, but holding. It's a really beautiful entry for IGV off of all these stacked moving averages. And remember, this is the software as a service index. A few more leader names in that section. Now looking incredible. I don't know what this face is about.
I remember this one. I'm like, yes. Because then I want to say, it's now the prettiest chart, 17. It's
So
now
I'd love a
18.
move.
It's now we're up to 454.
I'd love to flip the hairline here to flip
yeah,
the
right, There we go.
then we can get a move up to the 200.
Yeah, then we'll start growing like maybe a little afro or something.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, we'll have to get creative. We'll have to figure out what the next move is. Maybe there's some resistance. Actually, there is some resistance up here. So maybe we come up here, give him a flat top,
Yeah,
and
flat
then
top. There we go. Yeah, there we go.
yeah,
There we
and
go.
we can push higher. One more for you. CRM. This is Salesforce. These are looking like they're bottoming to me. So this one does have this head bonk here at the 50-day, looking very strong into it. Maybe it pulls back a little bit, and you buy a higher low, and then push, or you wait for the break in the back test of this 50. Either way, I like the whole sector and wanted to put it on your radar there.
Tack talked about SMH and Soxus drops more than Qs is what he thinks. In his opinion, he says,
Yes.
all right, just seeing if you agreed with that. I haven't really looked at them.
Well,
Qs
what we can also look at is here's the
overall.
really quickly. This is the ratio chart, SMH to QQQ. So the idea here is just like when SPY, it's not bearish, but you want to see more rotation. Maybe one sector's running too hot, others are heating up. Well, SPY might chop sideways while, I don't know, certain sectors start to build stronger. Maybe XLF, maybe the industrials, maybe the builders, yada, yada, yada. And other ones, like maybe tech, would come down, and that balance happened. So just like that happens with SPX or SPY, you also see that within the Qs complex. So you can have one subsector of tech running really hot, like semiconductors, and then as those kind of crescendo, you will often see another take the mantle and kind of curl up off the bottom like software. And this isn't a coincidence, right? Because the reason why software is getting beat while chips were going up is because they were a pair trade. They were selling their holdings in mega caps, the hyperscalers, all of their Oracle. That thing got beat, and they were using that to fund the check cashing trade, the SMH trade, the hardware trade, the chips trade. So when it's time for SMH to cool off, which, hey, it seems like it is, then we would expect that one to air out much more than QQQ overall, because QQQ is getting the boost from software. So just to illustrate that in one chart, here is SMH divided by QQQ. This is a ratio chart. And what this chart shows is the strength of SMH compared to QQQ. As we can see, that trend seems to be weakening, whereas it was stronger the whole way up. Now seems like it wants to test and potentially break below. That's what we should be watching for sure. If this does happen, then you can either ride the chips down, or you can just wait and just buy every dip in software, because that seems like a great trade to me. Either way, I'm bullish on the indices. Just might take a while.
Bully. Hey, flagging and tagging. DJ AM, you know it. Bagging and tagging. Love it. Bagging and tagging. There we go. Flagging and tagging. Either way. Whatever.
Either way. As long as it rhymes, I'm in.
Yeah, right.
Josh, by the way, I do have a little bit of around the horn for us if we want to just pop in. I know I kind of talked about half of it already with the actual big charts. There are a few more things. You want to jump into that now or save that for a little bit
go ahead.
later?
Yeah, we got a lot of different earnings to cover. They're finally ran. I say a lot, but we'll have other weeks with definitely a lot. This week we at least get going again. A lot to talk about. Of course, Friday, right? We want to keep amping up and ramping up your Friday show with Alejandra. So this Friday, don't forget, Steve and Alejandra front that every Friday. We're going to start getting some guests to join them eventually too as well. They have a psychology segment. Then me and Steve have the week recap. So there's that. We got a nice cool full show on Fridays now. But yeah, we have earnings to talk about, and the round the horn, whatever you want to get into, bro. Let's get into it.
Yeah, totally. I feel like I talked about half the story. We talked about chips. We talked about tech. We talked about the Korea market. There's a little bit more going on under the hood here. So a few things to put on your radar. Like we said, a little bit down on SPY. It is airing out just a bit more. I think this is about 20 minutes out of date. So grain of salt there, grain of salt. But in general, what I'm really focusing on is these little paths of 5-day trends. So what we're kind of seeing across the board on all indices here is we're cooling off. We're not necessarily dropping or turning around, but we're cooling off. And I think this is important to note because we're heading into a really big earnings season. So we're starting to hear some doubts in these narratives that have been keeping these trades afloat. We've been starting to hear a little bit of cracks in the semiconductor trade, but I'm not seeing that really coming together unless it gets confirmed by the next round of earnings that we have in the next couple weeks. So what is a great time for you to air out, pull the leader back into higher time frame supports? Well, it's when the trade is running a little hot. You've got late people into the trade. They're probably a little red. Maybe they're a lot red. Maybe they're over leveraged. And this can create the selling pressure, that volatility that a leading trade needs to continue to go up even higher. So what I'd love to see is narrative confirmation that, hey, we were just getting a little bit antsy here. Everything still is on track. CapEx spend is going to continue to ramp into next year. And that's what's really going to send this market into overdrive into the next leg up if we do get that. So that's what I'm looking for there. The first, it's not as important as the tech earnings, but it is quite important to set the tone, is going to be the financials. So JPM starting tomorrow, I do believe. I think it's JPM and Citibank. I got to double check on that. But either way, we got earnings for banks.
We have JPM, we have Bank of America, we got Gold Sachs, we got Wells Fargo, we got Citigroup.
They're all... Okay, all at once, yeah. So then we'll definitely be doing a full panel on those guys. But just important to know, every single day in the past week or so that I've showed you guys this sector scorecard, XLF is darn near pinned. It's really not doing that much. And I think this is important to note, that everybody is kind of waiting in the sector for these earnings, which makes sense, right? So just recapping what we got here. Energy very strong. This is off the Strait of Hormuz. Continued just back and forth, tit for tat. Yeah, somebody needs to sit them both sides down, and just say, "Can you guys get along? Because I need my chips to go up." That's what I'm caring about.
You know who needs to pay him a visit? Mr. Crowbar. Come on, Crowbar Steve.
Dude, I do think that I would be really good as a geopolitical negotiator, just because I think that our leaders all around the world, I think they forget the golden rule. And I think if we just brought it back to kindergarten rules, sat them down, gave them both the juice box and a cookie, and said, "How do you feel? How do you feel?" Talk to each other.
Get them
a Lunchable. Exactly. We need to air support in some Lunchables to the Middle East and just have a powwow. I'm sure we could find some common ground. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I just want everybody to have a good time.
When you do is when you get to the dessert and someone switches their lemon cookie for the Oreo. I'm like, man, I don't like the lemon cookie. Can I have your Oreo? And they're like, yeah, that's cool. I actually like the lemon cookie. And they switch. They're like, oh, we're making progress. We're making progress. Look at you guys.
That's a two-state solution right there, if I ever heard one, brother. Let's bring in the peace. I don't know what needs to happen. Obviously, that's above my pay grade. But what I do know is that I'm watching the Strait of Hormuz and the traffic through it very closely. That's always going to be the sign. And just a little bit of color down here. USO ripped about 5% there. XLE up 2.5% last I checked, maybe 20 minutes ago there. And this is off, like I said, that Hormuz blockade headline. Oh, it's going to be interesting. So you have on one side this energy-driven inflation scare that's colliding with Warsh. He's already dropped, kind of the easing bias there, and it's going to be really interesting to see how this goes into the next time we hear from him. So if oil keeps the bid through CPI, the rate cut hope that's been holding valuations up gets even thinner. And I remember saying this, just because the market wants a rate cut doesn't mean they get what they want. And just because I might be interested in some longs that are playing off that narrative doesn't mean that I have to believe that it's actually going to play out. So just remember, as this kind of narrative shifts back and forth into, oh my goodness, we're going to cut rates, oh, exuberance, oh, let's buy mortgage companies and, like Rocket and housing and all this stuff, and then it shifts back to, oh, actually, maybe we're even going to have to hike and blah, 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 blah. And it's all kind of, let's wait for some more data, but just keep in mind, like, oh, if this is the narrative that the market's trading off of, have a go-to basket that benefits from rate cuts. Have one, either short the ones that you just long for the rate cut play, or, have a basket that'll do better in a rate hike environment. But at the end of the day, I'm watching that September meeting, what do you call it? Percentage likelihood of on the rates. I'm losing my mind here, trying to find words. But yeah, essentially just keep tabs on that. And that's one of the bigger narratives that I'm watching here. As, of course, the last one being VIX is rocking and rolling. We want to see it get smacked on down real quick, likely off bank earnings, maybe the day after or so. But that's kind of where my head's at and what I'm looking for in the market here.
And then, like we were talking about this week too, just for other stuff. Yeah, we have CPI, the PPI. So Tuesday, tomorrow, CPI, Wednesday, PPI. This week, yeah, the banks are all tomorrow. I'll say a lot of them, but JPMorgan, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, Citigroup. Wednesday, nothing too crazy to be honest. The main one we'll cover in after hours will be, of course, United Airlines. So I'll be there with you tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon too as well. I think we're going to cover AEHR in the afternoon, but you can still kind of, which I imagine we should tomorrow. Let's really cover those banks tomorrow and the earnings. Wednesday will be a little bit pretty much just United Airlines, and then I think we could do in the earnings on Wednesday would be we have IPOs this week also that are dropping that Mr. Steve the Achieve will kind of look into, which is CSQR, C Square, and STDN. That's Standard Nuclear. So they go live this week. So we'll talk about those. And I think that's on Thursday when those go live, and of course Thursday will be our fun day. We have TSM and UNH in the morning, GE in the morning. There's another good aerospace play. And then we have Netflix.
Netflix. This one's exciting for me, Josh. I think this one could be very explosive because we're in a very, very key level on a high time frame chart.
Yeah.
So I would love if everybody's bullish like me, but they just shake the tree once more. I would love to get involved off of a little first tap of this 200-week on earnings. So if we get a flush out to $71 on earnings, and the numbers look good, we'll have the game plan ready to go with the earnings report, right? We'll have key metrics that we need to hold. And if we get those and the market still punishes them, it's a perfect, I don't know if I'll say A+, but a very strong setup that I will be taking, just basically banking on the first tap of this weekly to provide nice support if the market is just saying, hey, we want to take this up, but not quite yet. Numbers are okay, numbers are good, but they're not quite what we need to get the immediate bounce up. So this would be a longer term play for me. I'd like to take a little piece here and hopefully catch for the longer term move because I think that
I'm gonna bring this hat style back. You think I can do it?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, this is the kind of I actually kind of dig that. I think it works for you. I don't know if it works for
Hey,
that's such a backhanded compliment. I'm like, I love that for you. No, you're rocking it.
Wooly Bully. We're Wooly Bully on Netflix then, huh?
That one went right over my head, right over my
Wooly
brim.
Bully.
I haven't heard the Wooly Bully.
Wooly Bully. Wooly Bully. Oh man, yeah. Suck it to me now. I think if you heard it, maybe you like, oh, when that told me. I think if you heard the song, you may have I think I've heard this song before, but look up Wooly Bully.
Okay, you're breaking my brain because the melody, yes. I thought this was like a show on Netflix that everybody was watching.
It's a song. It's an old school song. Like 50s.
Okay.
In there. Well, because DJ Ian put it in chat. I actually said something a few minutes ago, and then he said Wooly Bully because I said something along the line.
I can't keep up. I thought we were talking Netflix still. I'm like, that's a new one to me. Is that like Squid Game?
So you are. Well, and I was jokingly saying, so you're bullish, Wooly Bully. So you're bullish on Netflix.
Absolutely. I am bullish on Netflix. Just bringing that back real quick. I think that it's just a longer term play and it's having a little bit of shake and bake. It's bottom wicks on the weekly. The monthly is just sitting there in the middle. Like, I don't know what this is going to do yet. I would love to see a strong inside bar on the monthly and close up at about 80. And I think that's right about the measured move. But we'll keep an eye on it. In general, I'm just thinking it looks like it might be ready to bottom into the right under the 50 fib here. It filled this gap, or it's very close to filling this gap. And if it does fill the gap here completely, it'll align with that 200 week, which is really sharply facing or sharply up ramping here if we can get the load. There it goes. So it's just a lot of reasons why this is kind of a bread and butter setup for me. Long-term move on a very strong chart. Long-term coming back into this prior high from years ago. And this is often a great time to get involved because you can look at this and go, hey, I get to be in a mega cap and I get to buy it at November 21 prices. I mean, hey, probably a pretty good bet that it goes up significantly. And man, the range on this, if this makes new highs, it's a 100% move. Josh, do you think Netflix will ever, do you think they've peaked as a company for all eternity? I don't personally. I think they probably make a new high at some point. So probably this is a great time to take a piece on a pretty slam dunk trade for the long-term port.
Wooly Bully.
You're a bear now. I see. Okay, all right. Well,
I think I like this area, but I'm gonna go. I think Netflix comes down to 60 to 55 before it sees a bounce.
Oh, that would be brutal for short-term players, for investor or for options traders, for example. For me, I'd kind of love that. That's where that big meat and potatoes, that big volume shelf is there.
Yeah, give it to
Yeah,
him.
no, you're not wrong. But I don't know. This is a
And no,
big
I
level
like
for
this
me. So
area.
if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
I do like this area. I was just, always got to be the contrarian and throw another level out there.
Got it.
You
Well,
know,
there's always two sides to every trade, right? And if I'm wrong, that probably does play out. So you know what? I'd love to buy a little bit. If I'm wrong, I'll take a small stop because it'll have a nice risk to define against, and I will set some alerts down at your levels, Josh. Because yeah, I like the 50. Give me the 50, fine. If it's gonna go there, I'll buy a bunch there.
Tacitus said, "Ouch, 55 low." Yeah, I think it could. I think it. I think
That'd be
that's
rough.
enough. Hey,
What?
well, if you look at it too, go. If I have this in the weekly, so if you go to the weekly, we're in this head and shoulders, and we've cracked kind of the baseline of the shoulder, right? And so you can kind of see
Yeah.
it in the monthly. And so this play could, if it does not reclaim 80-ish area to maybe 82, 83. Watch out! Watch out! I'm calling her right now. She's coming on down for more. Woolly bully.
Totally
Woolly
valid. You know,
bully.
this is my Achilles heel, Josh, because I am trying to do the fortune telling thing. Just because it works out maybe a little more often than it should doesn't mean that I should rely on that, right? So at the end of the day, you are right that this is under the prior low. Just because it's posting bottom wicks, just because it has rising support, doesn't mean that has to hold. So absolutely possible that this thing does reject on a bad earnings, but we'll have all those details going into that on the actual print there. Talk saying why the rush for Netflix? Well, I don't know. We got a catalyst, and not a big rush. But if I can get a good piece or a little piece at a good price off a key level, I will take that stab just because I think the mega cap trade is looking pretty good overall. And if there's any charts that I would expect to fail a breakdown and then push higher, it's these mega caps on a catalyst. So just like Meta here, this weekly chart, this was looking dire to me when it broke this previous two lows, came up, made a lower high, and then made a higher, or a lower low, equal lows there. Either way, looking kind of grim. And then now all of a sudden, 2 weeks later, starting to look a lot better after it failed the breakout. So interesting stuff there.
Okay. Tacitus
We got
says,
some
"Dido. Tears gone cold. I'm wondering why."
I was about to do the same thing. Dear Slim, I wrote you and you still ain't calling. Let's see. Is it DIDI? What are we looking at here? DID.
I was just thinking Dido. I don't know. I was just thinking back to Dido and Slim Shady Volume and I had a girlfriend at the time. She loved Dido. Well, a lot of people liked Dido at the time. She was had her own songs, but yeah, then that one that of course Eminem remix, which was of course a classic with Stan. I think Devin Sawa, the actor, was in it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, in that he played the.
Oh yeah, that's a wild music. That's actually super dark. This is less fun than I thought it was. I was like, wait, what is that actually about? Oh, yep, that's what it's about. Anyways,
Well, what's crazy is that God, what is that one song? Pumped Up Kids. That's the title of the song.
oh yeah.
That's about
For the people.
Yeah, if you actually read and listen to the lyrics, it's like, yeah, you're not singing it. It sounds like a happy-go-lucky song. And then it's funny. This was back when I was in TV and I was at our local ABC affiliate. I did sports, and me and Steve Sullivan, like every once in a while we run these fun segments with local people, and we did this segment with little kids a lot. There was I forgot Sully's Heroes, I think is what he called it. And so we reach out to these kids that were going through issues, and then they've succeeded, whatever it might be. And so that was a popular song at the time, so we would throw that in a lot, and we never really thought about what it was about until finally we both kind of looked at it. It was funny one day, I think Steve was like, "You know what the song's really about?" I'm like, "Yeah, I didn't ever think about it. We always just would add." He's like, "We stopped using it." No one ever said anything, but it was so funny. We would always throw it into like these little kid clips, right? And then we realized,
Yeah. Oh no.
but it just sounds like a happy song, when you actually are just like, "Oh, pumped up, get out of my," or whatever, and you're just like. Then you actually listen to what it's about, and you're like, "Oh, whoa, that's a dark song. That's a dark song."
That's a rough one.
Better run after my bullets. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. See, what's wild is going back and listening to all those old songs today. Oh yeah, for sure, Tacitus. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I love music as in general, but it's nothing like it used to be. I think that almost like with movies to me, it was about 2005 to 2012 ish. That music just wasn't the same anymore at that point, and they're just moving to a lot of now technology, like AI can write music or produce it, versus especially you're back to the 50s, 60s, 70s, whatever, 80s, 90s, when you're having to play all the instruments. And yeah, I mean that's cool stuff right there for sure. I miss those days.
Absolutely. It also, brings a lot of interesting discussions about like what like I'm sure when we hear some AI music today and we're like, what is this? I'm sure people were thinking about that when we busted out the synthesizer for the first time, or like, so it's like, or, electronic music. Like I even
Yeah.
remember when I was a kid, like there was a lot of people who looked down on it, like, oh, it's not real music. It's just some guy on a computer making it. It's like, okay, well, I still get down to a lot of electronic music now. So it's
Right.
just interesting to see that kind of change over time and what may be accepted. I look at AI kind of just as like, I just look at it like tool maxing. Like, hey, it's a tool. It's really strong. But the difference between somebody who's using it as a tool and somebody who's like, hey, AI, what's a project? Hey, AI, make that project you thought of however you want. Like they take whatever output comes out and they throw it on the app store or whatever. And yeah, maybe they make a few bucks, but it's slop and people know it. But
Yeah.
the good AI, you don't even know it's AI, right? So I think that's where we're going to be heading towards, just a refinement and that kind of nuance. And I think there will be more acceptance because I don't think anybody can escape it in a few years. But that being said,
Oh, yeah. I think obviously it's a done deal, but yeah, it just is one of those things where, yeah, it's just you'll never like one of the last ones that I got to see before but Linkin Park, like listen to Linkin Park
oh
and
yeah,
them playing music, and then listen to Chester sing live, and just the emotion that you would feel through that. And of course, whatever your band is, whether it's Metallica or it's AC/DC or it's listen to Chicago or Three Dog Night, or I don't know, all these different random bands throughout the years, right? They're playing all these instruments and they're vibing together. It's nothing can beat that, especially when you hear it live. It's such a beautiful thing. So that's where it's just
yeah.
like, oh, that's where it's like, man, you can't replace that, is my point. But yeah, AI, because even Avery and I were talking, like, imagine then down the line where it's like you think we're going to see. I think we were talking about this the other day. I mean, like, people still, do you think? Of course, if they give their likeness, but it's Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible 18, and it's 2071. He's dead, but we're still AI-ing him into movies.
Oh yeah, that's getting a little too dystopian, late stage capitalism for me. Where it's like, come on, at least let's find somebody new. Let's stop milking it.
Yeah, right,
I'm
exactly. Yeah.
sick of all of the sequels. I'm just going through the charts while we're chatting, and I'm just noticing the absolute strength in some of the most interesting pockets of the market. The first thing that jumped out at me, Josh, PayPal. This is one I talked about last week. It's actually putting on a show of force here, up 3.8% today in some rough tape. You see all these red names in my watch list. So fascinating move there. Also seeing just really, really strong moves in all of the oil names. I'm liking a lot of these charts, especially the XOP. So talk, you might be all over this one already, but this is oil and gas exploration. Very, very encouraging chart here. Loving this one. Right in the chat. Good to see you, man. A few more areas of interest here. I'm thinking that healthcare devices, medtech devices, finally time to start getting involved with this basket. I'm seeing the IHI. This is the index. To me, this is looking like a back test of a stage 1 base and a hold. So I'm loving this move here on IHI. I think this is a really strong name. A few names in this sector that I think you can look at. These are longer term plays, a little bit more boring.
Before you left, go back to IHI.
You can go back to it?
Yep.
Yeah. What you got?
Now zoom in real quickly again, like you did, so we can see that volume profile out to the right, wherever that was. I knew you had it in there.
Come on.
Well,
It's thinking. There it goes.
boom. Look where we just reversed that on that high. Look at that big volume node. So go up to the last reversal. So go up to where we reversed at like 53. Look at the one at 53.
Yep. That spike there.
Look at that. I mean, that's just
Coast to coast, right?
straight sexy sauce right here. This thing's running pretty.
I think so too. Yeah, a few names to watch if you want a little bit more juice. PODD. This one, these guys have gotten whaled on. This whole sector has. It's just absolute brutality. We'll go back to the actual index and you'll see it's not just this guy. Whole index down bad. But I think PODD, very strong name in the space. My possible favorite fundamentally is BSX. This is Boston Scientific Corporation.
Hey,
They've gotten hammered so hard.
POD, payable, whatever it was. That's a good band in the past. Boston, another great band.
Here comes the boom. Yeah, I remember that. Ready or not. Yeah. I was a big Linkin Park. Loved me some Korn, some Slipknot, all the new metal. Yeah, I was down. Some Limp Bizkit. Sign me up.
Yeah.
Yeah, talk mentioning ISRG as well. Let me take a look at that one. This one's I don't understand the chart as well. So I had, yeah, you see we tried it up there. It didn't work. I don't know exactly what this is doing. I think this is a sign of strength. This is probably ends up being a higher low, but it's just not as clear of a chart for me as the other ones here in BSX. Looks like a little head and shoulder, inverted head and shoulders here. Give it a, I mean, it's not a perfect one, but
It's a mini.
let me
euro.
believe, Josh, I want to believe.
Yeah, it's there. It's working. It's doing its thing.
Most importantly, like you said, on almost all these charts, it's a multipolar volume profile. Over the bottom node, if we migrate away from this definitively, very likely we cut through this empty space quickly and reach for this one. You're seeing this on a lot of the laggards, even in different sectors. So PayPal, for example, on the weekly, it was literally felt like the same setup. And you'll see on this volume profile momentarily. There it is. See, you move off of this one, and it's just empty space carving on up. Very likely to 60 in my book. So lots of room on this PayPal trade. I'm buying dips. We took a starter at 44.70, I believe, 44.70 a couple weeks ago. Last week. That's what we got there. Talk selling puts on ISRG. I respect it. Robotics and surgeries there. Yeah, interesting stuff for sure. And I think that physical AI is going to be a really, really big area of interest in terms of the next leg of this trade. So keeping a close eye on some of those names. Another one there, AMBA, Ambarella. This one's very interesting from a fundamental perspective. And I think it's taken its time, but I think it's going to go pretty hard pretty soon. So this is one on my watch list, as well as VPG. If it gives me a good price, I need much bigger washout, but I want this, at least this 21 day. And I think under 100, probably a steal.
A steal, you say?
A steal. Well, I mean, it was really a steal when I was watching it in the 24s, 25s, 26s, and then in the 30s, but it's just one of those charts that was hard for me to buy into, but I sure wish I did. This was one of my picks in January that I never played. Whoops. My bad.
Over that 45 neckline looks really pretty right there. That was nice.
Yeah. Where would you be looking to pull back to? Let me clear these old lines. Do you think the 21 week is a decent place to look, or do you think this needs more airing out, maybe to the 75, 78, somewhere around there?
Yeah, I think it needs some airing out for sure. Yeah, and that's where I usually let the you get feelers in, but this is where I usually let the lab rats come in and show me where, and then I say, okay, now you've identified the area. I appreciate your help.
Yeah, you were a sacrifice I was willing to make.
Yeah, exactly.
So on air here, I'm kind of doing the same thing, waiting for those lab rats to step in. They did a nice push, tried to reclaim the 21, but still rejecting, so I still want more. I'm looking at 48 here for air for a long-term position. This is a very cool company. We're going to be talking earnings tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to it. Josh, are you familiar with this company at all?
Yeah, actually, I used to day trade this. As you can see, it used to be a penny stock small cap company, so I am familiar-ish with it, just being the fact that I day traded it before. Yeah, this
Absolutely,
is like
man.
When I saw it pop up, I was like, "Oh, we're gonna cover a micro small cap play, huh?" And then okay. And then I finally look at it again, like, "Oh, look at him! Look at this guy grow up! Look at him! He's starting to become a little bit bigger boy." So yeah, I've looked at this and day traded it in the past for sure.
I love it. Really cool stuff. Yeah, this one, it's been wild because I actually was a big believer in this stock, not when it was down here at $7, but when it was down here at $2 back in the day. And you know what? This one was an absolutely brutal trade for a lot of people because you know what? We were in very low. A lot of people took the money way too early and then they bought back in way the heck up above 15 at least. And honestly, I know a lot of people who are buying in here in this 35, 40, 45 because the narrative was so explosively strong. The thing is, this is a great example when talking about these kind of cyclical plays. This is a cyclical semiconductor, more so than others because essentially it is, you can think of it kind of like an easy bake oven for wafers. For basically the idea is you want to be able to test your wafers in one go. Otherwise, it's much more costly down the line. You would much rather know from the get-go whether it's good to go or whether you're going to need a very expensive replacement. Yada yada. You can get an oven which stress tests these key components in in the semiconductor supply chain because of the massive influx in just chips in general, and of course, the need to test them, yada yada yada. This thing can change directions very fast. So like when we're in an upcycle, I mean, geez, this thing can 5x, 10x, 20x, and then it can go through periods of sustained duress. Or this thing went from 50. I watched this thing go to 50 to $6 in the course of 2 years. It was not a fast washout too. I know people who had shares all the way down and then they sold under 10. Here we are. We doubled that prior high at 50. So this is where if you believe in the narrative, you just got to hold on hope. Maybe, if you hold from 50 to, if you don't stop out for 10%, 20% of the worst, then you better be a long-term investor and you better be accumulating when the narrative is still intact, but this thing is in the gutter, because that's how you get these explosive moves there. And for Micron, hey, you never know. You never know. Maybe it has a 50, 60, 70, 80, 90% pullback, just like every other time in history these cyclical memory stocks do. There's your 80% pullback there. Probably not that extreme because they have a lot of deals in place now to try to mitigate some of that cyclicality. But at the end of the day, they're a memory stock at 5 PE, and that is historically a very dangerous thing. So we can pull back more and then go higher again, make a new high, like you're saying, carving out those mountains. And
what are your Fade AI chip plays? Fade SMCI all day long. That's one.
Fade AI. Well, I don't think that they're a bad company, but I think ALAB has been a very hot one that may be finally cracking. ALAB, I think you could get a lot of meat on them bones. Here's the thing. I don't really like shorting leading sectors. I don't find that it's my best type of trading, So for me, just like I don't long laggards, I probably shouldn't be shorting the strongest things. But I do think that there's probably more logic in shorting the strongest thing when it does crack, just because it's the most elevated. And, if it's cracking, then it can get pulled down with the weaker ones too. That being said, I don't know if I'm not a big shorter, Josh. So maybe somebody in chat or you can tell me, am I taking crazy pills even trying to short the strongest one? It's just not my style.
If you want, I think there are safer bets. It depends on your trading style, right? I don't think there's a true set. Hey, this is the way to do it, right? Like we talk about, there's so many ways to skin the cat. I'm just looking at ARM's chart. ARM looks like it looks like it wants to come down more, to be honest. That's one I'm looking. I would be fading that. Just that chart looks heavy. We're right at a neckline, and we keep bouncing off of it, but not pushing up again here recently. So this back under this little 290, 285 area, that's going to have some room to drop. There's not going to be a lot of chart to hold it up. You're going to have retracement from the fibs. Volume nodes are not all the way. They're not even all the way down into like the 230s, I bet. I haven't looked at your chart, and yeah, there they are.
235, baby. Yep. Yeah. You're on it.
So you got some room to fall there. That's just looking through charts, right? I mean, I don't look at a lot of different stocks. I know Steve and Michael Noss and Mitch, that's one thing. They have more of a their encyclopedia, so to speak. Their dictionary is a bigger book. But throw me a chart, and I'll let you know what that chart's probably going to do just based on the chart itself. And that just reeks of a chart that says, I'm about to crack down for some more. I need to find a better consolidation area.
Yeah, I like this one in particular because it's under the 50. So when we were looking at ALAB, I believe that's holding well over the 50 still. Yeah, so then, you get your big crack. Okay, it's down 3-4%, and you have to deal with this. So totally understand wanting to kind of short the one that's already through there. And this was a prior leader, so don't get me wrong. It's not like this was, this has plenty of room, like you're saying. I think this one's a really great short to 260 minimum. And probably that 240, 250, or 230, 240 kind of look there. What else do you think about, let's see, some other ones that you could consider looking to go short on if you're really into that? I mean, what about just SK Hynix? I mean, it kind of
could be.
Short the gap fill, maybe. So here's the thing about SK Hynix. If the whole memory trade's chilling, that this still is trading at a premium to its anchor in the South Korean market. I do believe, I didn't check it last night, so maybe there was some arbitrage at least attempted there. In general, this was a long, everybody kind of knew this was on the tape, and now we did get the kind of airing out, the sell the news reaction on like DRAM, just the sector as a whole. So you could just short that one. That one kind of makes sense to me, but it's also a little risky.
SpaceX looks like it's going to 100. That's another one I'd be looking to short. There's nothing to hold it up.
Oh, it finally cracked.
Yeah.
I didn't get I wanted the 9-day back test there so bad to get short and just didn't give it to me, and now it is doing the path without me. I just wanted this little pop here. Congratulations, shorts. I would love a retest. Are they going to give me that, you think, Josh? A little back test here to get in at 150? I'm going to set an alert.
I think you're going to see some 135 buyers come in. Yeah, I think you'll get one more shot. I think you may have to just take what they give you, though, and as close as it gets, kind of just start filling in and get you some fillers, because I really feel that one's really starting to hit the tank there soon.
No, I like that. I like this. Yeah, maybe 150 is a little just a round number. The equilibrium, or sorry, the moving average. It'd be so nice. But regardless, I think you are dead on. This thing is finally ready to go. It was just waiting for us to get bored, right? Take it off our radars, and you'll see this a lot. Honestly, it was hanging on there, but it was never strong. So wash it on out to. I think 125 is a good place to take some profit. I think the real targets, though, like you said, I mean, look at that. 95, that's such a nice target, Josh, because it's going to sink under that 100. It's going to overshoot a little bit, and then it's probably going to find buyers, reclaim the 100. So you can maybe just flip long here. I don't know if that's crazy, but at the very least.
Yeah, that's what I've told anyone. Hey, you get anything sub 100, just start stabbing in at it, 10 shares, 20 shares, whatever at a time, until, it's going to find a base and move back on up. Sub 100 is where it's at. Don't try to call it out 100 or beforehand. Maybe 100 on the dot, but I like it sub 100. I've just seen so many of these plays. AMD, or Amazon, NVDA, they find a base at 100, really more so right around 80. I don't know what it is, but they go right around 90 to 80, and then that's when they start to ramp back on up. So watch for it there. Before we get too late in the show, Tacitus, I'll get it down. Thoughts on MITK? Let's see here. We got the all this AI, cybersecurity, etc. What do you think of this chart? 4-hour possible bullfrog formed. Big time earnings in 10 days. So we'll have this. Another one we'll be looking at, obviously, MITK coming up with earnings. On the chart, just real quickly, 4-hour looks good. Yeah, I love this. Going back into 2025 into this year, had a nice, good, long consolidation base a couple of times here. And it looks like we're going to form a third one here. So this is kind of like our third leg up. I do like this overall. Watch for a possible touch of 21, a retracement back down before we go. Like me and Steve talk about that third touch, fourth touch, fourth knocking on the wall. Hammerheading, we've got all kinds of terms over here for it, and then squeezing, going for more. So yeah, I do like this. This looks bully to me. What about you, Steve?
I'm with you. This is a woolly bully right here. So monthly, I had to start out here because this one, I saw some high time frame levels last time I checked this chart. So this monthly prior high all the way back in the dot-com bubble, that is what we surged through in the COVID stimulus bubble, whatever you want to call it, rally. Right. And then we come back down, we find support off that 200 month, we reclaim this point of control. Now we've surged above the prior high. I think that it is all but programmed that we go and sweep this new high and continue onward and upward. I think it's a very, very strong chart. I think that if we go onto a weekly, it just looks better. This is a nice, beautiful squeeze base here that's just starting to push up, trying to back test. Assuming it holds this 9-week moving average, I think the 9 week starts to curl up more aggressively. Similarly to how we had this kind of, like this is a good flag example. It's kind of chopping up, needs to air out a little bit, but once it reclaims, absolutely explosive there. I do think, this one wants to rock and roll, and it seems like it's in the right space. I'll do some more fundamental research on this, but definitely not a bad area to be in here. He mentioned the 4-hour chart too, so I can look at that real quick. Looking for a bullfrog. I don't know what that is. Probably bull flag.
Bullfrog.
Maybe leapfrog.
It's bullfrogging, bullflagging. Yeah, bullfrogging, same thing.
We got a bullfrog polywog.
Well, yeah, it's bully froggy. All right, that's what we'll call it.
I like it. Watch the flip of the 1950 to 1975 level. So, but yeah, especially 1975. That is where it got smacked down at 5 o'clock this morning. So basically at the open there. So what I'm saying is, or what I'm seeing is a flip of this, and it rips, smashes the shorts that tried to hammer this in, and I think it's probably ready to make that move because this is pardon me. You got a good range just here to break even. So if you get in here, you take some off here, and then you hold.
Starts wearing you out, giving you the on.
A little bit. I don't know what it is. That's just. I'm just. I don't know. I'm not even tired. I just got hit with the yawn there.
Look at that chart. It's wearing you down, Steve. Get it. It's like that's like your kryptonite gets wearing you down over there. It's just it's the exact opposite. You don't know. Get rid of it. It's wearing Steve down. Good there, Tacitus, and yes, he was a very mysterious Roman He was a scholar and a very important person, says Tack. And there you go, ribbit, ribbit. Yes, we both like it. I like the lower high, or the higher lower, I should say, pattern, the higher high pattern. It does have that bullfrogging effect. I think it's going to leap its way, like Frogger did, at least for a couple more levels up, for sure. Maybe one more, if not two. But yeah, I like it.
Maybe. Now you got me checking in on one of the darlings of the software space, Bullfrog. I believe Bullfrog. No, JFrog. Apologies, JFrog. Bullfrog's a very different company, very bad company compared to this, I do believe. This one, high quality, trying to push out the top of this basically forever base. I think it's going to rip, but I do not know. Mentioning one last thing that I want to talk about here. Is Bitcoin the canary? Is it the canary in, I'm assuming you're referring to canary in the coal mine, an indicator. What's that there?
The peacock.
What's the peacock in the coal mine?
I'm just
I don't think those are supposed to be there, Josh.
I'll throw you off.
We got a turkey in the asbestos mine here. I don't know what it means, but it's provocative. Bitcoin, is it a leading indicator? Well, this falling 50-day, I was watching for a flip. I thought maybe we would get the start of a rise into the 200-day and then maybe the start of a longer basing process. So far, looking a little bit grim. You could still entertain the possibility of, got to kill this path, but we could do something like head and shoulders there, inverted head and shoulders. That would also be a back test of this kind of choppy downtrend line that we have, that blue one, and that would remind me of another unloved sector that carved out a bottom, I hope, in Microsoft. See the very similar downtrend line there? It does the move above, then it washes out, but confirms. So that's what I'd maybe like to see on Bitcoin, but Talk could very well be right. This could be the start of a crack. Definitely don't like it if it loses this prior low. Then I would be looking for a short on a retest, similarly to the SPCX name. Say it knifes out hard. I'd like to see somewhere or something like that to get involved in these bottom wick zones. So right in there, take the short. That's what I think is a better risk reward area. Honestly, I'm not sure though. Do you have any feelings on Bitcoin here?
I'm a peacock, Captain. You gotta let me fly on this one. You can't keep me cooped up in here, okay? I'm a peacock. You gotta let me fly.
I gotta rewatch that. That's a great one. That's is that the other guys, right?
Yeah, the other guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Me and Avery went and watched it, and had no idea out of the gate how, of course, what we're going into when The Rock and Samuel L. just jump off the building. We're like, what? Wow, we are in for a ride.
What movie is this?
What is he? What is this?
That was wild. Me and my friends, whenever we're playing any kind of shooter game that has an indoor setting, we got to hit a desk pop. It's a classic. Yeah. Oh, there's a desk pop. What can you do?
Yeah.
Man, I got to rewatch that one now.
Looking at my live stream, and he would send me, he'd put pictures or send DMs of he'd be at work and he'd show that he had his gun that day. I'm like, all right, come on, do a desk pop. And I was live. I'm like, come on, do it first on the live stream. Do a desk pop. Come on.
I'm like, wait, what was his job? I'm just wondering. Josh was like, third grade teacher.
No, he was a car salesman. He was a car salesman.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. Totally understandable then. Yeah. Oh boy.
Good stuff at lunch here, and of course, Steve. I was going to let you know, Alejandra can't get back. She's coming back from Vegas, so she's still doing the flying and traveling.
Yeah,
so
no worries.
You're going to see if Jessica join. He can't. I have one-on-one, so you were going to be solo, Mr. Solo. Flying solo, Peacock flying solo this afternoon. So Steve will be back in about a little less than an hour from now to get you guys ramped up and rocking and rolling. We got a lot to cover, I know, for this coming week, Steve, as well. So I'm sure you have a lot to talk about. Whether it's earnings, the IPOs, whatever you want to talk about, you'll have plenty. Of course, whatever we already have moving here. So Steve will be back in about 55 minutes or so. Otherwise, any questions you guys have, like always, I love when you guys ask about any chart, any stock. That's what we're here for, especially during the lunch recap. We're just recapping the day. What did we trade? Why did we trade it? What looks good? And then, of course, you come in kind of like almost a mini version of Bring Your Own Chart like we do on Friday. You just bring your own alert. Say, hey, bring your own question, and we'll go over it. Don't forget, smash that like button. 50 likes on today's live stream or any live stream leads to a 25K eval giveaway. So smash that like button. Also coming up, which we have, Steve, the earnings challenge. That's coming up too as well. So we can start pushing that. So that's huge that we can start pushing. That's going to be coming up. Earnings beat challenge. So if you want to click on that link real quick,
Yeah, I got it right here, baby.
yeah, and pull it up so we can
I'm
show on
on
the live, put on the live, and that's in the description. That's in the description. It's been in the link all day long, attached to our pinned to our the chat as well. Look how cool it is. That's earnings, guys. It has all the earnings
very
plays,
cool.
and there's so many. We'll break this down more on the live stream over the next few days for you guys, and how you can get in and do the earnings challenge. It takes 2 seconds to sign up. Your name and your email, boom, you're in, and then it gives you a full breakdown. So you don't have to really go anywhere for earnings. We have it all covered for you.
Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, great stuff coming up. Just remember, before the open tomorrow are banks, so that's going to be spicy. I'll be we'll talk after stream, Josh. I'll be doing my best. I'll have material for all this. Hopefully, my internet doesn't shut me out and I can stay all through the stream. If not, I might need to pop in on my phone. We'll figure it out. But no matter what, we'll have a lot of great stuff to talk about. Both in the first half of the actual cash session, we'll be talking about those morning earnings on the banks. We'll be seeing their impact on the market and seeing if they're buyable dips, or hey, maybe we're just screaming out of the top on amazing earnings. I'd love that too. Personally, hoping for a little bit of a pullback without any scary numbers there. After hours, like we said, air, that's going to be a fun one for sure. We also have some smaller ones to talk about. But going through the week, big boys coming. We got Netflix, JPM, like we talked about, all the banks, very important. And I know there's one I'm missing that I think is going to be fun. I like AA, Alcoa Aluminum,
which I know you can't wait for.
Yeah. No, Netflix for sure, for sure. Give me more. Give me. I'll buy with both hands at 50 if you give it to me, Josh. So that's what's on tap for earnings. But yeah, guys, pop into this thing. It's really fun. We also have a nice bonus if you sign in, if you sign up and place
20.
your first earnings bet. Yeah, do you have the date? I know if we do this by I think it's next week or so, you will get $20 of credit towards an account. So free money. That's my favorite time.
I think it's the 14th through the 21st. So sign up. Essentially, get signed up tomorrow through next week. Essentially, over the next week, sign up, and you'll get 20 credits toward an eval that you can use to any evaluation. So essentially, $20 heading your way for free if you just sign up for this and have a little fun. So that's nice free $20 off any eval that we have. And real quickly, we'll give a quick. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Steve, try to keep it to 30 seconds as well. Thoughts on Circle. So CRCL, thoughts on it. I think this play is going down. It's going to see new lows it hasn't seen in a few years here. I think we're going, it's all-time lows. I think we're going to all-time lows, Steve. Just now realized this is back in 2025 when this play began trading on the stock market. I think we tap 50. So if anything, we come down and hit that all-time low, which is almost right at 50 on the dot.
This is gross. I'm also operating on context clues. You cut out there a little bit, got a little jumbly. We're talking Circle, right?
Yeah, CRCL, I think it comes down to 50. I think it keeps coming down.
Yeah. I think you're right. It's ugly. I wanted to love this thing. Out of a cup and handle here, downtrend break. It rejected so perfectly that I took it the heck off my watch list and said never again. It hit the 50% and came down. I'm going, okay, all right, let's see it. Let's see the break of the previous high. It tagged it, found such a hard seller right off that 50 fib. For me, no go. Off of that, I wish I had flipped short. And as I grow as a trader, I'll probably learn to take those clear rejections of a breakout that I'm looking for as a sign to really dig my heels into the other side of the trade, make my money on that side, because it still is a great setup. It's just not the one I was looking for. So now, again, looking like, I think you're right. We lost everything that matters here on the loss of 83. This thing is in slide down, washout mode. I would be shorting every single time it bounces up into our moving averages, which it just did yesterday, and you can see that hard reject. So now you could either... Here's how I usually do these, Josh. Sorry, 10 seconds. I like to take 1/3 here. I like to take 1/3 on the basically the 21-day, the rejection. I like to take another third on the breakout, and then I'll take one more on the breakout back test right there. So 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. That's what I'm thinking.
Boom. There we go. Love it. Steve and I got you covered there. Tacitus, you. There you go. All right, guys. Steve's back in literally, about 50 to 55 minutes here. He'll be back, answer all the questions, or 50 minutes now, all the questions you want. So Tacitus, everyone stick around. I'll put the scanners back on. Throw actually a little bit of music on too as well. How about that? A little background music. Steve, you got it covered. Oh, and then yeah, of course, Steve, I'll stick around. We'll ask whatever we'll go over too as well. But scanners up now. Steve back in about 50 minutes. All right, guys.
Sounds good. What is up, traders? Steve Tallman here with Trade the Pool. We've got some stuff to talk about, but not too much on SPX. Very small, narrow range day here to start the week. Weekly candle starting off very compressed here. We'll go to a daily candle as well to show you we are still inside yesterday's bar, still hanging out over the 9-day. Haven't even tested in with the most bullish moving average that I really rely on. We could still go down to the 21-day, still be right in line with this big pennant back test, right? So there's still room to the downside. Haven't even tagged point of control there either. Yet, we also could not push up. So we're in a holding pattern, and this makes sense because we're going into bank earnings tomorrow morning. So we have a whole slate of banks there. Cat's jumping around behind the scenes here. We have a whole bunch of banks reporting, and we're going to talk about them real quick. Here we go. We are on Trade the Pool's new earnings beat page. Guys, I believe this is releasing to you guys tomorrow, and I'm so excited to show you because it's a lot of really cool stuff and a lot of hard work went into designing this. What we have here is a whole dashboard for you to place all of your earnings bets, for you to just keep up with all of the market moves that are happening. You can see the charts live here. We have integrated charts. You can go even to a 1-minute chart here. So anytime you're trying to keep tabs on one of these, you have the technicals, you have the fundamentals as well, some key metrics for you, and you have the ability to make some money. Because if you guess correctly, you can win a whole bunch of great prizes. And I believe you get a $20 bonus just for logging in, just for placing your first earnings bet. So come on in, guys. I believe you can do this starting tomorrow, but I just want to share it with you now. It's the earnings beat from Trade the Pool here. Really cool stuff. Yo, who's in the chat? We got Shaw, we got Tacitus, we got Jopi1 Kenobi, as always. Good to see you guys hanging out. Not taking any trades today, so far at least, but we can talk about it. So far, very slow for me. And like I said, compression day into bank earnings. For me, no dice in terms of trading outside. I will perhaps a little swing if I get a good entry on one of my top names. So far, just hanging out and watching for the most part. I still do want to see us be bullish into the next week. Hey Nigel, good to see you. We have 4 days left. We have bank earnings tomorrow, and we have Netflix on Thursday. Both of those are two potential inflection points that I could be looking at for that catalyst, but I wouldn't be too shocked if it took a week for this move to play out. So like I said, moving averages still drifting up. I would like to see another test of this 21, I think. At the very least, the 9. And, I just want to see where the strong buyers are. Wherever they are, I'll be looking to join because I do think we are in a dip buy meta. I think we buy the dips, and I think it works out really nicely over the next couple weeks as long as we hold over those moving averages like we're talking about. So let's talk gamma exposure here for a second. Just let you know where we're at, and then we'll get into some more tickers. This 15-minute looking kind of encouraging for a catch here. See that curl? Going to keep an eye on that, and we're going to clean up this chart too. Overall, we wanted to see a new high before we pulled back. We got the pullback a little sooner than we'd like, so maybe we get that push up on the bank earnings, then we can come down after that again before we really get going. Either way, I think stair-stepping is on the table here. Bear with me while I load my gamma exposure. Actually, totally forgot. I can show you guys the cool new web app I'm building. Forgot this will actually work. So here we go. Check this out. So what we've got here, a little bit of everything. You might be familiar with my old Excel sheet that I used to use because I'm a boomer. That's what back in my day, we didn't have this fancy AI. We had to build our programs on a spreadsheet or learn how to code, but I wasn't doing that. So here, the time is now. I'm able to put some really cool stuff together. We have our gamma exposure. Let's zoom that in a little bit there. This is for the week. We have the options inventory, so the market maker inventory here. We have a live chart showing some of these levels. This is still rough, so bear with me. Also, don't read too much into this flow yet, but it's a placeholder. We're going to be having that coming in too. We are able to see some interesting stuff here. So the first thing I want to note is that essentially we have a lot of congestion around the 7,500 and 7,550 zones here for the week. Each of these columns here is showing 1 day of gamma exposure. So 1 day of basically the options inventory, which very likely is going to move our intraday price action. Basically, the gamma exposure dictates how much market makers have to hedge, and this provides some really reliable flows that you can play off of, long or short, depending on the setup. So today, we are basically saying, here's 0 gamma, 75.40. This is the big floor here at 7,500. I think that we're probably trading in a range for the next couple days until we get some movement off of these earnings. Next week, I am more excited for, although I haven't built that into this app yet. So on my other screen here, I'm looking at next week's gamma exposure pointing upwards, concentrating around 7,600 or so. So that's where I'd really like to see the ball to kind of move. Going forward here, intraday, let's get back into a 1-minute chart, get a little more fine-tuned here, and see if we can see any reason that we might catch. So this is a good experience, or this is a good lesson here, because essentially I've been in meetings, I've been setting some things up, and I've been coding most of the day. Coding, me and Claude. So I haven't been watching the price action very closely. So this is kind of me coming to the tape without a strong bias intraday, and we'll kind of build that bias together. So there's context, of course, and Adrian's kind of mentioned it. Adrian's bullish as well, but there's a lot of debuff stacking. That's a good way to put it, right? So there's Iran problems. Oil kind of breaking out. I did see that today. I saw that USO was up about 7%. So that's worrisome. We got to talk about that, especially with the number of oil charts that honestly look very strong. So we have a bunch of data incoming, which ain't going to be great, most likely. So probably speaking of CPI, PPI coming around the corner. CPI, we have been... as you can see with oil, we've been having some trouble, and inflation is a worry. So inflation's a concern. CPI is where that would show. This is a big candle. Right into the point of control from the past, ever since it's got the war premium. This is the range that it's trading in. So it's a little bit interesting. Adrian mentioning some geopolitical, or I guess political in the United States, some weirdness going on. What's up with Mitch McConnell? I don't know, man. I don't know. I hope he's okay, I guess. It's strange they're not telling us more, and he's been in the hospital for this long. There's some questions about his picture, whether it's photoshopped or not. I don't know. That's all above my pay grade. But McConnell seems to be hanging in there. Lindsey Graham, he's out. Rest in peace, Lindsey Graham. That's yeah. So here we are trying to kind of digest all of that. I don't think that's going to move the market nearly as much as this oil stuff. But in general, I don't want to get too worried until we see this hold. It is definitely giving me a buy signal if it back tests and holds off of maybe 113, 112. I'd want to see it hold 110 at the very worst if we are in a ramp up here. Of course, it's not what you want to see, but it's always good to have some hedges on when you have energy charts that look this strong. Let's go through some of these energy charts and see what we're looking at. First off, Chevron. This one's very appealing on a very high time frame for me. So essentially what we've been watching for quite a while is this very, very long time frame. Very pretty cup and handle here. So it broke out on the Venezuela news. Basically, it gave them a lot more potential room to expand. I believe they have a lot of, I'm actually forgetting on all the details. I believe they have a lot of assets, or potentially would be buying up a lot of assets over there. Regardless, that is the time frame that it broke out. Now it's back testing on all the moving averages very cleanly. You know me, I'm primarily a technicals trader. So I really do like to see this kind of look here. And to me, this is just the same beautiful cup and handle setup, but now it's back tested. So it's a higher probability of breaking out. And it makes me really want to get involved. I wanted it off of the 200, but I missed it. Missed it yesterday. Didn't quite get there. So I had an alert set here prior, and it did not trigger. So I need to figure out where my next spot is. I'd like to see one red day, and then a kind of nice wick off of off of this gap that we just kind of made. I don't know if we get it, but not a bad look here. Like I said, high time frame is where it gets really exciting. So it could reject here at the 50-day. It has had trouble the past couple times, of course. But then you can also consider, well, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 knocking this level. I know it's not a easy horizontal level, but still I think that the same concept applies, that you're always looking for tension to build up and that kinetic energy, kind of like a spring coiling to build up. And then you're looking for usually the fourth, sometimes fifth attempt to kind of smash through that. So we will see if we get the flip of trend here. Always nice when you have the big breakout off of the 200-day and coming back into this. So I do respect that oil, the equities in particular, looking quite strong, and we got to consider this. This is a potential time where we could see more of a significant pullback than we'd maybe like to. So I am still, I gotta lean bullish until this 21-day fails. But it's not as straightforward as I guess you'd like to say, or I'd like to say at least. The bank earnings again, adding some interesting components there as well. Let's put it. Sorry, trying to keep up on comments here. So Adrian, you were in VG. This one's really nice. Or you're in VG, I guess. I really like this one, again, on a higher time frame. And it's kind of one that I got pump faked out on this time about 3 weeks ago. Yeah, early June. I thought it was maybe going to curl and push up here off of this back test. It did need to sweep me out. And that kind of makes sense with these high volatility, plays that, one day they might be up 10%, the next day they might be down 10%. You might see a couple of weeks of chop like that, violent chop, before it really breaks out. This thing was ranging all the way up from $17.50 down to $10. Quite a range to flag in, but I do think it was just consolidating for a bigger move here. So we will watch this one here. This is natural gas exports, if I remember correctly. So yeah, essentially, I like having some exposure in these, but it's hard to have like a huge chunk of your port in them because it's so tied to the geopolitics going on right now. A few other options for you if you are interested in getting some exposure here. ExxonMobil, another just easy winner long term. This is one that you can buy and feel safe. Like, okay, it might go down, it might underperform for a year, 2 years, 3 years, but it's never going to be a bad thing to own a little bit of, Definitely don't have your whole port in it or anything, but you know what? I think ExxonMobil, Chevron, both great companies long term to hold. Really doubt that they are going to ever be below 100 again on Exxon here, at least not for the foreseeable future. Lots of energy plays that are potentially setting up, and it's just a matter of, did they do the classic energy thing and break down when they look really good? You could have looked at Exxon a few months here where it really looked like it was going to break out of a high time frame pattern, then it got smacked down. That being said, this is kind of the time that it would do the thing, right? So it smashes through the range, now it back tests. It's just going to be a coin flip to some degree. So hard to give too much forward looking here. And that's why I'm waiting to trade. Haven't taken anything today. I know, kind of boring. But there are some areas that I'm really interested in. So I think we talked about this in the morning stream, but Meta holding very steady here. I know it is down on the day, but essentially what it did is it back tested this kind of support level here, this downtrend line that it popped through. It hasn't gotten down to the 200-day. That's when I'd really like to take a position. But still, I like that it's flagging and consolidating, basically acting tighter near the top of the range here, because that makes me think that we are going to pop on through quite shortly. Hey, Tyler in the house. Good to see you, man. Any good trades? Well, I'm sitting in the pocket. I'm watching and waiting. I'm a little bit ambivalent. I haven't been trading today. And to me, it's the tale of two stories, right? Two narratives. I don't have the information I need to be confident about which is right. So I'm assuming that we resolve to the upside because that's usually a safe bet. But there are some spooky things going on. Historically, whenever I feel this kind of like just uneasiness, usually they need to shake the tree a little bit before they run it up. I'm watching for volume, and I think that's going to be the big tell for me. Because from a technical perspective, I should say from a candlestick perspective, this is seeming pretty good to me, right? Because we have basically we're through this downtrend line we're tentatively breaking out of this pennant and tentatively back testing in the next day or two here into potential good earnings on the banks. That's what we'd like to see, of course. Still no volume. I can't really fault the market for being low volume before the bank earnings, but it just remains to be seen which way it's going to resolve. And especially today, very, very low volume going into the end of the day. So we'll keep an eye on that, see if it picks up a little bit. Right now, we are trading near the low of the range. So let's get intraday and see if we are actually going to follow through to the downside. Because the curl didn't really curl. You can see, as I've been yapping in the past 15 minutes, it could not close at the high of the range, could not close over this 9-day moving or 9-minute moving average, and seems like we got more room down. Checking in on comments here. Wild action overseas as well. Talk saying what worries me are margin calls versus via the Asian markets tonight. So, Kospi, we talked it a little bit. We should check in. Definitely a worrying sign here, but this is coming up to where I would assume there's going to be some dip buying happening. Just off the, the 40% chance that this head and shoulders doesn't play out, if it's one of the ones that gets bought when it's a failed auction down, we will see them wash out people and, get their margin calls happening, get all that liquidity gathered, and then go for the move to the upside. It's just hard to say because, man, how gnarly would it be if they washed it out to the 200-day, to this gap? Definitely on the table. And if this happens, then you get the oil breakout, right? So if, I would say it really needs to show some heart. Talk, what do you think tonight and the next 2 nights? Because otherwise, man, we close gnarly under this trend line, maybe a 1-day back test, and we want to see it reclaim at least the 7,000, right? That's what I'll be looking for at that 7,000 level. That might keep bulls in this, but otherwise, yeah, we could see continued margin calls. We could see just an absolute washout here before there's really long-term high time frame buyers. Like, just because it's moving up this fast and my system says there should be buyers here, I can't just trust that. I got to wait and see. So yeah, a lot of ambivalence from me today. I'm just like, let's wait and see. It's a great time to be sitting on your hands and having some cash on the sidelines just in case. Because the oil charts are the big thing that worries me. I'm not as worried about this just because I'm seeing strength coming into other areas of tech. I'm really liking that this is happening here with IGV. It's holding steady. It's maintaining over all of its moving averages. And right now you have a confluence of 3. A rising 50-day, a rising 21-day, and a rising to flat 9-day. So this is a nice pinch between this rising support, this area that really should hold at the 92 area, and then you have the flattening 200-day here. So maybe I'll amend my path a little bit. I'll just drag it across there. Same thing that I'm looking for, but just took a couple days longer. But I would like to see this consolidation end up popping the 200-day and then back testing it, and we can look for a long there. Another area another reason this is an area of interest is because it's the 50% of the range. So remember, whenever price is under the 50% or the equilibrium of a range, you can consider it on sale as long as it is still finding buyers. If it's under the 50% and it also looks weak as hell, well, that's not necessarily on sale. Sometimes that's going out of business, that's going way down. But in general, if you're finding buyers under the 50, it's because people think that this range is fair, and they think that in the future, probably near future, it'll be trading at a premium side of the range and potentially in a whole new range altogether. So we can keep an eye on software here. And what we want to see is that as money comes out of SMH, we want to see it go into IGV. We want to see it go into some other areas that can boost the tech trade. So one area is fintech. And you have leaders in the space which have just been amazing. Not many, but look at this beautiful, beautiful chart. It still looks amazing, and it's up a ton. But this is Dave, and Dave looks like it wants to break out even more in my book. I wish I took this trade when it was down here, 230 or so. But honestly, this strength, it makes me think that, hey, maybe the rest of the sector gets some love. PayPal. This one's actually acting like a strong stock for the first time in, I don't know, I literally can't remember. This thing is just really, really tough usually, and yet despite that, this week it's actually showing significant strength and looks like it's breaking out of this base that we've been watching. So we got a little bit of a 1-2 combo here with the downtrend line break, a little peekaboo back test into the push up off the moving averages. We've got this nice higher low, and we also have this massive volume shelf. And the more you zoom out, the better it looks. There's a big volume node down here that we transacted as well, because you can see that's where it broke out from the IPO base. So truly crazy move here for PayPal, running from 40 bucks all the way to 300 and then all the way back down to 40 bucks. Is this the bottom? I think it very well may be, because it sure is acting like something changed. So long term, still plenty of time to get in these. I took a few trades on PayPal. I have a small position, but in general, I actually haven't positioned very heavily in this yet, despite I think it looking really good. So maybe we get a little bit of a pullback. We have this daily trigger here coming down like that. We have all of our short-term time frames coming up like that, and that provides this kind of pinch. So maybe we just undercut, and we can look for a buyer off these moving averages. And that can get you in the trade right there for the long term, because I think that the first place that I'd really like to trim, it ain't till this gap fills again. See how that's lining up really nicely? It's where we gap down. We did fill it, but it provides a big like kind of pivot there. Once we're through there, then it's a valid higher time frame W that we always look for. And then you can expect the measured move to get you, well, probably up to this monthly trigger here. So you see how the levels kind of line up together? I think this is a really clean chart still, and I'm looking to buy all dips on it, as long as it's holding that point of control at 45 bucks. Adrian likes fintech. Interesting. Hood, obviously. Yeah, I was talking leaders. Got to talk Hood. It's still very strong off the bottom here. We recognize this head and shoulders. Some people in my server were loading in the 75s. Beautiful trade there. They also held through this, which might have got me out. It's a scary little, just looks like it's going to wash out and fade super hard on this day. But nope, just needed a day, and then boom, big candle. Back test the downtrend line, big candle. Back test the stage 1 base top. Big candles through, you know? This thing's showing strength. You see these volume candles? So I think this one still is definitely going higher and just kind of stair-stepping right now. So what we can look for is volume to break, this kind of pattern that it has here. Just like you can draw downtrend lines on a chart, you can draw it on the volume too and look for the break there. And often it'll tell you when a big move is coming. Just wanted to show you at least one more example here. So the volume kind of crescendos as it goes parabolic here, or pretty parabolic from 38 to 65, and then it needs to wash out. And the volume falls as the price moves down, because these sellers, they know it's hot over, there's going to be sellers when it's this overbought on a short time frame. But long term, the buyers that were boosting it up, they're not really leaving. They don't really care if it's, they care what it's doing in a year. So they're just accumulating on dips. So low volume on the red, and then you can see it ticks up a bit on the green. And there is high volume on the red, but this is capitulation. This is the last of the selling move kind of finishing, and you can see it drifting up here. And sure, fine, okay, it does make a new low technically, but this is April tariff stuff. So a little bit different scenario in that regard. But regardless, the first time that buyers get a chance off this, it's really ripping. And then you get this consolidation here after the big buyers come in. That's what I was kind of wanting to show you. So big buyers came in off the 200, then you have this consolidation. And then when the volume starts to break, that downtrend, you can see that kind of more money coming into this name, and it really starts ripping. So I've used that as an example because I think we're seeing something kind of similar here recently. And that is with the interaction with the 200-day recently, as well as, let's see, where is it? As well as this volume break off the bottom too. So essentially, I just really like how all of the big bars down here, barring this one, which was the earnings day, that it recovered, so even better. All of the big bars are green. The only big red was eaten up, and it was earnings day. So that tells me that long term, these are like high time frame buyers, just like they were back here at this downtrend break. And it does make sense that they would be because this is off of the prior swing high. So to me, absolutely phenomenal chart long term. This looks like a giant cup and handle. And this was always what we were kind of looking for. Me and my friends in my server. Man, this is one of our favorite plays back in the 13, 14, 15 range. And a lot of them held way better than I did. I have no position in hood right now. And I was all out before 100. So I could have played it better, but I still think there's a ton of room on this name. I think it's a $400 stock in a year or two. Realistically, 3 or 4. But very, very, very strong name. I love the chart. Last one that Adrian was mentioning that I do want to talk about here. It's interesting. So clearly it didn't play out quite how I thought. I was looking for cup handle and explosive move up. We did get the first target, so it wasn't like a bad trade by any means. We took it 13 to 1780 or so, whatever this 1.62 target was. But then it kind of failed. It didn't hit my measured move target here. Yeah, I was in from 1220 apparently. I was in from. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so in from the prior high. See how this pattern comes up a lot in my charts, guys? When there's a really strong chart, I just mark this level out when it's over it. And I know that when it kind of stabilizes out under it and acts as a steady support, like in these past, I'll zoom in. This dotted line is the big level, this yellow stripe. And you can see like, okay, it does undercut. So you need to wait for it to reclaim and then back test. Okay, looks good. Makes a high, make higher high and a higher low here and holds the same range. I think that was when I got in, something like that. So yeah, those are the high probability setups, and that's why I look for the same thing on other stocks whenever they're doing this. See this? Very, very similar. We're going to go back. Same thing right there. I bet it'll line up with like a 200-day as well. Yep. So you have this high time frame swing, and you have the 200-day reclaim. So that is, yeah, definitely when I got involved there. So clean response there. And now we look at the Netflix. And this is even better to me because it's the 200 week. And it's a mega cap. I trust this way more than a Brazilian fintech company that sells loans to small businesses. Or I think that's them. Yeah. Them or Stone, STNE. Anyways, I'm a little tangential today, I suppose. But the point that I want to leave you guys with is when you have a major range like this and you come back into it and you get another confluence, like with this 200 week, that's a really, really good place to take a spot in the long-term port. There's no rush. And I think Talk mentioned that earlier today. So, you can wait for the confirmation to come in. You don't have to bottom ticket perfectly, but very good action, or a very good place to look for action, I should say, to look for a cash, to look for those buyers and an incentive to catch this thing. Obviously, this is fortune telling. Doesn't have to do this at all. No reason to assume that the market has to respect me and my levels and what I'd like to see. But to me, it looks pretty good. We got this rising 200. We got this falling 50, and it's getting tight. All right. We are now, about halfway through the hour, so I do want to check in with that half-hour candle as it progresses. Seems like, SPX finally did crack. So yeah, let's look at this, and maybe we'll get a back test to play as a short. So far, definitely a little bit just unimpressive here. That being said, I think the trade was kind of already made. I missed this one, unfortunately. And I'm more interested in finding a solid bottom that I can play once it looks a little better and gets back over this 200-day, this hourly trigger right here. So as of now, you can try to play momentum off the 9-minute here. And we'll frame a trade. So we had a descending triangle essentially here. Oh yeah, bigger candles here starting to pick up. Hopefully we get one back test here. We can check some secondary levels and see if we can get a hint of where we're going. There is a decent amount of gamma down to 7450 that's been building over the course of me yapping. So that is worth noting. We're going to draw that out. I'll actually pull the levels onto the map here, the screen. Okay, so just to give you guys an idea of what we're talking about here, this is the 7440 wall, 7450 wall. That is quite a large level. So I don't expect that we get down there today, to be honest, but it is kind of starting to look like it's a potential magnet with the way that it's growing. We really want to reclaim 7520-ish, 7520. We can retest 7500 and still reclaim this and then be off to the races. But if we lose that 7500, I think that there's not much standing in our way from starting to cascade. I still am a bull at heart. I like playing failed breakdowns. So here is where we're going to watch. We found a small buyer. Not a small buyer. It's a decent volume buyer. So the reaction to this buyer is going to tell us whether this is a fake breakdown, and this might be a very clean entry if we can reclaim the 1 or the 9 minute here on the 1 minute chart. The other possibility is that we back test like we were saying and then reject. But this high volume here makes me a little bit interested. Let's see how strong these bulls are. And I'm going to refresh. Let's see what we're doing on the gamma exposure chart in a second too. Yeah, this is starting to try to curl up here. So let's watch and see if we get a 1 minute close over the 9. If so, this could be, I'm not going to take it in a live account. I'm not feeling super sharp today, but I will hypothetically trade it with y'all in a simulated count. If we do get a close over here and a proper bottom. So right now we only have the 1 push down. So I'd like to see like a little bit of a push and then a higher low and then a reclaim of the 9 for me to feel safe about this. Excuse me. Decent price action. See how it slows after the big volume comes in? That's what you kind of want to see. And now it's up to the sellers and their strength up here, I'd say. Decent so far. Seeing some bullish flow. Grain of salt. I don't trust this yet. It's not high quality data yet. This is just a placeholder. So essentially, I have yet to pay for the data that actually will be able to identify the split between calls bought at bid versus at ask. So you can't trust it. They could be selling a bunch of calls, and this could be calling it bullish here. So I don't trust this, but it's just a little bit of a added bit of confluence there. We will see if these nodes to the upside at, where are the levels? All right, we're going back to the dashboard, the old one, because I can't read this one. Need to get better glasses or bigger font. Either way, I'll fix it after hours. So what we want to see here is essentially 7480. That's the node that we're looking for, 7480. To essentially grow bigger, and we want to see the 7450, 7460, and 7490 all start to shrink. So I'm going to keep an eye on these premiums here. About 4 billion there, 3.7 there, 3.9 there. So we'll just keep an eye on those every 5 minutes or so. Hopefully we see that fade. And let's check back in with the 1 minute here. All right, so here's the first push up. Now we want to see a higher low. Could it just V-shape? Yes, it could. Would it leave me behind? Yes, it would. That's okay. If you are still a bear, though, I mean, I can't blame you. And it did still reject the 9. So also fine if I miss the short. Here's my thing. I really rarely short. I so much prefer to play fake breakdowns that I will look for them, even if maybe I think 60% of the time, or 60% likelihood that it doesn't play out, because I don't need to catch the short, but I do need to be available, be open to the possibility of a failed auction down, basically. We're going to check in with our daily chart too, because I believe we're just coming into the 9-day. Yep. So just a little bit further down, and then I would assume we would find at least a small bounce off that 7,500 plus the 9-day. So that's where I believe support really starts. Makes me less excited to short. Just going through the time frames here, seeing if it shows me anything different. Maybe that was all the back test we got. I wanted to see the horizontal back test at that actual level. But hey, let's see. Let's see. Next spot, remember this was a decent sized buy candle where they tried to stabilize, but the fact that we're eating into it with only 5 minutes after or so probably means that it's not going to hold. They're going to pull out and actually sell, increase this volume here. If this volume increases over here, just more incentive for this thing to flush. All right. Let me catch up on these comments, guys. I'm a little behind here, a little slow today. Air, absolutely cool company there, small company, but it's insanely important. Absolutely. So this is going to test the appetite of the market for semiconductor testing equipment. Semiconductor testing equipment. So basically, they make giant easy bake ovens for wafers for semiconductor production. So essentially, it's going to test key components of the semiconductor supply chain and save the companies a bunch of money. They're a good investment. They move very jaggedly because they either get a couple orders from really big companies, and then this small company can, adjust their valuation really quickly, or they, have a bad quarter or two and get beat on. So we'll keep an eye on them for sure. We'll be talking about them and doing the earnings report tomorrow. Definitely interesting. Definitely an interesting company that I love the company. Me and my friends back from like 2022, 2023, 2024, we were very involved in semiconductors at that time as well, and Air was all of our favorite. That was our favorite small cap, at least, But that, like TSM back in like the sub $100 range, stuff like that, man. ASML was like $600. Good times. Which I just bought a ton and never did anything else. Right now, I'm yapping because I want to see what we do off the daily low, yesterday's low, well, Friday's low. And so far, just a couple little tiny bottom wicks there. Nothing to write home about. I want to see the progression of the gamma exposure too. So we'll keep popping back to that. But what are you guys trading? What's on tap for you? Man, we got a lot of viewers. I'm surprised. I'm just yapping too. So guys, yeah, give me some chart requests, whatever you guys want to look at. We can start looking at them. Hunter Gem in the chat. Good to see you, man. BBIO. Sorry, I missed that one while I was a little tunnel vision there. We'll check out BBIO. Nice strong move. Very nice move there off the bottom. So basically it's coming back into this gap. You like to see the buyer stepping in pretty early. Looks like trying to reclaim the 5 moving average, that light kind of bluish line there. For me, I always like to just wait for the moving average to catch up. I would have preferred if this was just kind of trading sideways here. And these guys are Pharma, and Pharma's been having a little bit of a hard time in the past week after an amazing run. I think it just needs to rebase. Just too much too fast. And likely, these names might need to go like that. Might take a little bit, but I'm still very bullish on biotech here. Still definitely believe that we are on a mission to sweep this wick. I think we're really on a mission to clear the liquidity out way the heck up here. And that makes me very interested in buying dips and not being too scared out of the ones that I'm in. Some of them doing better than others. Prime here, getting beat on a little bit, but I think this is another great time to buy. Hopefully I'm right here. Back test to this structure would be really nice, really positive. But hey, kind of a bummer. I trimmed a little bit at 450, I believe, 440, something like that. But I'm now a little bit red on some of that. What else do I own? Very small position in IMVT. This one's holding steady. Just kind of doing the thing. Probably down on 1% on this one. I think I was in at 39. What other biotechs am I in right now? Gotta check. Should have it here. Oh, Beam. Beam getting smacked. It's a long-term hold for me, but man, this one's a bummer. Looked so good. Feels so bad now. Long-term position for me, so I don't even worry about it. I will buy more at my resting order at 20 at the VWAP, or sorry, 200 day here. So this is a company that I do believe in a good amount. They are Genomics. Definitely gotten washed out the past couple days, but I believe I will hold for the bigger move. 25, I'd be adding big, but I think the 28 is probably all that we get down here, bottom of this kind of range here. I think that these all have room, and it was a really good run, so we can't be too mad. We took profits on the other biotechs, which funded these positions. That was Cure. Big move there, 80% or so. 90% if you caught it perfectly. CLPT. This one a little bit weaker now, but also gave a 40% move there. And ABVX. This one's still remarkably strong, actually. But all out of these guys after big 40% moves now, and I moved that into the other two, and I'm getting smacked on those. So that's my biotech exposure there. We'll see how that goes in another month or so. Moving on down. Michael's green on almost all of your trades. Excellent. Love to see that. Let's look in with your fizz. I'm curious about that one. Looks like it's too cheap, doesn't it? It looks like they're buying this up. It's kind of what I'm seeing, at least. Interesting there. Tyler talking McGregor fight. That was disappointing. That was rather underwhelming. So, my friend was hosting it, and I looked away for. I took a phone call. Actually, it was the worst timing ever. I was like, surely the fight won't end in the first minute, right? Surely. So I actually didn't see any of it live. I feel pretty silly about that. Yeah, pretty whack fight. I wanted to see Holloway wail on him. Holloway, amazing fighter. So hopefully there's a rematch. I don't know at this point. McGregor, that's a pretty sad way to go, though. And NVC, Tacitus bringing this up. This is a very nice chart. Yeah, I forget which one this is. Nano Vericides, no idea what that means. This appeared on my power play scanner this weekend too, so that's a little bit interesting. Just showing, I think that there was a ton of volume compared to the regular. And don't call me sure. Yeah, I almost said it too. Talk. Anyways, back to it. Yeah, the volume here. So this came up on my power play scanner just because this is like 10x the average volume. So that's insane when that happens. Big volume came in. They faded the move pretty heavily, but this is a super small ticker. So with the fact that it's drifting up after that, I do think this is going to probably make the move now. I'll have to do some more research though, because I don't know what the heck this is, but I love the break of the 200 week moving average after flushing that on insane high volume. So interesting stuff there. Going to a daily chart. It looks really clean. It looks like we squeeze when you get over 190. That's what it looks like to me, because this was a sell. And they pushed it down 30% from the sell. But it doesn't look like they're capping this move. It looks like they just keep buying the dip, and those shorts are going to get ripped. Oh, is this a Ebola play? Oh, no. Please tell me we're not doing that again. If so, what are the other ones? Let's look at those charts too. Lake, I think, is one of them. Lakeland Industries. That chart looks pretty good. Testing a 200 reclaim, or potentially about to reject it. Is this the one that does the PPE masks and stuff? Might be. Not sure. Tyler saying, nope, Gregor's done. Would just be stupid if he comes back. I mean, I'd agree, but, you know, I wouldn't say that guy's the epitome of intelligence in general, so hey. Maybe, I don't know, maybe he's a showman. Maybe he comes back for the love of the game. Probably done for, though. J&J, another incredibly resilient name. Just like, what can you do? Man, I marked out this breakout. I'm sure I looked at it like here or something. I was like, I can't chase that. Just straight up, just about. Beautiful chart there. And what are some other ones we can look at in the space? Merck, another strong one. Nice breakout back test on this flag here. I like that a lot. Consider this a handle or something as well on a larger cup. This one we played off the break of 90 to 100. That's what I took it to, just to the 200 day, and then I kind of stopped watching it. Good trade, but man, sometimes you just got to hold when you get a nice bottoming structure like this, especially off a high time frame level. Yeah, definitely should have held that. All right. Oracle Jeffrey calling out Oracle breaking 130 now. Man, I remember taking this off of 160 and making money long. Yeah, off these arrows. That's rough to see. So it's down through the weekly here. I know a trader that I respect who was in this and averaged down a few days ago, probably yesterday. I would imagine he's stopped out now, but that's pretty tough. Yeah, face masks calling out for the Ebola play. Yeah, I think that's Lake. Not 100% on that. I'll double check in a sec, but interesting way to play it there. LLE, LLY, Lily. Let's see how they're doing. They're hanging out. It's slightest bit weak, but I think this is a buying opportunity. I think any buying or any opportunity to buy into a key moving average on a daily or weekly chart on Lily, good opportunity. If it came down to 150, I'd just buy more. If it came down to 1,000, probably buy more. Kind of just want to buy every dip. This is a Roth play, or like a long-term play for me, you know? I just don't worry about it. Retirement account play. Let's look at REMX. Adrian wanted to look at this one a few minutes ago. So I see what you're saying. First off, Adrian's saying, feels like it's on quite a big support. If it holds, probably a good buy. So I'm a bit torn here. For me, we did the big move of, scooping all the way down, finding a buyer, coming all the way up, and basically making a lower high, but basically getting anybody out of the trade that was stuck in the trade. 95%, unless you had the worst entry ever, you got out of this trade. Break even. Then it kind of just lost the point that I would have liked to see it hold if we were going to do like a crazy momentum, just kind of V-shape, and actually just kind of keep it going up through 126 or so. I think this trade is tough because it's so geopolitically or not oriented, just contingent on so many geopolitical angles. Really makes it tricky. I also just see the potential for this to go down much more, and it kind of just reminds me of uranium charts. Because they were kind of in this like no man's land a month or so ago. 2 months ago, where I didn't know what they were doing. Are they just consolidating near the top of the range and they can still go higher? Maybe not the top of the range for all of them. Let's look at URA. So this is a better ETF probably for gauging the overall strength of the sector. So we had this monster breakout, but we got the measured move, I do believe, going from the high of the range to the low of the range. And yeah, a perfect 2x measured move there. So sellers came in once, they tried again, came in again, they tried a third time, they came in again, and that's when it really got bad because that was basically this pennant just breaking down. So sometimes things are 20% higher, or when things were 20% higher than their current price, I would have been much more willing to buy them. And now that they're much lower, I'm much less willing to buy them because now they just look rough, like they could come down way more. This is one of those. REMX, same kind of thing for me. Let me show you that again. It's just cracking here on a higher time frame. I could easily see this thing coming back down to 60, but it is a big volume shelf. So what I'll say is it really should hold 75. Really should hold 75. Otherwise, I think this thing goes right back to the 200 week at best and 50%. Even more, 65% retrace down at 40 something as it rebases at worst. Worst case scenario is this is not a cup and handle. Bulls want to see this. It could be W shape. It's tough. I'd like to see the higher low here and then ramp because I'm bullish uranium. I'm bullish. Rare earth metals. But I don't know when it plays out. I'll be completely honest. It's a tough trade. So we got 1 minute till the mock candle, 10 minutes till the bell here. And now I don't know what we're doing, but I really want to check it out. Talk's doing some financial wizardry. LLY divided by PFE. So is this patent cliff winners compared to patent cliff losers? Is that what we're mapping here? Because Pfizer, not very impressive. Wow, what a chart. What a chart, but also it just kind of looks like Lilly, doesn't it? It just looks like better Lilly. That is interesting, though. Okay, so what can we glean from this? You can be a hedge fund. You can take a position in healthcare and say, hey, but healthcare might go down now. Well, then short it. Long the good stuff, Lilly. Short the bad stuff, Pfizer. And this isn't healthcare so much as pharma, big pharma. So even more specific and even better pair trade. It's they're going to trade together to some degree, but they should and continue to decouple essentially. And this is what a lot of long short funds will do. So interesting stuff there. You could build a whole port like this and stay delta neutral and just make money on the winners winning and the losers losing. So that's pretty cool. Definitely an interesting way to play. And Talk saying 100%. That's did I get that right? Pfizer being dumped, in your opinion, due to patent cliff. Yes, I agree. Absolutely. 4 drugs off patent next year. And guess who stands to benefit? Lilly. An absolute Chad. Let me try to find that chart, actually, because it's just so dominant. Bear with me 1 second. It'll be worth it. I think this is the one I was looking at. Nope. All right, I'll have to find it for you guys later. But it was incredibly impressive. And it just showed how dominant Lilly was positioning themselves to be over the coming year or so. Couple years. So absolutely huge Lilly bull. It's my largest position in healthcare, pharma, biotech, anything related to that. It's one of my largest positions in my entire port. Yeah, definitely close. I also have a lot of like boring stuff like Apple and what else? A lot of Microsoft at this point. It's not my biggest position, but it's more than I'd kind of feel comfortable with. So I think it's smart, but it's just taken longer than I thought. So I've gotten a few extra tranches in there. Decent sizing on Microsoft now. Decent sizing in NVDA. I feel very boring, I'm just in like mega caps right now, kind of chilling. Apple, yeah, what's it doing today? I know it spiked. Did it reject hard, or is it coming back a little? Looks like it's coming back just a little at least. That's encouraging. And we'll check in with the short-dated stuff. Short-term stuff too here while we wrap up. Got 7 minutes left. I know we've been zoomed out today, but I think it's a good time to be zoomed out because I don't really care what happens intraday here. We were talking about the potential fake breakdown setup. Looks like it did happen without me. I took my eye off the prize. Got distracted, but hey, essentially it did the kind of thing, right? So we said we wanted to see the push down, then we want to see a higher high and a reclaim of the 9-minute. There was your entry. Ding. Oh well, I wasn't going to really take the trade anyway, but still, I don't know. Still probably should have paid more attention. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, nice little scalp there. That's the logical place to take it off. I would probably hold for the VWAP still, realistically. But that's the first candle where, hey, there is a seller here. We're seeing that volume profile get checked. But seems to me like we're trying to do the failed breakdown. This is a pretty deep comeback into this level if it's not going to continue up higher. We shall probably have a little bit of better of an idea, or a little more confirmation if it can hold a candle over this level. Yeah, I think that looks good. So that's what I'd say for the scalp there. Not too shabby. All right, we got somebody new that I don't recognize in here. I'm not going to try to butcher your name, but the 20 and 200 works like magic. Absolutely, I love the 20 and the 200. Those are my two favorites, but I also gotta shout out my 9 or my 10. Oh, that was a little sharp seller there, right? All right, so let's check back in with the 9 here. As long as there's a buyer, we're good to go. But you gotta pay attention when it's a candle that's that jagged. Often they get bought up really quick though. So we'll keep watching at this key level. Mr. We'll call you Vamseed. And that's I'm with you. The 200, it just feels like magic, So often it works so well. Not always, but it's a good trend following one. As long as you are on the right side of it, you can feel pretty good about the setup. You can see right here where the setup failed, or really started, I should say to confirm. The long failed and the short started to confirm. And it was the third rejection off of that 200. Often the 200 will also align with VWAP just because it moves a little bit slower. So interesting stuff there. Adrian calling out some wild action on the 10-year, 4.6. Oh, let's take a look at this. So if you're not familiar, this is a very important level on the chart, the 4.6. Every time this happens, we usually get a taco. We usually get some intervention from somebody or other. Market doesn't like when we're over this level. So let's draw this out. That's a spooky level. I know people are going to be like trying to, I don't know, call me mean names because I'm doing TA on bonds. But I'll do TA on anything. I'll do TA on bonds. I'll do TA on VIX. I'll do TA on a mountain range if you give it to me. Always something to be learned, I believe, from both fundamentals and the technical side. So what are we watching for here? We want to see. I gotta consult a few things before I have a really strong opinion on what I want to see here. But I would imagine some kind of headline to be popping pretty soon to beat this thing back down. Let's look at a few other things of interest here. We looked at the 10. Let's look at the 20. Getting beat. And that definitely tells you something, right? So I'm actually going to save some of this for, I'm going to be combining a lot of this bond talk into our CPI report, which I'm going to whip together for tomorrow. So stay tuned for how I really feel about this trade, because I think that it's more time than we have in the next 3 minutes to talk about. I think it deserves its own segment. But thank you for pointing this out, because TNX definitely on the watch list there. What else do we got going on? SanDisk, shaking and baking. Let's see what's happening. Ooh, a little bit spooky. So Micron, we're getting the 50-day touch. That's why I'm still in. It's a very, very small position. It's a tester position. Basically, I shorted from about 1,020 or so. I didn't quite get the Michael Burry handle. He was off 1,050. Nice entry, Mr. Michael. Basically ended up tailing him without realizing it. My goal was to take it off at 900. I did that, felt good about it. Took the tiniest bit. I have like 5 shares of MULL. I think like literally $100-200 in the long to track it. Got a pop. Wasn't worth it for me to sell yet. I wanted to see a bigger push up here, at the very least 1,100, to see if we were just going to surge right through or whether we were going to, potentially reject and do this head and shoulders. Seems like we're getting the little mini head and shoulders, but I think that we can still maybe push up and get the real move that we're looking for first. So still looking for this type action here, still in the long. Might blow up in my face. I'd say I'm about 80 to 90% out of my chips trades for the year at this point and waiting to buy back in. Netflix absolutely coming up on the 17th, and we're going to be talking about it. I really like it. I don't know if you were here earlier in the stream, Jeffrey, but I'm looking to be a bull. Maybe we get a little bit of an undercut into that 200 week. That'd be really clean. I'd love to take a small starter position there if we find buyers there. It's an area of previous confluence with this 2021 highs in November, and I would just love to see that end up being the bottom, push up nicely to about 85, 90 or so. I'd take some off there and I'd add it back, plus some more if we get the inverted head and shoulders that I'd like to see. Will it happen? Who the heck knows? But that's what I'm looking for. And I'm seeing a lot of these kind of failed breakdowns in mega caps. So I'm hoping that Netflix can post one of those two on earnings. The biggest failed breakdown that I really think is beautiful for a long-term hold, I'm looking to position into Meta here pretty heavily. I think this is a beautiful trade. We can change, or at least I've changed my bias from pretty bearish here. I'll go to a daily and show you why. When it lost this low and then couldn't make a new high, pretty worrisome to me. But this higher low, I think it saved it. It broke this trend line. So I'd love to see the flip of the 200 here. We've knocked once, twice, 3 times, and this is the 4th time. So I'd love to see the pop stick. And remember, close those trades, guys. We're in the last minute here. And there it goes. There's the bell. And essentially, I'd really love to see this one be one of those leading ones because it's been lagging for quite a while. We can see just how much by throwing it against the mags here. And you can see for quite a while, Meta's been underperforming the rest of the Mag 7, especially this year. Look at this, just not good performance. I guess it had a little bit in January, and then just ever since then, been getting beat until very recently. So would love to see this one start to lead the charge up, as well as Microsoft. If these unlovable names, I mean, hell, even PayPal's getting a bid. Well, ignore my bot there. Even PayPal's getting a bid. So notice all these ones that have been getting beat, they're starting to look good. All the ones that have been looking really good, they're starting to look a little bit sketchy. There's a leading semiconductor. For reference, these leading semiconductors, they might be starting to look a little sketchy in some parts, but the leaders, they're still just back testing where they could catch and rip everything up again. So just throwing it out there. I don't know which way this is going to break. We're talking a lot about the polarization of these narratives. I could see tech catching off the back of semis holding, off the back of, software as a service looking great. I could also see everything rolling because you know what? Oil, it's too strong for my liking, and Talk's just spitting alpha today, but I thought this was worth noting. He said it earlier, and I was thinking more about it. Bitcoin. I remember back in, this whole run-up, Bitcoin would lead Qs very handily, and it would be a good indicator. Hey, if Bitcoin's going up and Q's lagging a little bit, probably buy some Qs. Probably they'll catch up. Probably they're both going up. It's looking a little weak now. I was really hoping that it would close a candle over the 200 week, which it did. It closed 2 in a row with a nice hammer. So this week will be very important to me. Right now looking sketchy, but if we get good bank earnings and the market can kind of carve out this bottom, I'd really like it to close over this week again, have more confidence and start to push up. If not, though, it could be the canary in the coal mine, and we could be on our way down. Guys, with that, I'm going to leave you here, but just until tomorrow, we got a lot of great stuff coming. I'm looking forward to CPI. I'm looking forward to checking out the earnings, both before market and after. We're going to be having all the bank earnings before, so definitely keep your eyes peeled on our morning programming. We have Big Money Mitch. We have Michael Noss in the mornings. They're going to help guide you through there. I might pop in a little bit here and there to get a little more color. To the panel, if I do have time, I would like to hang out with my guys. So you might catch me in the morning. You'll definitely catch those two. And then on into the afternoon, I'm going to be doing Power Hour, but I'm also going to be doing earnings after hours. We're going to be talking air semiconductors. Very fun play. Why did I just type air test systems? We talked about it a little bit. Long term, I love this play. My buddy's been in since down at 12 to 15. I do not have any position in this one. I missed this one the whole way up. Pretty sad about that. When it was bottoming, I was buying Intel, so don't cry for me too much. But still an amazing trade if you held from the bottom. Now, looking sketchy, and I'd love to get an entry maybe off the 50, off the pullback to this prior high. Somewhere in there. So that's what we're going to be looking at. Let's see. We'll wrap up with these comments here. Just because, got to show my love to my peeps. I appreciate y'all in here. I feel like I've been very low energy today. We're gonna be rocking and rolling tomorrow. But if you're here for me now, then it's only up from here. Adrian in the chat looking for Rocket Lab. I would assume, because I don't know what RBKL is. Yo, Mike, I see you, brother. I see you. Thank you so much for always bringing up the energy in here. You're like a mini Josh in my pocket, in the comments here. Always here. I love you, brother. So Rocket Lab here at the bottom of this channel. But hey, could be the failed breakdown, failed auction. As Mike says, the space is the place. Well, it hasn't been for the past couple weeks, but maybe that can change. So Rocket Lab, I would love to see maybe a little move down to 63. Adrian says $10 lower. Maybe there's a weekly level he's looking at there. It's almost at that. What is it, the 200 day? Yeah, it's at the 200 day. Interesting. $10 lower would put it at 67. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah, 6-7. Unfortunately, I think that's the handle. I kind of like that. Anywhere, we'll call it 70 for our sanity. Let's call it 70. Yeah, but also you can wait for that to happen, and maybe what often happens is Adrian gets the snipe. I don't know what sort of wizardry he's up to. He gets the snipe. That's fine. I wait for it to reclaim on a higher low. I either buy there or I buy here on the back test of the 200 day, somewhere in there. So he can have his perfect entry. He can keep his secrets. I will I will wait for a little bit more confirmation because it looks a little spooky to me still. Mike doing the work for me. I love you, brother. I'm going to be dropping the link to my Discord server. We got a free Discord server. Lots of good folks in there. They're always willing to help people learn. So come on in, ask questions, get answers, get some free plays. I'd say about 80-90% of the plays I call out are free. If you just can't get enough, I also do signals. I also do a newsletter. I'm also doing a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes to launch something really cool for y'all. There's the Discord link. And right now every day we're doing, what is it? What do I even call it? It's free trade alerts and gamma levels. It's a whole thing I've been whipping together. I'll show you real quick what it looks like. So every morning, you'll get key GEX levels, the call wall, your target to the upside, put wall, where support should be, good stuff like that, your expected move. And looks like this did play out decently in terms of the expected move. Zero gamma, once we lost it, it got a little bit rough and dicey there. You get trade plan setups. They won't always play out, but they're exact contingencies, scenarios to look for that are high probability, back-tested, all that good stuff. You know, basically simple stuff, reclaiming the zero gamma, coming into the put wall and bouncing, you know? So just come on in, check it out. It's pretty cool. We also have a bot that pulls cool stuff like you see on that gamma exposure thing. You can get weekly heat maps. You can get, you can just pull GEX like this. There it goes. So come on in, try it out. It's all free. Hope to see you there. And just around the corner, we got a bunch of amazing stuff coming around the corner with Trade the Pool. Remember, tomorrow you'll be able to get free $20 credits just for coming on in and placing an earnings trade bet. So come on in. It will be, you'll be searching the earnings beat, Trade the Pool, the earnings beat. I think it will be live tomorrow. I don't think it's quite live yet, but just wanted to put it on your radar because who doesn't want free money? So I'll remind you tomorrow too, but lots of great stuff coming around the corner. And also in my neck of the woods, some really interesting developments around the corner. We got our whole GEX dashboard here. SPY, it's Qs, but it's also any other ticker you might want. So I'm building all this out behind the scenes. We're going to be releasing it soon. Come on in. If you have any requests for gamma exposure for any other ticker, now I can start hooking you up with this. There's NVDA. Looking for that 220 this week. It actually was 220. Now it's shifted down to 210. Expectations are lowering. So worth noting. That being said, still looking bullish. Maybe the move gets shifted to next week for 220. Either way, we'll be keeping an eye on this one. We'll be keeping an eye on our baby Meta. Very interested in the Meta as well. This one holding stronger. Notice the nodes for later in the week were at 700. Now coming down to 680, but still looking interesting. Still looking like an interesting setup to the upside here on Meta. One more for you. Now we'll just run through the last of these. NVIDIA. We already talked about that. Yeah, let's talk Microsoft. Microsoft, very interesting. I think 400 definitely in play. It's saying it wants it by Wednesday, Thursday, Friday at the latest. So really looking for this to play out here. Downside looking like as long as it holds 80. Zero gamma is creeping up. So 80, 88 is our weekly 200 as well. So that's a nice support. Any dips below, probably be a little careful of. Before I thought 380 was the floor. So floor is rising, ceiling holding the steady. So we're basically building tension in an ascending triangle on the gamma here. And we'll see which way that breaks. So that's enough yapping for me, guys. Appreciate each and every one of you in here. Hope to see you in my Discord. Feel free to join. And we'll be doing it all again tomorrow. So tune in then. Till then, trade safe. I'll see you later.